Part 2. Betrayal. 10. Escape from Elohim. The bells were clear to Linden now, but she no longer cared what they were saying. She was locked to Covenant's vacant eyes, his slack, staring face. If he could see her at all, the sight had no meaning to him. He did not react when she took hold of his head, thrust her horrified gaze at him. The giants were clamoring to know what had happened to him. She ignored them. Desperately marshalling her percipience, she tried to penetrate the flat emptiness of his orbs, reach his mind, but she failed. Within his head, her vision vanished into darkness. He was like a snuffed candle, and the only smoke curling up from the extinguished wick was his old clenched stricture. "Don't touch me." She began to founder in that dark. Something of him must have remained sentient, otherwise he could not have continued to articulate his self-despite. But that relict of his consciousness was beyond her grasp. The darkness seemed to leech away her own light. She was falling into an emptiness as eternal and hungry as the cold void between the stars. Savagely she tore herself out of him. Hunenscrave and Sea Dreamer stood with the first at Covenant's back. Pitchwife knelt beside Linden, his huge hands cupping her shoulders in appeal. "Chosen." His whisper ached among the trailing wisps of dark. "Linden Avery, speak to us." She was panting in rough heaves. She could not find enough air. The featureless light of Elamesnadine suffocated her. The Elohim loomed claustrophobically around her, as unscrupulous as Erviles. "You planned this," she grated between gasps. "This is what you wanted all along." She was giddy with extremity. "To destroy him." The first drew a sharp breath. Pitchwife's hands tightened involuntarily. Wincing to his feet, as if he needed to meet his surprise upright, he lifted Linden, erect. Hunenscrave gaped at her. Sea Dreamer stood with his arms rigid at his sides, restraining himself from vision. "Enough," responded Infelice. Her tone was peremptory ice. "I will submit no longer to the affront of such false judgment. The Elohim fest has ended." She turned away. "Stop!" Without Pitchwife's support, Linden would have fallen, like pleading, to the bare ground. All her remaining strength went into her voice. "You've got to restore him. God damn it, you can't leave him like this." Infelice paused, but did not look back. "We are the Elohim. Our choices lie beyond your questioning. Be content." Gracefully, she continued down the hillside. Sea Dreamer broke into motion, hurled himself after her. The first and Hunenscrave shouted, but could not hold him. Bereft of his one brief hope, he had no other outlet for his pain. But Infelice heard or sensed his approach. Before he reached her, she snapped, "Hold, giant!" He rebounded as if he had struck an invisible wall at her back. The force of her command sent him sprawling. With stately indignation, she faced him. He lay groveling on his chest, but his lips were violent across his teeth, and his eyes screamed at her. "Assail me not with your mistrust," she articulated slowly, "lest I teach you that your voiceless earth sight is honey and venison beside the ire of Elamesnadine." "No." By degrees life was returning to Linden's limbs, but still she needed Pitchwife's support. "If you want to threaten somebody, threaten me. I'm the one who accuses you." Infelice looked at her without speaking. "You planned all this," Linden went on. "You demeaned him, dismissed him, insulted him, to make him angry enough so that he would let you into him and dare you to hurt him. And then you wiped out his mind. Now," she gathered every shred of her vehemence, "restore it." "Sun Sage," Infelice said in a tone of glacial scorn, "you mock yourself and are blind to it." Moving disdainfully, she left the eft mound and passed through the ring of dead trees. On all sides the other Elohim also turned away, dispersing as if Linden and her companions held no more interest for them. With an inchoate cry, Linden swung toward Covenant. For one wild instant she intended to grab his ring, use it to coerce the Elohim. The sight of him stopped her. The first had raised him to his feet. He stared through Linden as though she and everything about her had ceased to exist for him. But his empty refrain sounded like an unintentional appeal. "Don't touch me." Oh, Covenant! Of course she could not take his ring. She could not do that to him, if for no other reason than because it was what the Elohim wanted, or part of what they wanted. She ached in protest, but her resolve had frayed away into uselessness again. A surge of weeping rose up in her. She barely held it back. "What have they done to you?" "Is it sooth?" the first whispered to the ambiguous sky. "Have we gained this knowledge at such a cost to him?" Linden nodded dumbly. Her hands made fumbling gestures. She had trained them to be a physician's hands, and now she could hardly contain the yearning to strangle. Covenant had been taken from her as surely as if he had been slain, murdered, like Nossick, by a blade still hot with cruelty. She felt that if she did not move, act, stand up for herself somehow, she would go mad. Around her the giants remained still, as if they had been immobilized by her dismay, or by the loss of Covenant, of his determination. No one else could restore the purpose of the quest. That responsibility gave Linden what she needed. Animated by preterite stubbornness, she lurched down the hillside to find if Sea Dreamer had been harmed. He was struggling to his feet. His eyes were wide and stunned, confused by earth-sight. He reeled as if he had lost all sense of balance. When Hanensgrave hastened to his side, he clung to the master's shoulder, as if it were the only stable point in a breaking world. But Linden's percipients found no evidence of serious physical hurt. Yet the emotional damage was severe. Something in him had been torn from its moorings by the combined force of his examination, the loss of the hope his brother had conceived for him, and Covenant's plight. He was caught in straits for which all relief had been denied, and he bore his earth-sight as if he knew that it would kill him. This also was something Linden could not cure. She could only witness it, and mutter curses that had no efficacy. Most of the bells had receded into the background, but two remained nearby. They were arguing together, satisfaction against rue. Their content was accessible now, but Linden no longer had any wish to make out the words. She had had enough of chant and daffin. Yet the two Elohim came together up the Eftmound toward her, and she could not ignore them. They were her last chance. When they faced her, she aimed her bitterness straight into Daffin's immaculate green gaze. "You didn't have to do that. You could have told us where the one tree is. You didn't have to possess him, and then leave him like that." Chant's hard eyes held a gleam of insouciance. His inner voice sparkled with relish. But Daffin's mind had a sad and liquid tone as she returned Linden's glare. "Sun Sage, you do not comprehend our word. There is a word in your tongue which bears a somewhat similar meaning. It is ethic." Jesus God! Linden rasped in sabulous denial, but she kept herself still. "In our power," Daffin went on, "many paths are open to us which no mortal may judge or follow. Some are attractive, others distasteful. Our present path was chosen because it offers a balance of hope and harm. Had we considered only ourselves, we would have selected a path of greater hope, for its severity would have fallen not upon us, but upon you. But we have determined to share with you the cost. We risk our hope, and also that which is more precious to us, life and the meaning of life. We risk trust. Therefore some among us," she did not need to refer openly to chant, "urged another road. For who are you that we should hazard trust and life upon you? Yet our word remains. Never have we sought the harm of any life. Finding no path of hope which was not also a path of harm, we chose the way of balance and shared cost. Do not presume to judge us, when you conceive so little the import of your own acts. The fault is not ours that Sun Sage and Ring Wielder came among us as separate beings." "Oh, hell," Linden muttered. She had no heart left to ask Daffin what price the Elohim were paying for Covenant's emptiness. She could think of no commensurate expense. and the timbre of the bells told her that Daphne would give no explicit answer. She did not care to waste any more of her scant strength on arguments or expostulations. She wanted nothing except to turn her back on the Elohim, get Covenant out of this place. As if in reply, Chant said, "In good sooth, it is past time. Were the choice in my hands, your expulsion from Elamesnadine would long since have silenced your ignorant tongue." His tone was nonchalant, but his eyes shone with suppressed glee and cunning. "Does it please your pride to depart now, or do you wish to utter more folly ere you go?" Clearly Daphne chimed, "Chant, this does not become you." But he replied, "I am permitted. They cannot now prevent us." Linden's shoulders hunched, unconsciously testing in an effort to strangle the intrusion in her mind. But at that moment the first stepped forward. One of her hands rested on the hilt of her broadsword. She had leashed herself throughout the Elohim fest, but she was a trained swordmain, and her face now wore an iron frown of danger and battle. "Elohim, there remains one question which must be answered." Linden stared dumbly at the first. She felt that nothing remained of the company except questions, but she had no idea which one the first meant. The first spoke as if she were testing her blade against an unfamiliar opponent. "Perhaps you will deign to reveal what has become of Vane." Vane? For an instant Linden quailed. Too much had happened. She could not bear to think about another perfidy. But there was no choice. She would crack if she did not keep moving, keep accepting the responsibility as it came. She cast a glance around the eft mound, but she already knew that she would see no sign of the demon-dim spawn. In a whirl of recollection, she realized that Vane had never come to the Elohim fest. She had not seen him since the company had separated to be examined. No, she had not seen him since the expulsion of the Haruchai. At the time, his absence had troubled her unconsciously, but she had not been able to put a name to her vague sense of incompleteness. Trembling suddenly, she faced Chant. He had said as clearly as music, "They cannot now prevent us." She had assumed that he referred to Covenant, but now his veiled glee took on other implications. "That's what you were doing." Comprehension burned through her. "That's why you provoked Cale, why you kept trying to pick fights with us, to distract us from Vane." And Vane had walked into the snare with his habitual, undiscriminating blankness. Then she thought again, no, that's not right. Vane had approached the Clachan with an air of excitement, as if the prospect of it pleased him, and the Elohim had ignored him from the beginning, concealing their intent against him. "What in hell do you want with him?" Chant's pleasure was plain. He was a peril to us. His dark makers spawned him for our harm. He was an offense to our weird, directed with great skill and malice to coerce us from our path. This we will never endure. Just as we have not endured your anile desires, we have imprisoned him. We wrought covertly," he went on like laughter, "to avoid the mad ire of your ring-wielder, but now that peril has been foiled. Your Vane we have imprisoned, and no foolish beseechment or petty moral indignation will effect his release." His eyes shone. "Thus the umbrage you have sought to cast upon us is recompensed. Consider the justice of your loss, and be still." Linden could not bear it. Masking her face with severity so that she would not betray herself, she sprang at him. He stopped her with a negligent gesture, sent her reeling backward. She collided with Covenant, and he sprawled to the hard ground, making no effort to soften the impact. His face pressed the dirt. The giants had not moved. They had been frozen by Chant's gesture. The first fought to draw her falchion. Sea Dreamer and Honenscrave tried to attack, but they were held motionless. Linden scrambled to Covenant's side, heaved him upright. "Please." She pleaded with him uselessly, as if Chant's power had riven her of her wits. "I'm sorry. Wake up. They've got Vane." But he might as well have been deaf and senseless. He made no effort to clean away the dirt clinging to his slack lips. Emptily, he responded to impulses utterly divorced from her and the giants and the Elohim. "Don't touch me." Cradling him, she turned to appeal one last time to Daphne's compassion. Tears streaked her face, but Chant forestalled her. "It is enough," he said sternly. "Now be gone." At that moment he took on the stature of his people. His stance was grave and immitigable. She receded from him, but as the distance between them increased, he grew in her sight, confusing her senses so that she seemed to fall backward into the heavens. For an instant he shone like the sun, burning away her protests. Then he was the sun, and she caught a glimpse of blue sky before the waters of the fountain covered her like weeping. She nearly lost her balance on the steep facets of the travertine. Covenant's weight dragged her toward a fall. But at once Cale and Bryn came leaping through the spray to her aid. The water in their hair sparkled under the midday sun as if they, or she, were still in the process of transformation between Elemesnadine and the outer Maidan. The suddenness of the change dizzied her. She could not find her balance behind the sunlight as the Harochai helped her and Covenant down the slope, through the gathering waters to dry ground. They did not speak, expressed no surprise, but their mute tension shouted at her from the contact of their hard hands. She had sent them away. The sun seemed preternaturally bright. Her eyes had grown accustomed to the featureless illumination of Elemesnadine. Fiercely, she scrubbed at her face, trying to clear away the water and the glare, as if she wanted to eradicate every suggestion of tears or weeping from her visage. But Bryn caught hold of her wrists. He stood before her like an accusation. Seer and Hergrim braced Covenant between them. The four giants had emerged from the trough around the fountain. They stood half-dazed in the tall yellow grass of the Maidan, as if they had just wandered out of a dream which should not have been a nightmare. The first clutched her broadsword in both fists, but it was of no use to her. Pitchwife's deformity appeared to have been accentuated. Seedreamer and Hunnensgrave moved woodenly together, linked by their pain. But Bryn did not permit Linden to turn away. Inflectionlessly he demanded, "What harm has been wrought upon the Lord?" She had no answer to the accusation in his stare. She felt that her sanity had become uncertain. To herself she sounded like a madwoman as she responded irrelevantly, "How long were we in there?" Bryn rejected the importance of her question with a slight shake of his head. "Moments only. We had hardly ceased our attempts to re-enter the Clachan when you returned." His fingers manacled her. "What harm has been wrought upon the Lord?" "Oh, my God," she groaned. Covenant so sorely damaged, Vain lost, gifts refused. Moments only? It was true. The sun had scarcely moved at all since her last glimpse of it before entering Elemesnadine. That so much pain could have been committed in such a little time. "Let me go." The plaint of a lorn and frightened child. "I've got to think." For a moment Bryn did not relent, but then Pitchwife came to her side. His misshapen eyes yearned on her behalf. In a hobbled tone he said, "Release her. I will answer as best I may." Slowly Bryn unlocked his fingers, and Linden slumped into the grass. She huddled there with her face hidden against her knees. Old familiar screams echoed in her, cries which no one had been able to hear until long after her father had bled to death. Tears squeezed from her eyes like involuntary self-recrimination. The voices of her companions passed back and forth over her head. Pitchwife began to recount the events in Elemesnadine, but shortly the demand for brevity dismayed his giantish instincts, and he trailed off into directionless protests. The first took the task from him. Tersely she detailed what she knew of Covenant's examination, then described the Elohim fest. Her account was succinct and stark. Her tone said plainly that she, like Pitchwife, ached for a full and formal telling. But this Maidan, with the Elohim so near at hand, was no place for such a tale, and she withheld it sternly. She related how the location of the one tree had been revealed, and what price Covenant had paid for that vision. Then she stiffened herself to her conclusion. "Vain, the Elohim have imprisoned. It is their word that he is perilous to them, a threat directed against them across the seas by those who made him. They will not suffer his release. Mayhap they have already taken his life." There she fell silent, and Linden knew that nothing else remained to be said. She could not hope for any inspiration to rescue her from her burdens. As if she knew what they were thinking, she watched while Seer and Hergrim splashed back to the travertine slopes of the fountain, attempting once again to enter Elemesnadine, but the way was closed to them. It had been closed to all the company, and there was nothing else left to be done. Yet when the two Haruchai retreated to the Maidan, the water seemed to gleam on the surface of their stubbornness, and she saw with a groan of recognition that she would have to fight them as well. They had not forgiven her for sending them out of Elemesnadine. She tried to rise to her feet, but for a while she could not. The weight of decision held her down. Who was she, that she should try to take Covenant's place at the head of the quest? Gibbon Raver had promised her an outcome of anguish and ruin, but her companions were asking themselves how they could force or trick their way back into the Clachan. Though she felt that she was going crazy, she seemed to be the only sane one among them, and she had already accepted her role. If she could not at least stand loyal to herself, to the decisions she had made and the people she cared about, then everything she had already been and borne came to nothing. Clinching her long intransigence, she interrupted the company by climbing upright. Then she muttered, "There's nothing more we can do here. Let's get going." They were struck silent as if she had shocked them. They glanced among themselves, wondering at her willingness to abandon Vane, or at her attempt to command them. The first had sheathed her blade, but she showed her desire for battle in every muscle. Hanansgrave and Sea Dreamer had found their way past pain into anger. Even Pitchwife had become enthusiastic for combat, and the Harochai stood poised as if they were looking for a place to hurl violence. "Don't touch me," Covenant answered. The abysm behind his eyes made him look like a blind man. His reiterated warning was the only evidence that he retained any vestige of mind at all. "I mean it." Lyndon's tongue was thick with despair, but she knew that if she recanted now, she would never be able to stop fleeing. "There's nothing we can do for Vane. Let's get back to the ship." "Chosen!" The first's voice was as keen as iron. "We are giants. Whatever his purpose, this Vane is our companion. We do not blithely turn from the succor of any companion." Lyndon started to object, but the Swordmane cut her off. "Also, we have been told that he was given to Covenant giant friend by the dead of Andalane, by a giant of the lost, by Salt Heart Foam Follower, the pure one of the Sir Jeharan. Him we have beheld in the opening of Covenant's mind. We will not see such a gift lost. Though we do not comprehend him, we conceive that the gifts given to Covenant by his dead are vital and necessary. Vane must be recovered." Lyndon understood. The Elohim had planted a seed of possibility, and its fruit was apparent in the gazes of her companions, that she should take Covenant's ring and use it. She shook her head. That would be a violation as fundamental as any rape. His ring was his peril and his hope, and she would not take it from him. Its power meant too much to her. And she had other reasons to deny the idea. Covenant's plight could wait, at least until the company was safely away from this place. But Vane's could not. What the demon-dim spawn needed from her was not what it appeared to be. To the first she said flatly, "No." In this, at least, she knew who she was. "It isn't up to you." "I am the first," began the Swordmane. "It would have been Covenant's decision," Lyndon went on severely, clamping herself rigid with all her will. "But he is in no condition. That leaves me." She could not explain herself for fear the Elohim would hear her and take action. They were surely able to hear anything they desired, uncover any purpose they chose. So she invented reasons as if she knew what she was talking about. "You can't do it. He's so important because he comes from outside, like the white gold. You don't. You wouldn't be here at all if the job could be done by anybody else. You can't take his place," she insisted. "I'm going to, whether I can or not. And I say we're going to leave. Let Vane take care of himself. We don't even know why he was given to Covenant. Maybe this is the reason, to get him into Elemesnadine so he can do whatever he was created for. I don't know, and I don't care. We have what we came to get, and I don't want to keep Covenant here. They're after his ring. I'll be damned if we're going to stand around and let them hurt him again." The first replied with a perplexed frown, as though Lyndon's stability had become a matter of open doubt. But Bryn showed no doubt. In a voice like stone he said, "We know nothing of these questions. Our ignorance was thrust upon us when we sought to serve the promise we have given the Lord." His accusation was implicit. "We know only that he has been harmed when he should have been in our care." and Vane is his, given to him in aid of his quest. For that reason alone we must stand by the demon dim spawn. Also, he continued inflexibly, you have become a question in our sight. Vane made obeisance to you when you were redeemed from Revelstone, and he it was who strove to bear you from the peril of the gravelling and the sunbane sickness. Perchance it was he who brought the Sir Jeharan to our aid against the lurker in your name. Do you lack all wish to serve those who have served you?" Linden wanted to cry out at his words. He rubbed them like salt into her failures, but she clung to her purpose until the knuckles of her will whitened. "I understand what you're saying." Her voice quivered, deserted by the flat dispassion which she had tried for so long to drill into herself. "But you can't get in there. They've closed us out, and we don't have any way to make them change their minds. Covenant is the only one they were ever afraid of, and now they don't have that to worry about." If Covenant had chosen that moment to utter his blank refrain, her control might have snapped, but he was mercifully silent, lost in the absence of his thoughts. "Every minute we stay here, we're taking the chance they might decide to do something worse." The challenge of Bryn's gaze did not waver. When she finished, he replied as though her protest were gratuitous. "Then heal him. Restore to him his mind, so that he may make his own choosing on Vane's behalf." At that, Linden thought she would surely break. She had already endured too much. In Bryn's eyes, she saw her flight from Covenant during his venom relapse, returning to impugn her. And Bryn also knew that she had declined to protect Covenant from Infelice's machinations. The first had not omitted that fact from her tale. For a moment Linden could not speak through the culpability which clogged her throat. But the past was unalterable, and for the present no one had the right to judge her. Bryn could not see Covenant deeply enough to judge her. Covenant's plight was hers to assess, and to meet as she saw fit. Gritting her control so hard that it ached in the bones of her skull, she said, "Not here. Not now. What's happened to him is like amnesia. There's a chance it'll heal itself, but even if it doesn't, even if I have to do something about it, I'm not going to take the risk here, where the Elohim can tamper with anything. And Vane might be running out of time. If I'm not completely careful," she faltered as she remembered the darkness behind his eyes, "I might extinguish what's left." Bryn did not blink. His stare said flatly that this argument was just another refusal, as unworthy of Covenant as all the others. Despairingly, Linden turned back to the first. "I know what I'm doing. Maybe I've already failed too often. Maybe none of you can trust me, but I'm not losing my mind." In her ears, her insistence sounded like the frail pleading of a child. "We've got to get out of here. Go back to the ship. Leave." With all her determination, she refrained from shouting, "Don't you understand? That's the only way we can help Vane. We've got to do it now." The first debated within herself. Both Hunnenscrave and Sea Dreamer looked studiously elsewhere, unwilling to take sides in this conflict. But Pitchwife watched Linden, as if he were remembering Mistweave, and when the first spoke, he smiled like the lighting of a candle in a dark room. Dourly she said, "Very well, I accept your command in this, though I can fathom little concerning you. You are the chosen, and I have seen evidence of strange strength in you, when strength was least looked for. We will return to Starfare's gem." Abruptly she addressed the Haruchai. "I make no claim upon your choosing, but I ask you to accompany us. Vane lies beyond your reach, and the giant friend and the chosen require every aid." Bryn cocked his head slightly, as if he were listening to a silent consultation. Then he said, "Our service was given to the Urlord, and to Linden Avery in the Urlord's name. Though we mislike that Vane should be abandoned, we will not gainsay you." That Vane should be abandoned! Linden groaned. Every word the Haruchai uttered laid another crime to her charge. More blood on her hands, though she had taken an oath to save every life she could. Maybe Bryn was right. Maybe her decision was just another denial, or worse. "Are you not evil?" But she was suddenly too weak to say anything else. The sunlight blurred her sight like sweat. When Cale offered her his arm, she accepted it because she had no choice. She felt unable to support herself. As she joined her companions, moving along the river Callowale toward Woodenwold and the anchorage of Starfare's gem, she was half blind with sunlight and frailty, and with the extremity of her need to be right. The Maidan seemed to stretch out forever ahead of her. Only the cumulative rush of the river marked the expanse, promising that the grass was not like Elemesnadine, not featureless and unending. Cale's assistance was bitter and necessary to her. She could not comprehend the gentleness of his aid. Perhaps it was this quality of the Haruchai which had driven Kevin Landwaster to the ritual of desecration, for how could he have sustained his self-respect when he had such beings as the Bloodguard to serve him? The Calloway reflected blue in turbulent pieces back at the sky. She clung to her own self-respect by considering images of Vane, seeking to remember everything he had done. He had remained passive when the demented coursers had driven him into a quagmire in Sarengrave Flat, and yet he had found a way to rejoin the company, and surely he had chosen to hazard Elemesnadine for his own secret reasons? Slowly her sight cleared. Now she could see the splendid autumn of Woodenwold rising before her. Soon she and her companions would be among the trees. Soon the sudden fierce clanging of the bells staggered her. Except for Cale's grasp, she would have fallen. The Elohim had been silent since her expulsion from the Clachan, but now the bells were outraged and desperate in her mind, clamoring woe and fury. Pitchwife came to her, helped Cale uphold her. "Chosen?" he asked, softly, urgently. "What harms you?" His tone reflected the stricken pallor of her countenance. "It's Vane," she panted through the silent clangor. Her voice sounded too thin and detached to have come from her. "He's trying to escape." The next instant a concussion like a thunderclap buffeted the company. The cloudless sky darkened. Powers, blasting against each other, dimmed the sun. A long tremor like the opening howl of an earthquake ran through the ground. Giants yelled. Fighting to keep their balance, the Haruchai circled defensively around Linden and Covenant. As she looked back toward the fountainhead of the Callowale, Linden saw that the water was on fire. Burning and blazing, a hot surge of power spread flames down the current. Its leading edge spat out fury like the open door of a furnace. On either side of the swift fire, the Maidan rippled and flowed, as though it were evaporating. In the heart of the heat, Linden descried a dark figure swimming. Vane! He struggled down the Callowale as if he were beset by acid. His strokes were frantic, and growing weaker every moment. The flames tore at his flesh, rent his black essence. He appeared to be dissolving in the fiery current. "Help him!" Vane's need snatched Linden to a shout. "They're killing him!" The Haruchai reacted without hesitation. Their doubt of her did not hamper their gift for action. Springing forward, Seer and Hergrim dove straight into the river and the crux of the flames. For an instant she feared that they would be consumed, but the fire did not touch them. It burned to the pitch of Vane's ebon being, and left their flesh unharmed. As the Haruchai reached him, he threw his arms around their necks, and at once the erosion of his strength seemed to pause, as if he drew sustenance from them. Gathering himself suddenly, he thrust them beneath the surface. With a concentrated effort he cocked himself, braced his feet on their shoulders. From that base he leaped out of the Callowale. The flames tried to follow, but now they ran off his sleek skin like water, fraying in the sunlight. He had escaped their direct grasp, and the sun poured its light into him like an ailment. Over all the Maidan the air was dim with preternatural twilight. But on Vane the sun shed its full strength, reversing the dissolution which the Elohim had wrought against him. Spreading his arms, he turned his black eyes upward, and let the light restore him to himself. The bells rang out keen loss, wild threats, but did no more damage. In the river, the power faded toward failure. Seer and Hergrim broke the surface together, unscathed, and climbed the bank to stand with the rest of the company, watching Vane. Slowly the demon-dim spawn lowered his arms, and as he did so, midday returned to the Maidan. In a moment he stood as he had always stood, balanced between relaxation and readiness, with a faint, undirected smile on his lips. He seemed as uncognizant as ever of the company, blind to assistance or rescue. "Your pardon," said the first to Linden in quiet wonder. "I had given too little thought to the compulsion which drives him to follow you." Linden remained still, held by vindication and relief. She did not know whether Vane followed herself or Covenant, and did not care. For once she had been right. But the company could not stay where it was. Many of the bells had faded back into silence, receding with the flames. However, others were too angry to retreat, and the threat they conveyed impelled her to say, "Come on, some of them want to try again. They might not let us leave." Hunnensgrave looked at her sharply. "Not?" His glad memories of the Elohim had already suffered too much diminution, but he was a giant and knew how to fight. "Stone and sea," he swore, "they will not prevent us. If we must, we will swim from the Raw, towing Starfire's gem after us." The first gave him a nod of approval, then said, "Still the Chosen speaks truly. We must depart." At once she swept Covenant into her arms and set off at a lope toward Woodenwold. Before Linden could try to follow, Seedreamer picked her up, carried her away along the verge of the Callawhale. Cale and Seer ran at his sides. Bryn and Hergrim dashed ahead to join the first. Eager for his ship, Hunnensgrave sped past them. Pitchwife's deformed back hindered him, but he was able to match the pace the first set. Behind them, Vane trotted lightly, like a man who had been running all his life. Into Woodenwold they went as if, like Linden, they could hear bells hallooing on their heels. But the threats did not materialize into action. Perhaps Elohim, like Daphne, were able to dissuade those who shared Chant's way of thinking, and the distance passed swiftly. The companions devoured the stretch of trees between them and their ship as if they were hungry for hope. Then they crossed into the shadow of the Raw Edge rim, and Woodenwold became abruptly gray and ire-bitten about them. The dire mountains appeared to reeve the trees of autumn and calm, but Linden held up her courage, for she knew the lagoon was near. When Seedreamer bore her between the looming walls of the valley, she saw Starfare's gem still at rest on the flat surface of the water, with its stone spars raised like defiance against the twilight in the mountains. The longboat remained where the company had left it. Hunnensgrave began shouting orders at Seven-Hand before he and Seedreamer had rowed the company halfway to the Dromond. His commands rebounded from the high cliffs, and the echoes seemed to lift giants into the rigging. By the time Linden had scrambled up the moray-marked side of the giant ship, gained the afterdeck, the unfurled canvas was stirring. A wind ran westward among the mountains. Giants hurried to raise the longboat, hoist the anchors. Hunnensgrave sprang to the wheel-deck, barking instructions as he moved. Swiftly, Starfare's gem awakened. With a bustle of activity and a lift of its prow, the Dromond caught the wind, settled against its sails, and began sliding lightly down the gauntlet of the Raw. 11. A Warning of Serpents. Before Starfare's gem had passed halfway to the open sea, the wind became a stiff blow like a shout from the Raw Edge rim. It drove the Dromond as if the Elohim in their wrath were determined to expel the quest for all time from their domain. But Hunnensgrave did not let the wind have his vessel. The cliffs and turns of the Raw became darker, more bitter and hazardous, as the afternoon waned. Therefore he shortened sail, held the giant ship to a careful pace. The company did not reach the end of the gullet until nearly sunset. There Starfare's gem stumbled into a long fight to keep itself off the rocks of the coast. The exhalation of the Raw conflicted with the prevailing wind along the littoral, and they pulled the Dromond into a maze of turbulence. Tacking in flurries, struggling to run one guess ahead of the next shift, Hunnensgrave and his crew labored back and forth against the southern promontory of the Raw. Twilight quickly darkened into night, turning the rocky verge to a blackness marked only by the sea's phosphorescence and the wan light of the stars, for there was no moon. To Linden, who had lost track of the days, the absence of the moon felt ominous and chilling. She could have believed that the Elohim had stricken it from the heavens in retribution. In the dark, she saw no way for the quest to win free of the moiling winds. Every shift seemed sharper than the one before, and every other tack carried the Dromond closer to the ragged and fatal bluffs. But Hunnensgrave was a cunning reader of air currents, and at last he found the path which ran toward the safety of the open sea. Slipping free of the last toils of the Elohim, Starfare's gem went south. For the rest of the night, the littoral loomed against the port horizon. But the next morning, Hunnansgrave angled a few points farther west of south, and the headland began to sink into the sea. During the afternoon, another promontory briefly raised its head, but after that nothing remained to be seen in any direction except the sunlight rolling in brocade across the long, green ocean. While they had fled through and away from the Raw, the giants had held themselves clenched against the winds and the unknown purposes of the Elohim, tending the ship, springing to the master's commands, with a tense and unwonted silence. But now their mood eased as Hunnansgrave allowed himself to relax, and the ship sailed confidently into a perfect evening. At dusk they gathered to hear the tale of Elimesnadine, which Pitchwife told with the full flourish and passion which the giants loved, and Hunnansgrave described in detail what he had learned about the location of the One Tree. With the exact map of the stars to guide the quest, any possibility of failure appeared to fade. Slowly, Starfare's gem regained much of its familiar good cheer. Linden was glad for that easement. The giants had earned it, and she watched it with a physician's unselfish approval. But she did not share it. Covenant's condition outweighed the instinct for hope which she absorbed empathically from the giants. The Harochai had to care for him at every moment. He stayed wherever and in whatever position he was left. Standing or sitting, in motion or at rest, he remained caught in his blankness, devoid of will or intent or desire. Nothing lived in him except his most preterite instincts. When he was deprived of support, he retained his balance against the slow stone rolling of the ship. When food was placed in his mouth, he chewed, swallowed, but nothing assuaged the fathomless plunge which lay behind his gaze. At unmotivated intervals, he spoke as distinctly as if he were reading the fate written on his forehead, yet he did not react when he was touched. At last, Linden was driven to ask Bryn to take Covenant to his cabin. The pathos of his plight rested squarely on her shoulders, and she was unready to bear it. She had learned to believe that possession was evil, and she could think of no way to attempt his aid without possessing him. She clung to the hope that rest and peace would cure him, but she saw no amelioration. Well, she had promised herself that she would not shirk his healing, regardless of the price. She had not chosen this burden, just as she had not chosen the role of the Sun Sage, but she did not mean to flee it. Yet she felt bitterly worn in the aftermath of Elimesnadine, and she could not clear her mind of rage at the way Covenant had been harmed. Intuitively, she sensed that the mood in which she attempted to penetrate his blankness would be crucial. If she went into him with anger, she might be answered with anger, and his ire would have the power to send Starfare's gem to the bottom of the sea in pieces. Therefore, for the present, she stayed away from him, and strove to compose herself. But when Covenant was not before her to demand her attention, she found that her sore nerves simply shifted their worry to another object, to Cable Seedreamer. His pain-bitten visage unconsciously wielded its ache over the entire giant ship. He wore a look of recognition, as if he had gained an insight which he would have feared to utter even if he had not already been bereft of his voice. Moving among his people, he stopped their talk, silenced their laughter, like a loneliness that had no anodyne. And he was conscious of the hurt his mute woe gave. After a time he could no longer endure it. He tried to leave his comrades, spare them the discomfort of his presence, but Pitchwife would not let him go. The deformed giant hugged his friend as if he meant to coerce Seedreamer into accepting the care of his people, and Hunnansgrave and Sevenhand crowded around, urging upon him their support. Their response brought tears to Seedreamer's eyes, but not relief. Softly, painfully, the first asked Linden, "What has harmed him? His distress has grown beyond all bounds." Linden had no answer. Without violating him, she could see nothing in Seedreamer except the extremity of his struggle for courage. She would have given anything to see such a struggle take place in Covenant. For 3 days, while the Dromond ran steadily west of south at a slight angle to the wind, she stayed away from him. The Harochai tended him in his cabin, and she did not go there. She told herself that she was allowing time for a spontaneous recovery, but she knew the truth. She was procrastinating because she feared and loathed what she would have to do if he did not heal himself. In her imagination, she saw him sitting in his chamber, exactly as he sat within his mind, uttering the litany of his bereavement in that abandoned voice. For those 3 days, Starfare's gem returned to its normal routine. The general thrust of the wind remained constant, but it varied enough to keep the giants busy aloft, and the other members of the search occupied themselves in their own ways. The first spent considerable time cleaning her battle gear and sharpening her broadsword, as if she could see combat mustering beyond the horizon, and on several occasions she and Pitchwife went below together to seek a little privacy. Honensgrave seemed half feverish, unable to rest. When he was not actively commanding the Dromond, he engaged in long deliberations with the anchor-master and Gaelrath, planning the ship's course. However, Linden read him well enough to be sure that it was not the path of the quest which obsessed him, but rather Sea Dreamer's plight. She seldom saw Bryn. He did not leave his watch over Covenant. But Seer and Hergrim busied themselves about the giant ship as they had formerly, and Cale shadowed her like a sentry. Whatever the Haruchai felt toward her did not show in their faces, in Cale's ready attendance. Yet she sensed that she was watched over, not out of concern for her, but to prevent her from harming the people around her. At times she thought that Vane was the only member of the search who had not been changed by LMS Nadine. He stood near the rail of the afterdeck, on the precise spot where he had climbed aboard. The giants had to work around him. He did not deign to notice that he was in their way. His black features revealed nothing. Again Linden wondered what conceivable threat to themselves the Elohim had discerned in the demon spawn, when his sole apparent purpose was to follow her and Covenant. But she could make nothing of it. While Starfare's gem traveled the open sea, she grew to feel progressively more lost among things she did not comprehend. She had taken the burden of decision upon herself, but she lacked the experience and conviction, and the power, which had enabled Covenant to bear it. He ached constantly at the back of her mind, an untreated wound. Only her stubborn loyalty to herself kept her from retreating to the loneliness of her cabin, hiding there like a little girl with a dirty dress, so that the responsibility would fall to somebody else. On the morning of the 5th day after Starfare's gem's escape from the Raw, she awakened in a mood of aggravated discomfiture, as if her sleep had been troubled by nightmares she could not remember. A vague apprehension nagged at the very limit of her senses, too far away to be grasped or understood. Fearing what she might learn, she asked Cale about Covenant, but the Haruchai reported no change. Anxiously she left her cabin, went up to the afterdeck. As she scanned the deck, her inchoate sense of trouble increased. The sun shone in the east with an especial brightness, as if it were intent on its own clarity. But still the air seemed as chill as a premonition. Yet nothing appeared amiss. Gaelrath commanded the wheel deck with gruff confidence, and the crew members were busy about the vessel, warping it against the vagaries of the wind. The first, Honensgrave and Sea Dreamer, were nowhere to be seen. However, Pitchwife was at work near the aftermast, stirring the contents of a large stone vat. He looked up as Linden drew near him and winced at what he saw. "Chosen," he said with an effort of good humor, which was only partially successful. "Were I less certain of our viands, I would believe that you have eaten badly and been made unwell. It is said that sea and sun conduce to health and appetite, yet you wear the wan aspect of the sick-bed. Are you ailed?" She shook her head imprecisely. "Something. I can't figure it out. I feel a disaster coming, but I don't know." Groping for a way to distract herself, she peered into the vat. "Is that more of your pitch? How do you make it?" At that he laughed, and his mirth came more easily. "Yes, Chosen, in all good sooth, this is my pitch. The vat is formed of dolomite, that it may not be fused as with the stone of Starfare's gem. But as to the making of pitch, that it skills nothing for me to relate. You are neither giant nor wyver, and the power of pitch arises, as does any other, from the essence of the adept who wields it. All power is an articulation of its wielder. There is no other source than life, and the desire of that life to express itself. But there must also be a means of articulation. I can say little, but that this pitch is my chosen means. Having said that, I have left you scarce wiser than before." Lindens shrugged away his disclaimer. "Then what you're saying," she murmured slowly, "is that the power of wild magic comes from Covenant himself? The ring is just his means of articulation?" He nodded. "I believe that to be sooth. But the means controls intimately the nature of what may be expressed. By my pitch I may accomplish nothing for the knitting of broken limbs, just as no theurgy of the flesh may seal stone as I do." Musing half to herself, she replied, "That fits, at least with what Covenant says about the staff of law. Before it was destroyed, it supported the law by its very nature. Only certain kinds of things could be done with it." The malformed giant nodded again, but she was already thinking something else. Turning to face him more directly, she demanded, "But what about the Elohim? They don't need any means. They are power. They can express anything they want, any way they want. Everything they said to us, all that stuff about Sea Dreamer's voice and Covenant's venom, and how Earth power isn't the answer to despite. It was all a lie." Her rage came back to her in a rush. She was trembling and white-knuckled before she could stop herself. Pitchwife considered her closely. "Be not so hasty in your appraisal of these Elohim." His twisted features seemed to bear Sea Dreamer's pain and Covenant's loss as if they had been inflicted on him personally. Yet he rejected their implications, refused to be what he appeared. "They are who they are, a high and curious people, and their might is matched and conflicted and saddened by their limitations." She started to argue, but he stopped her with a gesture that asked her to sit beside him against the base of the aftermast. Lowering himself carefully, he leaned his crippled back to the stone. When she joined him, her shoulder blades felt the sails thrumming through the mast. The vibrations tasted obscurely troubled and foreboding. They sent rumors along her nerves like precursors of something unpredictable. Starfare's gem rolled with a discomforting irrhythm. "Chosen," Pitchwife said, "I have not spoken to you concerning my examination by the Elohim." She looked at him in surprise. The tale he had told during the first night out from the Raw had glossed over his personal encounters in the Clachan as mere digressions. But now she saw that he had his own reasons for having withheld the story then, and for telling it now. "At the parting of our company in LMS Nadine," he said quietly, as if he did not wish to be overheard, "I was accorded the guidance of one who named himself Starkin. He was an Elohim of neither more nor less wonder than any other, and so I followed him willingly. Among the lovely and manifold amazements of his people, I felt I had been transported to the truest fairy heart of all the legends which have arisen from that place. The giants have held these Elohim in an awe bordering on sanctity, and that awe I learned to taste in my own mouth. Like Grimond Honensgrave before me, I came to believe that any giving or restitution was feasible in that eldritch realm." The grotesque lines of his face were acute with memory as he spoke, yet his tone was one of calm surety, belying the suggestion that he had suffered any dismay. "But then," he went on, "Starkin turned momentarily from me, and my examination began. For when again he approached, he had altered his shape. He stood before me as another being altogether. He had put aside his robe and his lithe limbs and his features, had transformed even his stature, and now he wore the form and habiliments of a giant." Pitchwife sighed softly. "In every aspect he had recreated himself flawlessly. He was myself, yet not myself as you behold me, but rather myself as I might be in dreams, a pitchwife of untainted birth and perfect growth. With all that the image was mine beyond mistaking, he stood straight and tall above me, in all ways immaculately made, and beautiful with the beauty of giants. He was myself, as even gossamer Glowlim, my love, might desire me in her pity, for who would not have loved such a giant, or desired him? Chosen? He met Linden with his clear gaze. There was woe in that sight. In my life I have been taught many things, but until that moment I had not been taught to look upon myself and descry that I was ugly. At my birth a jest had been wrought upon me, a jest the cruelty of which Starkin displayed before me. Pain for him surged up in her. Only the simple peace of his tone and eyes enabled her to hold back her outrage. How had he borne it? He answered squarely. This was an examination which searched me to the depths of my heart, but at last its truth became plain to me. Though I stood before myself in all the beauty for which I might have lusted, it was not I who stood there, but Starkin. This giant was manifestly other than myself, for he could not alter his eyes of gold that shed light, but gave no warmth to what they beheld. And my eyes remained my own. He could not see himself with my sight. Thus I passed unharmed through the testing he had devised for me. Studying him with an ache of empathy, Linden saw that he was telling the truth. His examination had given him pain, but no hurt, and his unscathed aspect steadied her, enabling her to see past her anger to the point of his story. He was trying to explain his perception that the Elohim could only be who they were, and nothing else, that any might was defined and limited by its very nature. No power could transcend the strictures which made its existence possible. Her ire faded as she followed Pitchwife's thinking. No power, she wanted to ask, not even wild magic? Covenant seemed capable of anything. What conceivable stricture could bind his white fire? Was there, in truth, some way that foul could render him helpless in the end? The necessity of freedom, she thought. If he's already sold himself. But as she tried to frame her question, her sense of disquiet returned. It intruded on her pulse. Blood began to throb suddenly in her temples. Something had happened. Tension cramped her chest as she fumbled for perception. Pitchwife was saying wryly, "Your pardon, Chosen, I see that I have not given you ease." She shook her head. "That's not it." The words left her mouth before she realized what she was saying. "What happened to Vane?" The demon-dim spawn was gone. His place near the railing was empty. "Not I know of," Pitchwife replied, surprised by her reaction. A short while after the sun's rising, he strode forward as though his purpose had awakened in him. To the foremast he fared, and it he greeted with such a bow and smile as I mislike to remember. But then he lapsed to his former somnolence. There he stands yet. Had he moved, those who watch him would surely have informed us. "It is true," Cale said flatly. "Seer guards him." Under her breath, Linden muttered, "You've got to be kidding," and climbed to her feet. "This I've got to see." When Pitchwife joined her, she stalked away toward Foodfend and the foredeck. There she saw Vane, as he had been described, facing the curved surface of the mast from an arm's length away. His posture was the same as always, elbows slightly crooked at his sides, knees flexing just enough to maintain his balance against the choppy gait of the dromond, back straight. Yet to her gaze he wore a Telic air. He confronted the mast as if they were old comrades, frozen on the verge of greeting one another. To herself she murmured, "What the hell?" "Forsooth," responded Pitchwife with a light chuckle. "Had this demon-dim spawn not been gifted to the Ur-Lord by a giant, I would fear he means to ravish the maidenhood of our foremast." At that, laughter spouted from the nearby crew members, then spread like a kinship of humor through the rigging as his jest was repeated to those who had not heard it. But Linden was not listening to him. Her ears had caught another sound, a muffled shout from somewhere below decks. As she focused her hearing, she identified Honensgrave's stertorous tones. He was calling Sea Dreamer's name, not in anger or pain, but in surprise and trepidation. The next moment, Sea Dreamer erupted from one of the hatchways and charged forward as if he meant to hurl himself at Vane. Honensgrave followed him, but Linden's attention was locked on the mute giant. He looked wild and visionary, like a prophet or a madman, and the scar across his visage stood out stark and pale, underlining his eyes with intensity. Cries he could not utter strained the muscles of his neck. Mistaking the giant's intent, Seer stepped between him and Vane, balanced himself to defend the demon dim spawn. But an instant later, Sea Dreamer struck not at Vane, but at the foremast. With his full weight and momentum, he dove against the mast. The impact sent a palpable quiver through the stone. The shock knocked him to the deck. At once he rebounded to his feet, attacked again. Slapping his arms around the mast like a wrestler, he heaved at it as if he wanted to tear it from its moorings. His passion was so vivid that for a moment Linden feared he might succeed. Honenscrave leaped at Sea Dreamer's back, tried to pull him away, but he could not break the hold of Sea Dreamer's ferocity. Seer and Hergrim moved to help the master. A worn, sad voice stopped them. "Enough." It seemed to sough from the air. "I have no desire to cause such distress." Sea Dreamer fell back. Vane stiffened. Out of the stone of the mast, a figure began to form. Leaving its hiding place, it translated itself into human form. One of the Elohim. He wore a creamy and graceful robe, but it did not conceal the etched leanness of his limbs, the scar pallor of his skin. Under the unkempt silver sweep of his hair, his face was cut and marked with onerous perceptions. Around his yellow eyes, his sockets were as dark as old blood. Gasping inwardly, Linden recognized Findale the Appointed. As he took shape, he faced Sea Dreamer. "Your pardon," he said in a voice like habitual grief. "Miscomprehending the depth of your earth-sight, I sought to conceal myself from you. It was not my purpose to inspire such distrust, yet my sojourn through the seas to accompany you was slow and sorely painful to one who has been sent from his home in Elemesnadine. In seeking concealment I judged poorly, as the swiftness with which you have described me witnesses. Please accept that I intended no harm." Everyone on the foredeck stared at him, but no one replied. Linden was stricken dumb. Pitchwife she could not see. He was behind her, but Honenscrave's features reflected what she felt, and Sea Dreamer sat huddled on the deck, with his hands clamped over his face as if he had just beheld the countenance of his death. Only the Harochai betrayed no reaction. Findale appeared to expect no response. He shifted his attention to Vane. His tone tightened. "To you I say no." He pointed rigidly at the center of Vane's chest, and the muscles of his arms stood out like whipcord. "Whatever else you may do or think to do, that I will not suffer. I am appointed to this task, but in the name of no duty will I bear that doom." In answer, Vane grinned like a ghoul. A grimace deepened the erosion of Findale's mien. Turning his back on the demon-dim spawn, he moved stiffly forward to stand at the prow of the giant ship, gazing outward like a figurehead. Linden gaped after him for a moment, looked around at her companions. Honenscrave and Pitchwife were crouched beside Sea Dreamer. The other giants appeared too stunned to act. The Harochai watched Findale, but did not move. With a convulsion of will, she wrenched herself into motion. To the nearest crew member she rasped, "Call the first." Then she went after the Elohim. When she reached him, he glanced at her, gave her a perfunctory acknowledgment, but her presence made no impression on the old rue he had chosen to wear. She received the sudden impression that she was the cause of his distress, and that he meant to hide the fact from her at any cost. For no clear reason, she remembered that his people had expected the Sun Sage and Ring-Wielder to be the same person. At first, she could not find the words with which to accost him. But one memory brought back others, and with them came the rage of helplessness and betrayal she felt toward the Elohim. Findale had faced back toward the open sea. She caught hold of his shoulder, demanded his notice. Through her teeth she grated, "What in hell are you doing here?" He hardly seemed to hear her. His yellow eyes were vague with loss, as if in leaving Elemesnadine he had been torn out of himself by the roots. But he replied, "Sun Sage, I have been appointed to this task by my people, to procure, if I can, the survival of the earth. In the Clachan you were given no better answer, and I may not answer more clearly now. Be content with the knowledge that I intend no hurt." "No hurt?" she spat back at him. "You people have done nothing but hurt. You—" She stopped herself, nearly choking on visions of Covenant and Vane and Sea Dreamer. By God, if you don't come up with a better answer than that, I'll have you thrown overboard." Sun Sage. He spoke gently, but made no effort to placate her. "I regret the necessity of the ring-wielder's plight. For me it is a middle way, balancing hazard and safety. I would prefer to be spared entirely, but it boots nothing to rail against me. I have been appointed to stand among you, and no power accessible to you may drive me forth. Only he whom you name vain has it within him to expel me. I would give much that he should do so." He surpassed her. She believed him instinctively, and did not know what to do about it. "Vain?" she demanded. "Vain?" But she received no reply. Beyond the prow, the rough waves appeared strangely brittle in the odd, raw brilliance of the sunlight. Spray smacked up from the sides of the giant ship, and was torn apart by the contradictory winds. They winced back and forth across the deck, troubling her hair like gusts of prescience. Yet she made one more attempt to pierce the Elohim. Softly, vehemently, she breathed, "For the last time, I'm not the goddamn Sun Sage. You've been wrong about that from the beginning. Everything you're doing is wrong." His yellow gaze did not flinch. "For that reason, among many others, I am here." With an inward snarl, she swung away from him, and nearly collided with the hard, mail-clad form of the first. The swordmaid stood there with iron and apprehension in her eyes. In a voice like a quiet blade, she asked, "Does he speak truly? Do we lack all power against him?" Linden nodded. But her thoughts were already racing in another direction, already struggling for the self-command she required. She might prove Findale wrong, but she needed to master herself. Searching for a focal point, an anchorage against which to brace her resolve, she lifted her face to the first. "Tell me about your examination. In LMS Nadine, what did they do to you?" The first was taken aback by the unexpectedness, the apparent irrelevance of the question, but Linden held up her demand, and after a moment the first drew herself into a formal stance. "Pitchwife has spoken to you," she said flatly. "Yes." "Then perhaps you will comprehend that which befell me." With one hand she gripped the hilt of her falchion. The other she held straight at her side, as if to restrain it from impatience or protest. "In my testing," she said, "one of the Elohim came before me in the semblance of a giant. By some art he contrived to wear the lineaments and countenance of Pitchwife. But not my husband as I have known him. Rather, he was Pitchwife as he might have grown from a perfect birth, flawless of limb, tall and proud of stance, hale in every way which becomes a giant." Memory suffused her gaze, but her tone held its cutting edge. "He stood thus before me as Pitchwife should have been born and grown, so that the outward seeming well became the spirit I have learned to love." Pitchwife stood near her, listening with a crooked smile, but he did not try to express the things which shone in his orbs. The first did not waver. "At first I wept, but then I laughed. For all his cunning, that Elohim could not equal the joy which enlightens Pitchwife, my husband." A glint of hard humor touched her tone. The Elohim misliked my laughter, but he could not answer it, and so my examination was brought to a displeasurable ending for him. Pitchwife's whole face chortled, though he made no sound. A long shiver of recollection ran through Linden. Speaking half to the first, half to the discomfited sea and the acute sky, she said, "The only thing Daffin did to me was answer questions." Then she stepped past the giants, left their incomprehension behind as she made her way toward Food Fend-Hall and the under-decks, toward Covenant's cabin. The uncertainty of the Dromone's footing affected her balance. Starfare's gem moved with a tight slewing pace, veering and shaking its head at the unexpected force of the swells, but Linden caught herself against walls when she had to, or against Cale, and kept going. Maybe she had no power to extort the truth from Findale, but Covenant did. If she could somehow pierce the veil which covered his consciousness like a winding sheet, she was suddenly eager to make the attempt. She told herself that she was eager for his restitution. She wanted his companionship, his conviction. But she was thin-lipped and stiff with anger, and within her there was darkness stirring. At the door of Covenant's cabin, she met Bryn. He had come out to meet her. Stolidly, he barred her way. His distrust was tangible in the air of the companionway. Before Elimesnadine, he had never questioned her right of access to Covenant, but now he said bluntly, "Chosen, what is your purpose here?" She bit back a curse. Breathing deeply, in an effort to steady herself, she said, "We've got an Elohim aboard, in case you haven't heard. It's Findale. They sent him here for something, and there doesn't seem to be anything we can do about it. The only one of us who has that kind of power is Covenant. I'm going to try to reach him." Bryn glanced toward Cale as if he were asking Cale to vouch for her. Then he gave her a slight bow of acquiescence and opened the door. Glaring, she moved into the cabin, then watched him until he closed the door after her, leaving her alone with Covenant. There, for a moment, she hesitated, trying to muster her courage. But Covenant's featureless presence gripped her like a hand on the back of her neck. It compelled her to face him. He sat in a stone chair beside the small round table, as if he had been deliberately positioned there. His legs were straight, formally placed. He did not slouch. His forearms lay on his thighs, with his hands open and the palms laid bare. A tray on the table contained the remains of a meal. Apparently Bryn had been feeding the unbeliever, but Covenant was unaware of such things. His slack face confronted the empty air as if it were just another avatar of the emptiness within him. Linden groaned. The first time she had ever seen him, he had thrown open the door of his house like a hurling of vituperation, the fire and fever of his eyes barely restrained. His mouth had been as strict as a commandment. In spite of his exhaustion, he had been living the life he had chosen, and he had appeared to her strangely indomitable and pure. But now the definition of his features was obscured by the scruffy helplessness of his beard, and the gray which rattled the hair over his forehead gave him an appearance of caducity. The flesh of his face sagged as if he had lost all hope. His eyes were dry, lusterless as death. He looked like her father had looked when his last blood had fallen to the warped old floorboards of the attic. But Covenant still had pulse and respiration. Food and fluids sustained his life. When he uttered his refrain, as distinct as an augur, he seemed beneath all his loss to be aware of her, and terrified of what she meant to do to him. She would have to possess him, like a raver. The thought filled her mouth with acid revulsion, but she did not hesitate. She could feel paralysis crouching around her. The fear which had so often bereft her of will was imminent in every wrench of her heart, the fear of what she would become. Trembling, she pulled the other chair close to Covenant's knees, sat down, placed her hands in his flaccid grasp, as if even now he might preserve them from failure. Then she tried to open herself to his dead gaze. Again his darkness flooded into her, pouring through the conduit of her senses. There she saw the danger. Inspired by his passive slackness, his resemblance to futility, her old hunger rose up in her gorge. Instinctively she fought it, held herself in the outer twilight of his night, poised between consciousness and abandonment. But she could not look away from the fathomless well of his emptiness. Already she was able to perceive facets of his condition which were hidden from the outside. She saw to her surprise that the power which had silenced his mind had also stilled the venom in him. It was quiescent. He had sunk beyond its reach. Also, she saw the qualities which had made him pervious to the Elohim. They would not have been able to bereave him so deeply if he had not already been exposed to them by his native impulse to take all harm upon himself. From that source arose both his power and his defenselessness. It gave him a dignity which she did not know how to emulate. But her will had fallen into its familiar trap. There could be no right or valid way to enter him like this, to desecrate his integrity with her uninvited exigencies, and no right or bearable way to leave him in his plight, to let his need pass without succor. And because she could not resolve the contradiction, she had no answer to the dark, angry thing in the pit of her heart which came leaping up at the chance for power, Covenant's power, the chance to be a true arbiter of life and death. Fierce with hunger, she sprang down into him. Then the night bore her away. For a time it covered all the world. It seemed to stagger every firmament like a gale. Yet it was nothing like a gale. Winds had direction and timber. They were soft or strong, warm or chill. But his darkness was empty of anything which would have named it, given it definition. It was as lorn as the abysm between stars, yet it held no stars to chart its purpose. It filled her like Gibbon's touch, and she was helpless against it, helpless. Her father had thrown the key out the window, and she possessed no strength or passion that could call him back from death. The dark swept her around and down like a maelstrom, without movement or any other sensation except loss, and from its pit images began to emerge. A figure like an incarnation of the void came toward her across the desert. It was obscured by heat waves and hallucination. She could not see who it was. Then she could. Covenant. He struggled to scream, but had no mouth. Scales covered half his face. His eyes were febrile with self-loathing. His forehead was pale with the excruciation of his lust and abhorrence. Eagerness and dread complicated his gait. He moved like a cripple as he approached her, aimed himself at her heart. His arms had become snakes. They writhed and hissed from his shoulders, gaping to breathe and bite. The serpent heads, which had been his hands, brandished fangs as white as bone. She was caught. She knew that she should raise her hands, trying to defend herself, but they hung at her sides like mortality, too heavy to lift against the doom of those fangs. Surging forward, Covenant rose in front of her like all the failures and crimes and loves of her life. When his serpents struck, they knocked her away into another darkness altogether. Later, she felt that she was being strangled in massive coils. She squirmed and whimpered for release, unable to break free. Her failed hands were knotted in the blanket Cale had spread over her. The hammock constricted her movements. She wanted to scream and could not. Fatal waters filled her throat. The dimness of her cabin seemed as ruinous as Covenant's mind. But then, with a wrench, the fact of her surroundings penetrated her. This was her hammock, her cabin. The air was obscured with the dusk of dawn or evening, not the dark void into which she had fallen. The faintly remembered taste of diamond draught in her mouth was not the taste of death. The cabin appeared to lie canted around her like a house which had been broken from its foundations by some upheaval. When she felt the dromones pitching, she realized that Starfare's gem was listing heavily, causing her hammock to hang at an angle to the walls. She sensed the vibration of winds and seas through the hull of the giant ship. The dimness did not come from dawn or evening. It was the cloud-locked twilight of a storm. The storm was bad and becoming monstrous. Her mind was full of snakes. She could not wrestle free of them. But then a movement near the table took her attention. Peering through the gloom, she made out Cale. He sat in one of the chairs, watching her as if no inadequacy or even betrayal on her part could alter his duty toward her. Yet in the obscurity of the cabin, he looked as absolute as a figure of judgment, come to hold every count of her futility against her. "How long?" she croaked. The desert was still in her throat, defying the memory of diamond draught. She felt that time had passed, too much time, enough for everything to have recoiled against her. "Have I been out?" Cale rose to his feet. "A day and a night." In spite of his inflexibility, she clung to his dim visage, so that she would not slip back among the serpents. "Covenant?" The Haruchai shrugged fractionally. "The Lord's plight is unaltered." He might as well have said, "You have failed, if it was ever your purpose to succeed." Clumsily she left the hammock. She did not want to lie before him like a sacrifice. He offered to assist her, but she rejected his aid, lowered herself alone to the step-ladder, then to the floor, so that she could try to face him as an equal. "Of course I wanted to succeed." Fleeing from images of Covenant's mind, she went farther than she intended. "Do you blame me for everything?" His mien remained blank. "Those are your words." His tone was as strict as a reproof. "No Haruchai has spoken them." "You don't have to," she retorted, as if Covenant's plight had broken something in her chest. "You wear them on your face." Again Cale shrugged. "We are who we are. This protest skills nothing." She knew that he was right. She had no cause to inflict her self-anger on him as if it were his fault, but she had swallowed too much loathing, and she had failed in paralysis. She had to spit out some of the bile before it sickened her. "We are who we are." Pitchwife had said the same thing about the Elohim. "Naturally not," she muttered. God forbid that you might do or even think, much less be, anything wrong. Well, let me tell you something. Maybe I've done a lot of things wrong. Maybe I've done everything wrong." She would never be able to answer the accusation of her failures. "But when I had you sent out of Elamesnadine, when I let the Elohim do what they did to Covenant, I was at least trying to do something right." Cale gazed flatly at her, as if he did not mean to reply. But then he spoke, and his voice held a concealed edge. "That we do not question. Does not corruption believe altogether in its own rightness?" At that, Linden went cold with shock. Until now she had not perceived how deeply the Haruchai resented her decisions in Elamesnadine. Behind Cale's stolid visage, she sensed the presence of something fatal, something which must have been true of the Blood Guard as well. None of them knew how to forgive. Gripping herself tightly, she said, "You don't trust me at all." Cale's answer was like a shrug. "We are sworn to the Lord. He has trusted you." He did not need to point out that Covenant might feel differently if he ever recovered his mind. That thought had already occurred to her. In her bitterness she muttered, "He tried to. I don't think he succeeded." Then she could not stand any more. What reason did any of them have to trust her? The floor was still canted under her, and through the stones she felt the way Starfare's gem was battered by the waves. She needed to escape the confinement of her cabin, the pressure of Cale's masked hostility. Thrusting past him, she flung open the door and left the chamber. Impeded by the lurch of the giant ship's stride, she stumbled to the stairs, climbed them unsteadily to the afterdeck. When she stepped over the storm-sill, she was nearly blown from her feet. A predatory wind struck at the decks, clawed at the sails. Angry clouds frothed like breakers at the tips of the yards. As she struggled to a handhold on one of the ascents to the wheel-deck, spray lashed her face, springing like sharp rain from the passion of a dark and viscid sea. 12. Sea harm. There was no rain, just wind as heavy as torrents, and clouds which sealed the sea in a glower of twilight from horizon to horizon, and keen spray boiling off the crests of the waves like steam to sting like hail. The blast struck the giant ship at an angle, canting it to one side. Linden gasped for breath. As she fought her vision clear of spume, she was astonished to see giants in the rigging. She did not know how they could hold. Impossible that they should be working up there in the full blow of the storm. Yet they were working. Starfare's gem needed enough sail to give it headway, but if the spars carried too much canvas, any sudden shift or increase in the wind might topple the Dromond or simply drive it under. The crew members were furling the upper sails. They looked small and inconceivable against the hard, dark might of the storm, but slowly, tortuously, they fought the writhing canvas under control. High up on the foremast, a giant lost his hold, had to release the clew lines in order to save himself. Dawn Greeter was instantly torn away. Flapping wildly like a stricken albatross, it fluttered along the wind and out of sight. The other giants had better success. By degrees, Starfare's gem improved its stance, but towering seas still heaved at the vessel. Plunging across the trough of a wave, it crashed sideward up the next ragged and vicious slope, then dove again as if it meant to bury its prow in the bottom. Linden clutched the stairs to keep herself from being kicked overboard. She could not remain there. She feared that Starfare's gem was in danger for its life, that any increase in the storm might break the ship apart, and the storm was going to increase. She felt its fury concatenating in the distance. The Dromond rode the fringes of the blast. Its heart was drawing closer. This course would carry the giant ship into the worst of the violence. She had to warn Honensgrave. She tried to creep up onto the stairs, but the wind flung her hair against her face like a flail, sucked the air from her lungs, threatened to rend her away. An instant of panic flamed through her. Cale's arm caught her waist like a band of stone. His mouth came to her ear. "Seek shelter!" The wind ripped the words to pieces, making his shout barely audible. She shook her head urgently, tried to drive her voice through the blow. "Take me to the wheel-deck." He hesitated for a moment while he cast a look about him, estimating the dangers. Then he swung her up the stairs. She felt like a rag doll in his grasp. If he had been any ordinary man, they would both have been slashed overboard. But he was an Haruchai. Surging across the weight of the wind, he bore her to the wheel-deck. Only 3 giants were there, Hnonskrave, Gaelrath, and the first. The store's master stood at the great wheel, embracing it with both arms. Her muscles were knotted under the strain. Her feet were widely planted to brace herself. She looked like a granite monolith, capable of standing there and mastering Ship's Heart Thew until the sea and time broke Starfare's gem into rubble. Anchored by her weight and strength, the first remained still. The search was out of her hands. Under these conditions it belonged to the storm, and to Starfare's gem, and the Dromond belonged to Hnonskrave. He stood near Gaelrath, but all his attention was focused forward like a beacon, burning for the safety of his ship. The bony mass of his brows seemed to protect his sight. He bore himself as if he could see everything. His trenchant bellow pierced the wind, and the giants responded like a manifestation of his will. Step by arduous step, they fought sheets and shrouds and canvas, tuned Starfare's gem to endure the peril. Linden tried to shout, but the wind struck her in the teeth, stuffed her voice back down her throat. With a fervid gesture she directed Cale toward the master. "Hnonskrave!" She had to scream to make herself heard. "Change course! We're running right into the storm!" The import of her words snatched at his attention. Bending over her, he shouted, "That cannot be! This storm rises from the south. Riding as we do, we shall remain on its verge and be driven only scantly from our path." The south! She gaped at him, disbelieving that he could be wrong about such a thing. When she forced her vision in that direction, she saw he was not wrong. Her senses plainly discerned a cusp of violence there, though it was several leagues distant. Hnonskrave's present course would carry Starfare's gem around the fierce core of that storm. But look toward the northwest, verified what she had seen earlier. A hurricane crouched there, titanic and monstrous. The 2 storms were crowding together, with Starfare's gem between them. Every heave and crash of the Dromond's keel angled it closer to the savagery of the stronger blast. With a cry that seemed to tear her throat, she told Hnonskrave what she saw. Her news staggered him. He had never had a chance to see the hurricane. The first storm had taken hold of the giant ship before it entered the range of the second. Disaster loomed along the heading he had chosen, but he recovered swiftly. He was the master of Starfare's gem in every nerve and sinew. He sounded ready for any peril or mischance as he shouted, "What is your counsel?" Gritting herself, she tried to think, gauge the intersecting paths of the storms, estimate the effect they would have on each other. She was not adept at such visualizations. She was trained to map the insidious cunning of diseases, not the candid fury of gales. But she read them as best she could. "If we keep on this way," her chest ached at the strain of yelling, "we might be able to pass the one in the south, or the worst of it, before we get too far into the other one." Hnonskrave nodded his approval. The abutment of his forehead seemed proof against any storm. "But the other one," she concluded as if she were screaming, "it's terrible. If you have to choose, go south." "I hear you." His shout was flayed into spray and tatters. He had already turned to hurl his orders across the wind. His commands sounded as mad as the gale. Linden felt the hurricane ravening closer, always closer. Surely no vessel, especially one as heavy as the Dromond, could withstand that kind of fury. The wind was a shriek in the ratlines. She could see the masts swaying. The yards appeared to waver like outstretched arms groping for balance. The deck kicked and lurched. If Gaelrath did not weaken, the rudder might snap, leaving Starfare's gem at the mercy of the hungry seas. While Linden hesitated, the last sail left on the aftermast sprang suddenly into shreds and was gone, torn thread from thread. Its gear lashed the air. Instinctively she ducked her head, pressed herself against Cale's support. Yelling like ecstasy, Hnonskrave sent giants to replace the lost canvas. Linden pulled her face to the side of Cale's head, shouted, "Take me forward. I've got an idea." He nodded his understanding, and at once began to haul her toward a stairway, choosing the windward side rather than the lee, to keep as much of the tilted deck as possible between her and the seething rush of the sea. As they reached the stairs, she saw several giants, Pitchwife and others, hastening across the after deck, accompanied by Seer and Hergrim. They were stringing life-lines. When she and Cale gained the foot of the stairs, Pitchwife and Seer came slogging to join them. Blinking the spray from his eyes, Pitchwife gave her a grin. With a gesture toward the wheel deck, he shouted like a laugh, "Our Hunnensgrave is in his element, think you not?" Then he ascended the stairs to join his wife and the master. Linden's clothes were soaked. Her shirt stuck to her skin. Every gobbet of water the seas hurled at her seemed to slap into her bones. She had already begun to shiver. But the cold felt detached, impersonal, as if she were no longer fully inhabiting her body, and she ignored it. Then rain gushed out of the clouds. It filled the air as if every wave-cap had become foam, boiling up to put teeth into the wind. The ocean appeared to shrink around Starfare's gem, blinding all the horizons. Linden could barely see as far as Foodfend Hall. She spat curses, but the loud rain deafened her to her own voice. With so little visibility, how would Hunnensgrave know when to turn from the approaching hurricane? She struggled to the nearest lifeline, locked her fingers around it, then started to pull her way forward. She had an idea, but it might have been sane or mad. The gale rent away all distinctions. The afterdeck seemed as long as a battlefield. Spray and rain sent sheets of water pouring against her ankles, nearly sweeping her down the deck. At every plunge of the giant ship, she shivered like an echo of the tremors which ran along the Dramone's keel. The lifeline felt raw with cold, abrading her palms, yet she strove forward. She had failed at everything else. She could not bear to think that this simple task might prove beyond her strength. Seer went ahead to open the door of the housing. Riding an eddy of the storm, she pitched over the sill, stumbled to the floor. The two Haruchai slammed the door, and at once the air tensed as if pressure were building toward an explosion in Foodfend Hall, aggravated by the yammer and crash outside. For a moment of panic, she thought she heard pieces of the ship breaking away, but as she regained her breath, she realized that she was hearing the protestations of the mid-mast. In the lantern light, the shaft of the mast was plain before her, marked by engravings she had never studied. Perhaps they revealed the story of Starfare's gem's making, or of its journeys. She did not know. As she worked forward, the groans and creaks rose into a sharp keening. The spars high above her had begun to sing. She nearly fell again when Seer opened the door, letting the howl strike at her like a condor. But Cale braced her, helped her back out into the blast. At once the rain crashed down like thunder. She chose a lifeline anchored to the foremast. With the cable clamped under one arm so that it upheld her, she lowered her head and went on against the wind. A giant loomed ahead of her, following the lifeline aft. As they reached each other, she recognized Seven-Hand. She paused to let her pass, then shouted like an act of comradeship, "Such a storm! Were I less certain of our charting, I would believe that we had blundered unwitting into the Soul-Biter." She had no time to reply. Her hands burned with friction and cold. The cable wore at her side like a gall. She had to reach Findale. He alone, on Starfare's gem, had the power to avert the disaster of the advancing hurricane. At the foremast she rested briefly, standing so that the wind pressed her to the stone. In that position the torment of the mast thrummed acutely into her. The granite's vitality was being stressed mercilessly. For a moment the sensation filled her with dread, but when she thrust her percipience into the mast, she was reassured. Like Hunnensgrave, the Dromond was equal to this need. Starfare's gem might tilt and keen, but it was not about to break. Yet the heart of the hurricane was towering toward her like a mountain come to life, a dire colossus striding to stamp the giant ship down to its doom. Clinching a cable which ran in the direction of the prow, she went on. As she squinted through sheets of water as binding as cerements, she caught sight of Vane. The demon-dim spawn stood midway between the foremast and the prow, facing forward as if to keep watch on Findale. And he was as rigid as if the heaving surface under him were a stationary platform. Even the wind had no effect upon him. He might have been rooted to the stone. Findale became visible for a moment, then disappeared as the giant ship crashed into the trough of the seas and slammed its prow against the next wave. A deluge cut Linden's legs from under her. She barely kept her grip on the lifeline. Now she could only advance between waves. When Starfare's gem lifted its head, she wrestled forward a few steps. When the prow hit the next wave, as if the Dromond were being snatched into the deeps, she clung where she was and prayed that her grip and the cable would hold. But she moved by stages, and at last reached the railing. From there she had only a short way to go. The last part was the hardest. She was already quivering with cold and exhaustion, and the giant ship's giddy motion, throwing her toward and then yanking her away from the sea, left her hoarse with involuntary curses. At every downward crash, the force of the vessel's struggle hit her. The sheer effort of holding her breath for each inundation threatened to finish her. Several times she was only saved by the support of Cale's shoulder. Then she gained Findale's side. He glanced at her between plunges, and the sight of him stunned her. He was not wet. The wind did not ruffle his hair. The rain did not touch him. He emerged from every smash into the waves with dry raiment and clear eyes, as if he had tuned his flesh to a pitch beyond the reach of any violence of weather or sea. But his unscathed aspect confirmed her determination. He was a being of pure earth power, capable of sparing himself the merest contact with wind and spray. And what was any storm, if not earth power in another form, unbridled and savage, but still acting in accordance with the law of its nature? At the impact of the next wave, she ducked her head. The water pounded her, covered her face with her hair. When the dromone lifted again, she loosed one hand from the rail to thrust the sodden strands aside. Then she drove her voice at Findale. "Do something! Save us!" His pain-lined expression did not alter. He made no attempt to shout, but his words reached her as clearly as if the storm had been stricken dumb. The Elohim do not tamper with the life of the earth. There is no life without structure. We respect the workings of that structure in every guise. Structure, Linden thought. Law. They are who they are. Their might is matched by their limitations. Starfare's gem dove. She clung to the rail for her life. Chaos was death. Energy could not exist without constriction. If the lawless power of the sunbane grew too strong, it might unbind the very foundations of the earth. As the deluge swept past her, she tried again. "Then tell Hanenskrave what to do. Guide him." The Elohim seemed faintly surprised. Guide? But then he shrugged. Had he inquired, the question would have searched me. In such a case, where would my ethic lie? But it boots nothing now. The giant ship plunged again, yet Linden could hear him through the tumult of the water and the shrill wind. The time for such questions is lost. When the prow surfaced, she fought her sight clear, and saw what he meant. From out of the heart of the hurricane came rushing a wall of water as high as the first spars of the giant ship. It was driven by wind, a wind so savage and tremendous that it dwarfed everything else, a wind which turned every upreaching sea to steam, sheared off the crest of every wave, so that the ocean under it mounted and ran like a flow of dark magma. Starfare's gem lay almost directly athwart the wall. Linden stared at it in a seizure of dread. In the last pause before the onslaught, she heard Hanenskrave roaring faintly, "Ward!" Then his shout was effaced by the wild stentorian rage of the wind, howling like the combined anguish and ferocity of all the damned. As the wall hit, she lunged at Findale, trying to gain his help, or take him with her. She did not know which. The impact of the great wave ended all differences, but her hands seemed to pass through him. She got one last clear look at his face. His eyes were yellow with grief. Then the starboard side of the giant ship rose like an orogenic upthrust, and she fell toward the sea. She thought that surely she would strike the port rail. She flailed her arms to catch hold of it, but she was pitched past it into the water. The sea slammed at her with such force that she did not feel the blow, did not feel the waters close over her. At the same moment, something hard snagged her wrist, wrenched her back to the surface. She was already 10 or 15 feet from the ship. Its port edge was submerged. The entire foredeck loomed over her. It stood almost vertically in the water, poised to fall on her, crush her between stone and sea. But it did not fall. Somehow Starfare's gem remained balanced on its side, with nearly half of its port decks under water, and Cale did not let her go. His right hand held her wrist at the farthest stretch of his arm. His ankles were grasped by Seer, also fully outstretched. Vain anchored the Haruchai. He still stood as if he were rooted to the deck, with his body at right angles to the stone, nearly parallel to the sea, but he had moved down the deck, positioned himself almost to the waterline. At the end of his reach, he held Seer's ankles. He did not trouble to raise his head to find out if Linden were safe. Heaving against the rush of water, Seer hauled Cale closer to the deck, and Cale dragged Linden after him. Together the Haruchai contracted their chain until Cale could grip Vane's wrist with his free hand. The demon dim spawn did nothing to ease their task, but when both Cale and Seer were clinched to him, holding Linden between them, he released Seer's ankles. Then the Haruchai bore her up Vane's back to the deck. Braced against his rigid ankles, they gave her a chance to draw breath. She had swallowed too much water. She was gagging on salt. A spasm of coughing knotted her guts, but when it loosened, she found that she could breathe more easily than before the great wave struck. Lying on its side, Starfare's gem formed a lee against the wind. The turbulence of the blast's passage pounded the sea beyond the ship, so that the surface frothed and danced frenetically, but the decks themselves lay in a weird calm. As she caught her breath, the Dramone's plight struck her like a hand of the gale. On every level of her senses, the granite vessel burned with strain. It radiated pain like a racked animal caught in the unanswerable snare of the blast. From stem to stern, mast top to keel, all the stone was shrill with stress, tortured by pressures which its makers could not have conceived. Starfare's gem had fallen so far onto its side that the tips of its spars nearly touched the water. It lay squarely across the wind, and the wild storms swept it over the ocean with terrifying speed. If there had been any waves, the Dramone would certainly have foundered. But in that at least the vessel was fortunate, for the titanic gale crushed everything into one long, flat, and seething rush. Yet the giant ship hung only inches from capsizing. Had the great weight of its masts and yards not been counterbalanced by its enormous keel, it would already have plunged to its death. In a way, the sheer force of the wind had saved the ship. It had instantly stripped the remaining canvas to ribbons, thus weakening the thrust of its turbulence against the masts. But still the vessel's poised survival was as fragile as an old bone. Any shift of the Dramone's position in the wind, any rise of the gale or surge of the sea, would be enough to snap that balance, and every increase in the amount of water Starfare's gem shipped threatened to drag it down. Giants must have been at the pumps, but Linden did not know how they could possibly keep pace with the torrents that poured in through the hatches and ports, the broken doors of Foodfend Hall. The wind's fury howled at the hull, as if it meant to chew through the stone to get at her. And that sound, the incisive ululation and shriek of air blasting past the moire granite, ripped across the grain of her mind like the teeth of a saw. She did not realize that she was grinding her own teeth until the pain began to feel like a wedge driven between the bones of her skull. For a terrible moment, the ship's peril blanked everything else out of her. But then her heart seemed to come alive with a wrench, and implications of panic shot through her. Grabbing at Cale, she cried over the ferocious background of the wind, "Covenant!" His cabin was to port below the wheel deck. It must be under water. He would not be able to save himself from the sea as it rushed in through riven hatches, ruptured portholes, doors burst from their moorings. He would sit there helpless and empty while he drowned. But Cale replied, "Bryn was forewarned. The Lord is safe." "Safe, good Christ!" Clinging to that hope, she shouted, "Take me to him!" Seer turned, called a hail up the deck. A moment later a giant near the foremast threw down the end of a rope. The two Haruchai caught it, knotted it around Linden's waist, then gripped it themselves as the giant drew them all up the steep stone. Vane remained where he was, as if he were content to watch the sea speeding within arm's reach of his face. For the present, at least, he had satisfied his purpose. The black rigor of his back said plainly that he cared for nothing else. When the giant had pulled Linden and the Haruchai up to him, he snatched her into a fervid hug. He was Mistweave, and the fear he had felt for her trembled in his thews. Over her shoulder he shouted praise and thanks to the Haruchai. His giantish embrace tasted impossibly secure in the gale. But she could not bear to be delayed. The Dromond hung on the verge of destruction. "Where's Covenant?" she yelled. Carefully, Mistweave set her down, then pointed away aft. "The master gathers the crew above the aftermast. Covenant, giant friend, is there. I go to assist at the pumps." The Harochai nodded their comprehension. Mistweave tore himself away, scrambled to a hatch which gave access to the underdecks, and disappeared. Holding Linden between them, Cale and Seer began to move toward Foodfend Hall. Cautiously navigating the lifelines, they brought her to the upper door. Within the housing, they found that the giants had strung more cables, enabling them to cross the wreckage to the afterdeck. One lantern still hung at a crazy angle from the midmast, and its wan light revealed the broken litter of tables and benches which lay half submerged in the lower part of the hall. The destruction seemed like a blow struck at the very heart of the giants, at their love of communal gathering. But the Harochai did not delay to grieve over the damage. Firmly they bore Linden out to the afterdeck. Most of her other shipmates were there, perched in various attitudes along the starboard rail above the mast. Through the clenched twilight, she could see more than a score of giants, including Pitchwife, the First, Sea Dreamer, and Hunnensgrave. Pitchwife shouted a relieved welcome to her, but she hardly heard him. She was hunting for a glimpse of Covenant. After a moment she located the unbeliever. He was partially hidden by Sea Dreamer's protective bulk. Bryn and Hergrim were braced on either side of him, and he hung slack between them, as if all his bones had been broken. Seer and Cale took Linden up a lifeline to one of the cables which ran the length of the afterdeck, 8 or 10 paces below the railing, lashed there to permit movement back and forth, and to catch anyone who might fall. In the arrangement of the lines, she recognized Hunnensgrave's meticulous concern for his crew, the life of his ship. He was busy directing the placement of more cables so that his people would be enclosed in a network of supports. As she was brought near Covenant, his presence gave her a false energy. She took hold of the arm Sea Dreamer extended toward her, moved like brachiation from him to Bryn and the railing. Then she huddled beside Covenant, and at once began to explore him for injuries or deterioration. He was nearly as wet as she, and automatic shivers ran through him, like an egg in the marrow of his bones. But in other ways he was as well as the Elohim had left him. His eyes stared as if they had lost the capability of focus. His mouth hung open. Water bedraggled his beard. When she examined him, he repeated his warning almost inaudibly against the background of the wind, but the words meant nothing to him. Weakened by relief and pain, she sagged at his side. The First and Pitchwife were nearby, watching for her verdict on Covenant's state. Linden shook her head, and Pitchwife winced, but the First said nothing. She held herself as if the absence of any bearable foe cramped her muscles. She was a trained warrior, but the giant ship's survival depended on seacraft, not swords. Linden met the First's gaze and nodded. She knew how the swordman felt. Looking around the Dromond, she was appalled to see that Gaelrath still stood at ship's hearth thew. Locked between the stone spokes of the wheel and the deck, the storesmaster held her place with the stolid intransigence of a statue. At first, Linden did not understand why Gaelrath stayed in a place of such exposure and strain, or why the master allowed anyone to remain there. But then her thinking clarified. The Dromond still needed its rudder to maintain its precarious balance. In addition, if the wind shifted forward, Gaelrath might be able to turn Starfare's gem perpendicular to the blast again. For the giant ship would surely sink if any change sent its prow even slightly into the wind, and if the gale shifted aft, she might have a chance to turn away. With the storm at its back, Starfare's gem might be able to rise and run. Linden did not know how even a giant's thews could stand the strain Gaelrath endured, but the blunt woman clung like hard hope to her task and did not let go. At last Hunnensgrave finished setting his lifelines. Swarming from cable to cable, he climbed to join the First and Pitchwife near Linden. As he moved, he shouted encouragements and jests to the hunched shapes of his crew. Pitchwife had described him accurately. He was in his element. His oaken shoulders bore the Dromond's plight as if the burden were light to him. Reaching Linden's proximity, he called, "Be not daunted, chosen. Starfare's gem will yet redeem us from this storm." She was no match for him. His fortitude only underscored her apprehension. Her voice nearly broke as she returned, "How many have we lost?" "Lost?" His reply pierced the blind ferocity of the hurricane. "None. Your forewarning prepared us. All are here. Those you see not I have sent to the pumps." As he spoke, Linden became aware that bursts of water were slashing away from the side of the ship above her, boiling into mist and darkness as the wind tore them from the pump holes. "Those to port we cannot employ, but those to starboard we have linked across the holes. Seven-Hand, who commands below, reports that his crew keeps pace. We endure, Chosen. We will survive." She groped for a share of his faith and could not find it. "Maybe we should abandon ship." He gaped at her. She heard the folly of her words before he responded. "Do you wish to chance this sea in a longboat?" Helplessly she asked, "What are you going to do?" "Not," he returned in a shout like a challenge. "While this gale holds, we are too precarious. But when the change comes, as come it must, then perhaps you will see that the giants are sailors, and Starfare's gem a ship, to make the heart proud. Until that time, hold faith. Stone and sea, do you not comprehend that we are alive?" But she was no longer listening to him. The imponderable screech and yowl of the blast seemed to strike straight at Covenant. He was shivering with cold. His need was poignant to her, but she did not know how to touch him. Her hands were useless, so deeply chilled that she could hardly curl them into fists. Slow blood oozed from several abrasions on her palms, formed in viscid drops between her fingers. She paid no attention to it. Later, large bowls of diamond draught were passed among the companions. The giantish liquor reduced her weakness somewhat, enabling her to go on clinging for her life. But still she did not raise her head. She could not think why Vane had saved her. The force of the storm felt like an act of malice. Surely if the demon-dim spawn had not saved her, the blast would have been appeased. Her health sense insisted that the hurricane was a natural one, not a manifestation of deliberate evil. But she was so badly battered by the wind's violence and the cold, so eroded by her fear, that she no longer knew the difference. They were all going to die, and she had not yet found a way to give Covenant back his mind. Later still, night effaced the last illumination. The gale did not abate. It appeared to have blown out the stars. Nothing but a few weak lanterns, one near gale wrath, the rest scattered along the upper edge of the afterdeck, reduced the blackness. The wind went on reaping across the sea with a sound as shrill as a scythe. Through the stone came the groaning of the masts as they protested against their moorings, the repetitive thud and pound of the pumps. All the crew members took turns below, but their best efforts were barely enough to keep pace with the water. They could not lessen the great salt weight which held Starfare's gem on its side. More diamond draught was passed around. The day had seemed interminable. Linden did not know how she could face the night and stay sane. By degrees, her companions sank into themselves as she did. Dismay covered them like the night, soaked into them like the cold. If the wind shifted now, gale wrath would have no forewarning. In the distant light of her lantern she looked as immobile as stone, no longer capable of the reactions upon which the Dromond might depend. Yet Honnensgrave sent no one to relieve her. Any brief uncertainty while Ship's-Heart Thew changed hands might cause the vessel to founder, and so the giants who were not at the pumps had no other way to fight for their lives except to cling and shiver. Eventually even the master's chaffering could not rouse them to hope or spirit. They crouched against the rail, with the black sea running almost directly below them, and waited like men and women who had been sentenced to death. But Honnensgrave did not leave them alone. When his guyings and jollyings became ineffective, he shouted unexpectedly, "Ho, Pitchwife! The somnolence of these giants abashes me. In days to come they will hang their heads to hear such a tale told of them. Grant us a song to lift our hearts, that we may remember who we are." From a place near her, Linden heard the first mutter mordantly, "Aye, Pitchwife, grant them a song. When those who are whole falter, those who are halt must bear them up." But Pitchwife did not appear to hear her. "Master," he replied to Honnensgrave with a frantic laugh, "I have been meditating such a song. It may not be kept silent, for it swells in my heart, becoming too great for any breast to contain. Behold!" With a lugubrious stagger, he let himself fall down the deck. When he hit the first lifeline, it thrummed under his weight, but held. Half reclining against the line, he faced upward. "It will boon me to sing this song for you." Shadows cast by the lanterns made his misshapen face into a grimace, but his grin was unmistakable, and as he continued, his humor became less forced. "I will sing the song which Bagun sang in the aftermath of his taming by his spouse in Harridan, that many-legended odalisque Thelma Two-Fist." The power of his personal mirth drew a scattering of wan cheers and ripostes from the despondent giants. Striking a pose of exaggerated melancholy, he began. He did not actually sing. He could not make a singing voice audible. But he delivered his verses in a pitched, rhythmic shout, which affected his listeners like music. "My love has eyes which do not glow. Her loveliness is somewhat formed askew, with blemishes which number not a few, and pouting lips or teeth not in a row. Her limbs are dowdier than mine, and what I do not please to give, she takes. Her hair were better kempt with hoes and rakes. Her kiss tastes less of diamond draught than brine. Her odorescence gives me ill. Her converse is by wit or grace unlit. Her raiment would become her, if it fit. So think of me with rue, I love her still." It was a lengthy song, but after a moment Linden was distracted from it. Faintly she heard the first, murmuring to herself, clearly unaware that anyone could hear her. "Therefore do I love you, pitchwife," she said into the wind and the night. "In sooth, this is a gift to lift the heart. Husband, it shames me that I do not equal your grace." In a beneficial way, the deformed giant seemed to shame all the crew. To answer his example, they stirred from their disconsolation, responded to each other as if they were coming back to life. Some of them were laughing, others straightened their backs, tightened their grips on the railing, as if by so doing they could better hear the song. Instinctively Linden roused herself with them. Their quickening emanations urged her to shrug off some of her numbness. But when she did so, her percipients began to shout at her. Behind the restoration of the giants rose a sense of peril. Something was approaching the giant ship, something malefic and fatal. It had nothing to do with the storm. The storm was not evil. This was. "Chosen?" Cale asked. Distinctly, Covenant said, "Don't touch me." She tried to rise to her feet. Only Cale's swift intervention kept her from tumbling toward Pitchwife. "Jesus!" She hardly heard herself. The darkness and the gale deafened her. "It's going to attack us here." The first swung toward her. "Attack us?" As Linden cried out, "That raver!" the assault began. Scores of long, dark shapes seethed out of the water below the aftermast. They broke through the reflections of the lanterns, started to wriggle up the steep stone. As they squirmed upward, they took light. The air seemed to ignite them in fiery red. Burning with crimson internal heat like fire serpents, they attacked the deck, swarming toward Covenant and Linden. Eels! Immense numbers of them. They were not on fire, shed no flame. Rather, they radiated a hot red malice from their snake-like forms. Driven by the lust of the raver in them, they shone like incandescent blood as they climbed. They were as large as Linden's arm. Their gaping teeth flashed light as incisive as razors. The first yelled a warning that fled without echo into the wind. The leading eels reached the level of the mast, but Linden could not move. The sheer force of the raver's presence held her. Memories of Gibbon and Marad burned in her guts, and a black yearning answered, jumping within her like wild glee. Power, the part of her that desired possession and ravers, lusted for the sovereign strength of death, lashed against her conscious loathing, her vulnerable and deliberate rejection of evil, and the contradiction locked her into immobility. She had been like this in the woods behind Haven Farm, when Lord Fowl had looked out of the fire at her, and she had let Covenant go down alone to his doom. Yet that threat to him had finally broken her fear, sent her running to his rescue, and the eels were coming for him now, while he was entirely unable to defend himself. Stung by his peril, her mind seemed to step back, fleeing from panic, into her old professional detachment. Why had Fowl chosen to attack now, when the Elohim had already done Covenant such harm? Had the Elohim acted for reasons of their own, without the despiser's knowledge or prompting? Had she been wrong in her judgment of them? If Lord Fowl did not know about Covenant's condition— Hergrim, Seer, and the first had already started downward to meet the attack, but Pitchwife was closer to it than anyone else. Quickly he slipped below his lifeline to the next cable. Bracing himself there, he bent and scooped up an eel to crush it. As his hand closed, a discharge of red power shot through him. The blast etched him distinct and crimson against the dark sea. With a scream in his chest, he tumbled down the deck, struck heavily against the base of the mast. Sprawled precariously there, he lay motionless, barely breathing. More eels crawled over his legs, but since he was still, they did not unleash their fire into him. Hergrim slid in a long dive down to the stricken giant. At once he kicked 3 eels away from Pitchwife's legs. The creatures fell writhing back into the sea, but their power detonated on Hergrim's foot, sent him into convulsions. Only the brevity of the blast saved his life. He retained scarcely enough control over his muscles to knot one fist in the back of Pitchwife's sark, the other on a cleat of the mast. Twitching and jerking like a wild man, he still contrived to keep himself and Pitchwife from sliding farther. Every spasm threatened to bring either him or the giant into contact with more of the creatures. Then the first reached the level of the assault. With her feet planted on the deck, a lifeline across her belly, she poised her broadsword in both fists, her back and shoulders bunched like a shout of fear and rage for Pitchwife. The first's jeopardy snatched Linden back from her detachment. Desperately she howled, "No!" She was too late. The first scythed her blade at the eels closest to her feet. Power shot along the iron, erupted from her hands into her chest. Fire formed a corona around her. Red static sprang from her hair. Her sword fell. Plunging in a shower of sparks, it struck the water with a sharp hiss and disappeared. She made no effort to catch it. Her stunned body toppled over the lifeline. Below her the water seethed with malice as more eels squirmed up the deck into air and fire. Seer barely caught her. Reading the situation with celerity bordering on prescience, he had taken an instant to knot a rope around his waist. As the first fell, he threw the rope to the nearest crew member and sprang after her. He snagged her by the shoulder. Then the giant pulled on the rope, halting Seer and the first just above the waterline. "Don't move them!" Linden shouted instantly. "She can't take any more." The first lay still. Seer held himself motionless. The eels crawled over them as if they were a part of the deck. With a fierce effort, Hergrim fought himself under command. He steadied his limbs, stopped jerking Pitchwife, a heartbeat before more eels began slithering over the two of them. Linden could hardly think. Her friends were in danger. Memories of Revelstone and Gibbon pounded at her. The presence of the raver hurt her senses, appalled every inch of her flesh. In Revelstone, the conflict of her reactions to that ill power had driven her deep into a catatonia of horror. But now she let the taste of evil pour through her, and fought to concentrate on the creatures themselves. She needed a way to combat them. Sea Dreamer's reflexes were swifter. Tearing Covenant from Bryn's grasp, he leaped down to the first cable, then began hauling himself toward Foodfend Hall. Bryn went after him as if to retrieve the Urlord from a giant who had gone mad. But almost immediately Sea Dreamer's purpose became clear. As the giant conveyed Covenant forward, the eels turned in that direction, writhing to catch up with their prey. The whole thrust of the attack shifted forward. Soon Seer and the first were left behind, and a moment later Pitchwife and Hergrim were out of danger. At once the giant holding Seer's rope heaved the Haruchai and the first upward. Honenscrave skidded under the lifelines to the mast, took Pitchwife from Hergrim's damaged grasp. But the eels still came, raver-driven to hurl themselves at Covenant. Shortly, Sea Dreamer had traversed the cable to its mooring near the rail at the edge of Foodfend Hall. There he hesitated, looked back at the pursuit. But he had no choice. He had committed himself, was cornered now between the housing and the rail. The nearest creatures were scant moments from his feet. As Bryn caught up with him, Sea Dreamer grabbed the Haruchai by the arm, pulled him off his feet in a deft arc up to the canted roof. He landed just within the ship's lee below the mad gale. Almost in the same motion, Sea Dreamer planted one foot atop the railing and leaped after Bryn. For an instant the wind caught him, tried to hurl him out to sea, but his weight and momentum bore him back down to the roof. Beyond the edge of Foodfend Hall, he dropped out of Linden's view. Then he appeared again as he stretched out along the midmast. He held Covenant draped over his shoulder. In spite of the fearsome risks he took, Linden's courage lifted. Perhaps the wall of the housing would block the eels, but the creatures had not been daunted by the steep slope of the deck, and now they began to squirm up the side of Foodfend Hall, clinging to the flat stone with their bellies. As their fire rose, it came between her and the darkness at the mast, effacing Sea Dreamer and Covenant from her sight. At Hunandscrave's command, several giants moved to engage the eels. They fought by using lengths of hawser as whips, and had some success. Discharges of power expended themselves by incinerating the ropes did not reach the hands of the giants. Many eels were killed by the force of the blows, but the creatures were too numerous, and the giants were slowed by their constant need for more rope. They could not clear their way to the wall, could not prevent scores of fire serpents from scaling upward, and more eels came surging incessantly out of the sea. Soon Sea Dreamer would be trapped. Already creatures were wriggling onto the roof. Urgency and instinct impelled Linden into motion. In a flash of memory, she saw Covenant standing, valiant and desirable, within the Ka'amora he had created for the dead of the Grieve, protected from the bonfire by wild magic. Fire against fire. Bracing herself on Kale, she snatched at the lantern hanging from the rail above her head. Though she was weak with cold and off balance, she turned, hurled the lantern toward Foodfend Hall. It fell short of the red bright wall, but when it hit the deck, it broke, and oil spattered over the nearest eels. Instantly they burst into flame. Their own power became a conflagration which consumed them. Convulsed in their death throes, they fell back to the water and hissed their dying away into the dark. Linden tried to shout, but Hunandscrave was quicker. "Oil!" he roared. "Bring more oil!" In response, Seer and two of the giants hurtled toward a nearby hatchway. Other crew members grabbed for the remaining lanterns. Hunandscrave stopped them. "We will need the light." Sea Dreamer, Covenant, and Bryn were visible now in the advancing glare of the eels. Sea Dreamer stood on the mast, with Covenant over his shoulder. As the eels hastened toward him, he retreated up the mast. It was a treacherous place to walk, curved, festooned with cables, marked with belaying cleats, but he picked his way up the slope, his eyes fixed on the eels. His gaze echoed mad determination to their fire. In the garish illumination he looked heavy and fatal, as if his weight alone would be enough to topple Starfare's gem. Between him and the attack stood Bryn. The Harochai followed Sea Dreamer, facing the danger like the last guardian of Covenant's life. Linden could not read his face at that distance, but he must have known that the first blow he struck would also be the last. Yet he did not falter. Seer and the two giants had not returned. Measuring the time by her ragged breathing, Linden believed that they were already too late. Too many eels had gained the roof, and still more continued to rise out of the sea as if their numbers were as endless as the malevolence which drove them. Abruptly, Sea Dreamer stumbled into the turbulence beyond the lee of the ship. The gale buffeted him from his feet, almost knocked him off the mast, but he dropped down to straddle the stone with his legs, and his massive thighs held him against the blast. Light reflected from the scar under his eyes, as if his visage were afire. Covenant dangled limp and insensate from his shoulder. The creatures were halfway up the mast to him. Between him and death stood one weaponless Harochai. Raging with urgency, Hunandscrave shouted at his brother. Sea Dreamer heard, understood. He shifted the unbeliever so that Covenant lay cradled in his thighs. Then he began to unbind the shrouds around him. When he could not reach the knots or not untie them swiftly enough, he snapped the lines like string, and as he worked or broke them free, he passed the pieces to Bryn. Thus armed, the Harochai advanced to meet the eels. Impossibly poised between caution and extravagance, he struck at the creatures, flailing them with his rough-made quirts. Some of the pieces were too short to completely spare him from hot harm, but somehow he retained his control and fought on. When he had exhausted his supply of weapons, he bounded back to Sea Dreamer to take the ones the giant had ready for him. From Linden's distance, Covenant's defenders looked heroic and doomed. The mast's surface limited the number of eels which could approach simultaneously, but Bryn's supply of quartz was also limited by the amount of line within Sea Dreamer's reach. That resource was dwindling rapidly, and no help could reach them. Frantically, Linden gathered herself to shout at Hunandscrave, "Tell him to throw more rope to Sea Dreamer." But at that moment Seer returned. Gripping a large pouch like a wineskin under his arm, he dashed out from under the wheel-deck, sprang to the nearest lifeline. With all his Harochai alacrity, he sped forward. Behind him came the two giants. They moved more slowly because they each carried two pouches, but they made all the haste they could. Hunandscrave sent his crew scrambling out of Seer's path. As he rushed forward past the aftermast, Seer unstopped his pouch. Squeezing it under his arm, he spouted a dark stream of oil to the stone below him. Oil slicked the deck, spread its sheen downward. When the oil met the eels, the deck became a sheet of flame. Fire spread, burning so rapidly that it followed Seer's spout like hunger. It ignited the eels, cast them onto each other to multiply the ignition. In moments, all the deck below him blazed. The raver's creatures were wiped away by their own conflagration. But hundreds of them had already gained the wall and roof of the housing, and now the crew's access to Sandhold was blocked. Fire alone would not have stopped the giants, but the oil made the deck too slippery to be traversed. Until it burned away, no help could try to reach Seedreamer and Bryn, except along the cable Seer used. They had only scant moments left. No more line lay within Seedreamer's reach. He tried to slide himself toward the first spar, where the shrouds were plentiful, but the effort took him farther into the direct turbulence of the gale. Before he had covered half the distance, the blast became too strong for him. He had to hunch over Covenant, cling to the stone with all his limbs, in order to keep the two of them from being torn away into the night. Seer's pouch was emptied before he gained Sandhold. He was forced to stop. No one could reach the housing. Hunenscrave barked commands. At once, the nearer oil-laden giant stopped, secured her footing, then threw her pouches forward, one after the other. The first flew to the master as he positioned himself immediately behind Seer. The second arced over them to hit and burst against the edge of the roof. Oil splashed down the wall. Flames cleared away the eels. Rapidly, the surviving remnant of the attack was erased from the afterdeck. Hunenscrave snapped instructions at Seer. Seer ducked around behind the giant, climbed his back like a tree, while Hunenscrave crossed the last distance to the wall. From the master's shoulders, Seer leaped to the roof, then turned to catch the pouch Hunenscrave tossed upward. Flames leaped as Seer began spewing oil at the eels. With a lunge, Hunenscrave caught at the edge of the roof. In spite of the oil, his fingers held, defying failure, as he flipped himself over the eaves. Giants threw the last two pouches up to him. Clutching one by the throat in each hand, he crouched under the gale and followed Seer. Linden could not see what was happening. Sandhold blocked the base of the mast from her view, but the red flaring across Bryn's flat visage as he retreated was the crimson of eel light, not the orange and yellow of flames. A moment later, his retreat carried him into the grasp of the wind. He tottered. With all his strength and balance, he resisted, but the hurricane had him, and its savagery was heightened by the way it came boiling past the lee of the roof. He could not save himself from falling. He lashed out at the eels as he dropped. Simultaneously, he pitched himself back toward Seedreamer. His blow struck an attacker away. Its power outlined him against the night like a lightning burst of pain. Then a pouch flashed into view, cast from Seer or Hunenscrave to Seedreamer. Fighting the wind, Seedreamer managed to raise his arms, catch the oilskin. Pumping the pouch under his elbow, he squeezed a gush of oil down the mast. The eel light turned to fire. Flames immersed the mast, fell in burning gouts of oil and blazing creatures toward the sea. Linden heard a scream that made no sound. Yowling in frustration, the raver fled. Its malefic presence burst and vanished, freeing her like an escape from suffocation. The illumination of eels and oil revealed Bryn. He hung from one of Seedreamer's ankles, twitching and capering helplessly, but in spite of seizures and wind which tossed him from side to side like a puppet, his grip held. The oil burned away rapidly. Already the after-deck had relapsed into the darkness of the storm, night assuaged only by a few faint lanterns. Seer and Hunenscrave were soon able to ascend the mast. Moored by a rope to Hunenscrave, Seer hung below the mast and swung himself outward until he could reach Bryn. Hugging his kinsman, he let Hunenscrave haul the two of them back to relative safety. Then the master went to aid his brother. With Covenant supported between them, a link more intimate and binding than birth, Hunenscrave and Seedreamer crept down out of the wind. Linden could hardly believe that they had survived, that the raver had been defeated. She felt at once faint with relief and exhaustion, fervid to have Covenant near her again, to see if he had been harmed. He and his rescuers were out of sight beyond the edge of Sandhold. She could not bear to wait. But she had to wait. Struggling for self-possession, she went to examine Pitchwife, the first, and Hergrim. They were recovering well. The two stricken giants appeared to have suffered no lingering damage. The first was already strong enough to curse the loss of her sword, and Pitchwife was muttering as if he were bemused by the foolhardiness with which he had charged the eels. Their giantish immunity to burns had protected them. Beside them, Hergrim seemed both less and more severely hurt. He had not lost consciousness, his mind had remained clear, but the twitching of his muscles was slow to depart. Apparently his resistance to the eel blast had prolonged its effect upon him. His limbs were steady for the most part, but the corners of his face continued to wince and tick like an exaggerated display of trepidation. Perhaps, Linden thought, as if his grimacing were an augury, perhaps the raver had not been defeated. Perhaps it had simply learned enough about the condition of Covenant and the quest, and had gone to inform Lord Fowle. Then she turned to meet the return of Seer and Bryn, Honensgrave and Seedreamer, with the unbeliever. They came carefully along the lifelines. Like Hergrim, Bryn suffered from erratic muscular spasms, but they were receding. Seedreamer was sorely weary after his struggles, but his solid form showed no other hurt. Honensgrave carried Covenant. At the sight, Linden's eyes filled with tears. She had never been able to control the way her orbs misted and ran at any provocation, and now she did not try. Covenant was unchanged, as empty of mind or will as an abandoned crypt, but he was safe. Safe. When the master set him down, she went to him at once. Though she was unacquainted with such gestures, perhaps had no right to them, she put her arms around him, and did not care who saw the fervor of her embrace. But the night was long and cold, and the storm still raved like all fury incarnate. Starfare's gems skidded in a mad rush along the seas, tenuously poised between life and death. There was nothing anybody could do except clinch survival and hope. In the bone-deep shivers which racked her, the weariness which enervated her limbs so thoroughly that even diamond draught scarcely palliated it, Linden was surprised to find that she was as capable of hope as the giants. Their spirit seemed to express its essence in Honensgrave, who bore the command of the ship as if Starfire's gem itself were indomitable. At Ship's Heart Thew, Gaelrath no longer appeared too frozen by duty to meet the strain. Rather, her great arms gripped the spokes as if she were more indefeasible than the very storm. Bryn and Hergrim had recovered their characteristic imperviousness. The Dromond lived. Hope was possible. Yet, when dawn came at last, Linden had fallen so far into bare, knotted endurance that the sun took her by surprise. Stupefied by exhaustion, she did not know which astonished her more, the simple return of day, unlooked for after the interminable battery of that night, or the fact that the sky was free of clouds. She could hardly credit her eyes. Covered by the vessel's lee, she had not noticed that the rain had stopped sometime during the night. Now the heavens macerated from purple to blue, as the sun appeared almost directly behind the giant ship's stern. The clouds were gone as if they had been worn away by the incessant tearing of the wind, and yet the gale continued to blow, unabated and unappeased. Blinking weakly, she scanned her companions. They looked unnaturally distinct in the clear air, like men and women who had been whetted by stress to a keener edge, a sharper existence. Their apparel was rimed and crusted with salt. It marked their faces like the desiccated masks of their mortality, drifted in powder from the opening and closing of hands, the bending of arms, the shifting of positions. Yet they moved. They spoke hoarsely to each other, flexed the cramps out of their muscles, cast raw, engaging glances at the sea. They were alive. Linden took an inventory of the survivors to assure herself that no one had been lost. The stubborn thudding of the pumps gave her an estimate of the giants who were below, and that number completed her count. Swallowing at the bitter salt in her throat, she asked Cale if anyone had seen Vane or Findale. He replied that Hergrim had gone forward some time ago to see if the demon Dimspawn and the Elohim were still safe. He had found them as she had last seen them, Findale riding the prow like a figurehead, Vane standing with his face to the deep as if he could read the secrets of the earth in that dark rush. Linden nodded. She had not expected anything else. Vane and Findale deserved each other. They were both as secretive and unpredictable as sea, as unreachable as stone. When Cale offered her a bowl of diamond draught, she took a sparing sip, then passed it to the giant nearest her. Squinting against the unfamiliar light, she turned to study the flat seas of the ocean. But the sea was no longer flat. Faint undulations ran along the wind. She felt no lessening of the gale, but it must have declined somewhat. Its force no longer completely effaced the waves. With a sting of apprehension, she snatched her gauge to the waterline below her. That line dipped and rose slightly, and every rise took hold of another slight fraction of the deck as the waves lifted more water into the giant ship. The creaking of the masts had become louder. The pumps labored to a febrile pitch. By slow degrees, Starfare's gem was falling into its last crisis. Linden searched the deck for Hunensgrave, shouted his name, but when he turned to answer her hail, she stopped. His eyes were dark with recognition and grief. "I have seen, Chosen." His voice carried a note of bereavement. "We are fortunate in this light. Had gloom still shrouded us—" He trailed into a sad silence. "Hunensgrave." The first spoke sharply, as though his ruse angered her. "It must be done." "Aye," he echoed in a wan tone. "It must be done." She did not relent. "It must be done now." "Aye," he sighed again. "Now." Misery twisted his visage, but a moment later he recaptured his strength of decision, and his back straightened. "Since it must be done, I will do it." Abruptly he indicated 4 of his crew members, beckoned for them to follow him, and turned aft. Over his shoulder he said, "Seven-Hand I will send to this command." The first called after him, like an acknowledgment or apology, "Which will you select?" Without turning, he replied with the giantish name for the midmast, uttering the word grimly, like the appellation of a lost love. Starfare's gem must not be unbalanced to fore or aft. With his 4 giants behind him, he went below. Linden groped her way in trepidation to the first's side. What's he going to do? The first swung a gaze as hard as a slap on Linden. "Chosen," she said dourly, "you have done much, and will do more. Let this matter rest with the master." Linden winced at the rebuff, started to retort, but then her hearing clarified, and she caught herself. The first's tone had been one of grief and frustration, not affront. She shared Hunensgrave's emotions, and she was helpless. The Dromone's survival was in his hands, not hers. In addition, the loss of her sword seemed to take some vital confidence out of her, making her bitter with uncertainty. Linden understood, but she had no comfort to offer. Returning to Covenant, she took hold of his arm, as if even that one-sided contact were a reassurance, and focused her attention on the waterline. The faint dip and rise of the waves had increased, multiplying by increments the sea's hold on the giant ship. She was sure now that the angle of the deck had become steeper. The tips of the spars hung fatally close to the undulating water. Her senses throbbed to the strain of the ship's balance. She perceived as vividly as vision that if those tips touched the sea, Starfare's gem would be dragged down. Moments later, Seven-Hand came hurrying from the underdecks. His lean old face was taut with determination. Though he had spent the whole night and most of the previous day commanding the pumps, sweating at them himself, he moved as if Starfare's gem's need transcended everything which might have made him weak. As he went forward, he called several giants after him. When they responded, he led them into Foodfend Hall and out of sight. Linden dug her fingers into Covenant's arm and fought to keep from trembling. Every dip of the waves consumed more of the giant ship, drew it another fraction farther onto its side. Then Hunensgrave's bellow of inquiry echoed from the underdecks. It seemed to come from the vicinity of the holds under the midmast. In a raw shout, Seven-Hand answered that he was ready. At once, a fierce pounding vibrated through the stone. It dwarfed the exertion of the pumps, pierced the long howl of the wind. For a mad instant, Linden thought that Honensgrave and his crew must be attacking the underdecks with sledgehammers, trying to wreck the Dramond from within, as if in that way they could make it valueless to the storm, not worth sinking. But the giants around her tensed expectantly, and the first barked, "Hold ready! We must be prepared to labor for our lives." The intensity of the pounding, fury desperate as bereavement, led Linden's attention to the midmast. The stone had begun to scream like a tortured man. The yards trembled at every blow. Then she understood. Honensgrave was attacking the butt of the mast. He wanted to break it free, drop it overboard, in order to shift the balance of the Dramond. Every blow strove to break the moorings which held the mast. Linden bruised Covenant's arm with her apprehension. The master could not succeed. He did not have enough time. Under her, the giant ship leaned palpably toward its death. That fall was only heartbeats away. But Honensgrave and his giants struck and struck as if they were repudiating an unbearable doom. Another shriek sprang from the stone, a cry of protest louder than the gale. With a hideous screech of rent and splintered granite, the mast started to topple. It sounded like the death throes of a mountain as it rove its moorings. Below it, the roof of the housing crumpled. The falling mast crashed through the side of the giant ship. Shatterings staggered the Dramond to its keel, sent massive tremors kicking through the vessel from prow to stern. Shared agony yammered in Linden's bones. She thought that she was screaming, but could not hear herself. Then the cacophony of breakage dropped below the level of the wind. The mast struck the sea like a pantomime of ruin, and the splash wet all the decks and the watchers soundlessly, as if they were deaf with sorrow. From the shattered depths of the Dramond, Honensgrave's outcry rose over the water that poured thunderously through the breach left by the mast, and like his cry, Starfare's gem lifted. The immense weight of the keel pulled against the inrushing sea. Slowly, ponderously, the giant ship began to right itself. Even then it might have died. It had shipped far more water than the pumps could handle, and the gap in its side gaped like an open wound, admitting more water at every moment. But Seven-Hand and Galerath were ready. The anchor-master instantly sent his giants up the foremast to unfurl the lowest sail, and as the wind clawed at the canvas, tried to tear it away or use it to thrust the vessel down again, Galerath spun ship's heart thew, digging the rudder into the furious sea. There Starfare's gem was saved. That one sail and the rudder were enough. They turned the Dramond's stern to the wind. Running before the blast, the giant ship was able to stand upright, lifting its breached side out of the water. For a time the vessel was barely manageable, too heavily freighted with water. At every moment its one sail was in danger of being shredded. But Seven-Hand protected that sail with all the cunning of his seacraft, all the valor of his crew. And the giants at the pumps worked like Titans. Their efforts kept the ship afloat until Honensgrave had cleared access to the port pumps. Then their progress improved. As the Dramond was lightened, the strain on its canvas eased, and Seven-Hand was able to raise another sail. Alive in spite of its wounds, Starfare's gem limped before the gale into the clear south. 13. Bhrathairain Harbor. The gale diminished slowly. It did not fray out to the level of normal winds for 2 more days. During that time, Starfare's gem had no choice but to run straight before the blast. It could not turn even slightly westward without listing to port, and that would have lowered the breach into the water. The giants already had more than enough work to do without also being required to pump for their lives. Whenever the seas became heavy enough to slosh into the gap, Honensgrave was forced to shift his course a few points eastward, so that Starfare's gem leaned to starboard, protecting its injury. He did not try to raise more canvas. Those 2 lone sails in that exigent wind required the constant attention of several giants. More would have kept too many of the crew from the manifold other tasks which demanded their time. The rigging needed a great deal of attention. But that was the least of the Dromone's problems. The havoc of the underdecks presented a much larger difficulty. The felling of the midmast had left chaos in its wake, and the day which Starfare's gem had spent on its side had had other consequences as well. The contents of the holds were tumbled and confused or broken. Huge quantities of stores had been ruined by salt water. Also, the sea had done severe damage to parts of the ship, the port cabins and supply lockers, for example, which had not been designed to be submerged or overturned. Though the giants worked hugely, they were not able to make the galley util again until late afternoon, and the night was half gone before any of the port cabins had been rendered habitable. But hot food gave some ease to Lyndon's abraded nerves, and Bryn was at last able to take Covenant down to his own chamber. Finally, she allowed herself to think of rest. Since her cabin lay to starboard, it had suffered only slight harm. With Cale's unasked aid, she soon set the table, chairs, and step-ladder to rights. Then she climbed into her hammock and let the frustrated whine of the gale sweep her away from consciousness. While the wind lasted, she did little but recuperate. She left her cabin periodically to check on Covenant, or to help Heft Galerath tend the crew's injuries, and once she went forward with the idea of confronting Findale. She wanted to demand an explanation for his refusal to aid her or the giant ship. But when she saw him standing alone in the prow, as if his people had appointed him to be a pariah, she found that she lacked the will to contest him for answers. She was weary in every muscle and ligature. Any information she might conceivably wrest from him could wait. Dumbly she returned to her cabin, as if it were full of sleep. She was sensitive to the restless labor of the crew, but she had neither the strength nor the skill to share their tasks. Still, their exertions touched her more and more as she recovered from the strain of the storm, and eventually she felt the end of the gale approaching across the deeps. No longer able to sleep, she began to look for some chore with which she could occupy her mind, restore the meaning of her hands. Seeing her tension, Sea Dreamer mutely took her and Cale below to one of the grain holes, which was still clogged with a thick slush of sea-water and ruined maize. She spent most of the day working there with him, in a companionable silence, he with a shovel, she and Cale with dippers from the galley. They scooped the slush into a large vat, which he took away at intervals to empty. The giantish dipper was as large as a bucket in her hands, and somewhat unwieldy, but she welcomed the job and the effort. Once on Haven Farm she had labored at a similar task to steady the clenched unease of her spirit. From time to time she bent her observation on Sea Dreamer. He seemed to appreciate her company, as if his earth sight found a kind of companionship in her health sense, and in other ways he appeared to have reached a point of calm. He conveyed the impression that his distress had been reduced to bearable dimensions, not by any change in his vision, but by the simple fact that Starfare's gem was not traveling toward the One Tree. She did not have the heart to trouble him with questions he could not answer without an arduous and chancy effort of communication, but still he looked to her like a man who had seen his doom at the sight of the One Tree. Clearly, something had changed for him in Elemesnadine, either in his examination or in the loss of the brief hope Honenscrave had given him. Perhaps his vision had shifted from the sunbane to a new or different danger, and perhaps, the thought tightened her stomach, perhaps he had seen beyond the sunbane into Lord Fowl's deeper intent, a purpose which would be fulfilled in the quest for the One Tree. But she did not know how to tackle such issues. They were too personal. As she worked, a pang of yearning for Covenant went through her. She met it by turning her thoughts once again to the nature of his plight. In memory, she re-explored the unannealed cerements which enclosed his mind, sought the knot which would unbind them. But the only conclusion she reached was that her last attempt to enter him had been wrong in more ways than one, wrong because it had violated him, and wrong because of the rage and hunger which had impelled her. That dilemma surpassed her, for she knew she would not have made the attempt at all if she had not been so angry, and so vulnerable to darkness. In one way, at least, she was like Sea Dreamer. The voice in her which should have spoken the Covenant was mute. Then, late in the afternoon, The last of the gale fell apart and wandered away like an assailant that had lost its wits, and Starfare's gem relaxed like a sigh into more gentle seas. Through the stone, Linden felt the crew cheering. Sea Dreamer dropped his shovel to bow his head and stand motionless for a long moment, communing with his kindred in an act of gratitude or contrition. The giant ship had won free of immediate danger. A short time later, Cale announced that the master was calling for the Chosen. Sea Dreamer indicated with a shrug and a wry grimace that he would finish cleaning the grain hold, thanking the mute giant for more things than she could name, above all for saving Covenant from the eels. Linden followed Cale toward Hunnensgrave's cabin. When she arrived, she found the First, Pitchwife, and Gailrath already in the master's austere quarters. The occasional shouts which echoed from the wheel deck told her that Seven-Hand was tending the ship. Hunnensgrave stood at the end of a long table, facing his comrades. When Linden entered the cabin, he gave her a nod of welcome, then returned his attention to the table. Its top was level with her eyes and covered with rolls of parchment and vellum, which made small crinkling noises when he opened or closed them. "Chosen," he said, "we are gathered to take counsel. We must choose our way from this place. Here is the matter before us." He unrolled a chart, then, realizing she could not see it, closed it again. "We have been driven nigh 20 leagues on a path which does not lead to the One Tree. Perhaps we are not greatly farther from our goal than we were ere the storm took us, but assuredly we are no nearer, and our quest is urgent. That was acute to us when first the search was born in Cable Sea Dreamer's Earth sight." A wince passed over his features. "We see it more than plainly in his visage now. Yet," he went on, setting aside his concern for his brother, "Starfare's gem has been grievously harmed. All seas are perilous to us now, and the loss of stores." He looked at Gailrath. Bluntly, she said, "If we eat and drink unrestrained, we will come to the end of our meat in 5 days. The water cests we will empty in 8. Mayhap the unspoiled grains and dried staples will endure for 10. Only diamond draught do we have in plenty." Hunnensgrave glanced at Linden. She nodded. Starfare's gem was in dire need of supplies. "Therefore," the master said, "our choice is this: to pursue our search, trusting our lives to the strictness of our restraint in the mercy of the sea, or to seek either landfall or port where we may hope for repairs and replenishment." Reopening his chart, he held it over the edge of the table so that she could see it. "By the chance of the storm, we now approach the littoral of Bhrathairain, where dwell the Bhrathair in their Sandhold against the great desert." He indicated a spot on the chart, but she ignored it to watch his face, trying to read the decision he wanted from her. With a shrug, he tossed the parchment back onto the table. "In Bhrathairain Harbor," he concluded, "we may meet our needs, and those of Starfare's gem. Winds permitting, we may perhaps gain that harbor in 2 days." Linden nodded again. As she looked around at the giants, she saw that each of them wanted to take the latter course, turn the Dromond toward Bhrathairain Harbor. But there were misgivings in their eyes. Perhaps the right of command which she had wrested from them outside Elamesnadine had eroded their confidence in themselves, or perhaps the quest itself made them distrust their own desires for a safe anchorage. Covenant had certainly spoken often enough about the need for haste. Or perhaps, Linden thought with a sudden inward flinch, it's me they don't trust. At once she compressed her mouth into its old lines of severity. She was determined not to cede one jot of the responsibility she had taken upon herself. She had come too far for that. Speaking in her flat professional voice, like a physician probing symptoms, she asked Pitchwife, "Is there any reason why you can't fix the ship at sea?" The deformed giant met her soberly, almost painfully. "Chosen, I am able to work my wiving wherever the seas permit. Grant that waves and winds are kind, and I lack naught else for the immediate need. The wreckage below decks will provide ample stone to mend the Dromond side, yes, and also to seal the decks themselves, but the walls and food-fend hall—" He jerked a shrug. "To mend Starfare's gem entirely, I must have access to a quarry, and only the shipwrights of home can restore the mast which was lost. It may be possible, he concluded simply, for the search to continue in the lack of such luxuries. Do the Bhrathair have a quarry? At that humour glinted from Pitchwife's eyes. In good sooth, the Bhrathair have little else but stone and sand. Therefore their harbour has become a place of much trade and shipping, for they must have commerce to meet other needs. Linden turned to Gaelrath. If you make the rations as small as possible, can we get to the One Tree and back to the land with what we have? The storesmaster answered stolidly, No. She folded her brawny forearms over her chest, as if her word were beyond refute. But Linden continued, You got supplies when you were off the coast of the land. Couldn't we do the same thing, without spending all the time to go to this harbour? Gaelrath glanced at the master, then said in a less assertive tone, It may be. At times land will lie nigh our course, but much of what is marked on these charts is obscure, explored neither by giants nor by those who have told tales to giants. Linden held Gaelrath's doubt in abeyance. Honnonsgrave. She could not shake her impression that the giants had qualms about Bhrathairain. Is there any reason why we shouldn't go to this harbour? He reacted as if the question made him uncomfortable. In times long past, he said, without meeting her gaze, the Bhrathair have been friends to the giants, welcoming our ships as occasion came, and we have given them no cause to alter toward us. His face was grey with the memory of the Elohim whom he had trusted. But no giant has sojourned to Bhrathairain for 3 of our generations, 10 and more of theirs. And the tales which have since come to us suggest that the Bhrathair are not what they were. They were ever a brusque and unhesitating people, for good or ill, made so by the long trial of their war for survival against the sand-gorgons of the great desert. The story told of them is that they have become gaudy. Gaudy? Linden wondered. She did not know what Honnonsgrave meant, but she had caught the salient point. He was unsure of the welcome Starfare's gem would receive in Bhrathairain Harbor. Severely, she faced the first. If Covenant and I weren't here, if you were on this quest without us, what would you do? The gaze the first returned held none of Honnonsgrave's vague apprehension. It was as straight and grim as a blade. Chosen, I have lost my broadsword. I am a swordmain, and my glaive was accorded to me as a trust and symbol at the rites of my achievement. Its name is known to none but me, and to those who bestowed it upon me, and that name may never be revealed while I hold faith among the swordmen here. I have lost it by my own misjudgment. I am greatly shamed, yet some weapon I must have. In this lack I am less than a swordmain, less than the first of the search. For all implements of battle, the Bhrathair are of far renown. Her look did not waver. In my own name I would not delay the search. My place as the first I would give to another, and myself I would content with such service as lay within my grasp. Pitchwife had covered his eyes with one hand, hurt by what he was hearing, but he did not interrupt. Now Linden understood the unwonted tenor of his reply to her earlier question. He knew what a decision to bypass Bhrathairain Harbor would mean to his wife. But the need of Starfare's gem is clear, the first went on. Given that need, and the proximity of Bhrathairain, I would not scruple to sail there, for the Dromone's hope as well as for my own. The choice between delay and death is easily made. She continued to hold Linden's gaze straightly, and at last Linden dropped her eyes. She was moved by the first's frank avowal, her stubborn integrity. All the giants seemed to overtop Linden in more than mere physical stature. Abruptly, her insistence on making decisions in such company appeared insolent to her. Covenant had earned his place among the giants, and among the Haruchai as well, but she had no right to it. She required the responsibility, the power to choose, for no other reason than to hold back her hunger for other kinds of power. Yet that exigency outweighed her unworth. Striving to emulate Covenant, she said, "All right, I hear you. With an effort of will she raised her head, suppressing her conflicted heart so that she could meet the eyes of the giants. "I think we're too vulnerable the way we are. We won't do the land any good if we drown ourselves or starve to death. Let's take our chances with this harbor." For a moment Hrungnascraif and the others stared at her, as if they had expected a different response. Then, softly, Pitchwife began to chuckle. A twitch of joy started at the corners of his mouth, quickly spread over his face. "Witness me, giants," he said. "Have I not avowed that she is well chosen?" With a flourish, he caught hold of the first's hand, kissed it hugely. Then he flung himself like glee out of the cabin. An unfamiliar dampness filled the first's eyes. She placed a brief touch of recognition or thanks on Lindon's shoulder, but she spoke to Hrungnascraif. In a husky tone she said, "I desire to hear the song which is now in Pitchwife's heart." Turning brusquely to contain her emotion, she left the chamber. Gaelrath's face showed a blunt glower of satisfaction. She seemed almost glad as she picked up one of the charts and went to take the Dramone's new course to Seven Hand. Lindon was left alone with the master. Lindon Avery. Chosen. He appeared uncertain of how to address her. A smile of relief had momentarily set aside his misgivings, but almost at once his gravity returned. "There is much in the matter of this search, and of the earth's peril, which I do not comprehend. The mystery of my brother's vision appalls my heart. The alteration of the Elohim, and Findale's presence among us—" He shrugged, lifting his hands as if they were full of uncomfortable ignorances. "But Covenant Giant Friend has made plain to all that he bears a great burden of blood for those whose lives are shed in the land. And in his plight you have accepted to support his burdens. Accepted and more," he digressed wryly. "You have averred them as your own. In sooth, I had not known you to be formed of such stone." But then he returned to his point. "Chosen, I thank you that you are willing for this delay. I thank you in the name of Starfare's gem, that I love as dearly as life and yearn to see restored to wholeness." An involuntary tremor knotted his hands as he remembered the blows he had struck against the midmast. "And I thank you also in the name of Cable Seedreamer, my brother. I am eased that he will be granted some respite. Though I dread that his wound will never be healed, yet I covet any act or delay which may accord him rest." Hrungnascraif. Lindon did not know what to say to him. She had not earned his thanks, and she had no answer for the vicarious suffering which linked him to his brother. As she looked at him, she thought that perhaps his misgivings had less to do with the unknown attitude of the Bhrathair than with the possible implications of any delay for the search for Seedreamer. He appeared to doubt the dictates of his concern for his ship, as if that instinct had been deprived of its purity by his apprehension for Seedreamer. His inner disquiet silenced anything she might have said in support of her decision or in recognition of his thanks. Instead, she gave him the little knowledge she possessed. "He's afraid of the One Tree. He thinks something terrible is going to happen there. I don't know why." Hrungnascraif nodded slowly. He was no longer looking at her. He stared past her, as though he were blinded by his lack of prescience. Quietly he murmured, "He is not mute because he has lost the capacity of voice. He is mute because the earth's sight cannot be given words. He is able to convey that there is peril, but for him that peril has no utterable name." Lindon saw no way to ease him. Gently she let herself out of the cabin, leaving him his privacy because she had nothing else to offer. Troubled by uncertain winds, Starfare's gem required 2 full days to come within sight of land, and the Dramone did not near the mouth of Bhrathairain Harbor until the following morning. During that time the quest left behind the last hints of the northern autumn, and passed into a hot, dry clime unsoftened by any suggestion of approaching winter. The direct sun seemed to parch Lindon's skin, leaving her always thirsty, and the normally cool stone of the decks radiated heat through her shoes. The weather-worn sails looked gray and tarnished against the acute sunlight and the brilliant sea. Occasional suspirations of humidity breathed past her cheek, but they came from virga scudding overhead, isolated clouds shedding rain which evaporated before it could reach the sea or the ship, and did not relieve the heat. Her first view of the coast, some leagues east of Bhrathairain, was a vision of rocks and bare dirt. The stony littoral had been bleached and battered by so many arid millennia that the boulders appeared sun-stricken and somnolent, as if they were only prevented from vanishing into haze by the quality of their stupefaction. All life had been squeezed or beaten out of the pale soil long ago. Sunset stained the shore with ochre and pink, transfiguring the desolation, but could not bring back what had been lost. That night, as the Dramond tacked slowly along the coast, the terrain modulated into a region of low cliffs, which fronted the sea like a frown of perpetual vexation. When dawn came, Starfare's gem was moving past buttes the height of its yards. Standing beside Pitchwife at the port rail of the afterdeck, Lyndon saw a gap in the cliffs ahead, like the opening of a narrow canyon or the mouth of a river. But along the edges of the gap stood walls which appeared to be 30 or 40 feet high. The walls were formed of the same pale stone which composed the bluffs. At their ends, at the 2 points of the gap, they arose into watchtowers. These fortifications tapered so that they looked like fangs against the dusty horizon. "Is that the harbor?" Lyndon asked uncertainly. The space between the cliffs appeared too narrow to accommodate any kind of anchorage. "Bhrathairain Harbor," replied Pitchwife in a musing tone. "Yes, there begins the sand wall which seals all the habitation of Bhrathairain, both Bhrathairain itself and the mighty Sandhold behind it, against the great desert. Surely in all this region there is no ship that does not know the spikes which identify and guard the entrance to Bhrathairain Harbor." Drifting forward in the slight breeze, the giant ship moved slowly abreast of the 2 towers which Pitchwife had named the Spikes. There Hononscrave turned the Dramond to pass between them. The passage was barely wide enough to admit Starfare's gem safely, but beyond it Lyndon saw that the channel opened into a huge cove, a league or more broad. Protected from the vagaries of the sea, squadrons of ships could have staged maneuvers in that body of water. In the distance she descried sails and masts clustered against the far curve of the harbor. Past the berths where those vessels rode, a dense town ascended a slope rising just west of south from the water. It ended at the sand wall which enclosed the entire town and harbor, and beyond that wall stood the massive stone pile of the Sandhold. Erected above Bhrathairain in 5 stages, it dominated the vista like a brooding Titan. Its 5th level was a straight, high tower, like a stone finger brandished in warning. As Starfare's gem passed between the spikes, Lyndon was conscious that the harbor formed a cul-de-sac from which any escape might be extremely difficult. Bhrathairain was well protected. Studying what she could see of the town and the sandwall, she realized that if the occupants of the Sandhold chose to lock their gates, the Bhrathair would have no egress from their own defenses. The size of the harbor, the immense clenched shape of the Sandhold, made her tense with wonder and apprehension. Quietly she murmured to Pitchwife, "Tell me about these people." After her meeting with the Elohim, she felt she did not know what to expect from any strangers. He responded as if he had been chewing over that tale himself. "They are a curious folk, much misused by this ungiving land, and by the chance or fate which pitted them in mortal combat against the most fearsome denizens of the great desert. Their history has made them hardy, stubborn, and meddlesome. Mayhap it has also made them somewhat blithe of scruple, but that is uncertain. The tales which we have heard vary greatly, according to the spirit of the telling. It is clear from the words of Covenant Giant Friend, as well as from the later voyagings of our people, that the unhomed sojourned for a time in Bhrathairain, giving what aid they could against the Sand-Gorgons. For that reason giants have been well greeted here. But we have had scant need of the commerce and warlike implements which the Bhrathair offer, and the visits of our people to Bhrathairain have been infrequent. Therefore my knowledge lacks the fullness which giants love." He paused for a moment to collect the pieces of his story, then continued. "There is an adage among the Bhrathair, 'He who waits for the sword to fall upon his neck will surely lose his head.' This is undisputed sooth." Grim humor twisted his mouth. Yet the manner in which a truth is phrased reveals much. Many generations of striving against the Sandgorgons have made of the Bhrathair a people who seek to strike before they are stricken. The Sandgorgons, so it is said, are beasts birthed by the immense violence of the storms which anguish the great desert. They are somewhat man-like in form, and also in cunning, but the chief aspect of their nature is that they are horrendously savage and mighty beyond the strength of stone or iron. No aid of giants could have saved the Bhrathair from loss of the land they deem their home, and perhaps from extinction as well, had the Sandgorgons been beasts of concerted action. But their savagery was random, like the storms which gave them life. Therefore the Bhrathair were able to fight and to endure. Betimes they appeared to prevail, or were reduced to a remnant as the violence of the Sandgorgons swelled and waned across the depths of the waste. But no peace was secured. During one era of lesser peril, the sand wall was built. As you see, he gestured around him. It is a doughty work, yet it was not proof against the Sandgorgons. Often has it been rebuilt, and often have one or several of these creatures chanced upon it and torn spans of it to rubble. Such the lives of the Bhrathair might have remained until the day of world's end. But at last, in a time several of our generations past, a man came from across the seas and presented himself to the Gaddhi, the ruler of Bhrathairain. Naming himself a thaumaturge of great prowess, he asked to be given the place of Kemper, the foremost counselor, and under the Gaddhi, suzerain of this land. To earn this place he proposed to end the peril of the Sandgorgons. This he did, I know not how, mayhap he alone knows, yet the accomplishment remains. By his arts he wove the storms of the great desert into a prodigious gyre so mighty that it destroys and remakes the ground at every turn. And into this storm, now named Sandgorgon's Doom, he bound the beasts. There they travail yet, their violence cycled and mastered by greater violence. It is said that from the abutments of the Sandhold, Sandgorgon's Doom may be seen blasting its puissance forever without motion from its place of binding, and without let. It is said that slowly across the centuries the Sandgorgons die, driven one by one into despair by the loss of freedom and open sand. And it is said also, Pitchwife spoke softly, that upon occasion the Kemper releases one or another of them to do his dark bidding. For the Gaddhi's Kemper, Chosrain of the Gyre, remains in Bhrathairain, prolonged in years far beyond even a giant's span, though he is said to be as mortal as any man. The Bhrathair are no longer lived than people of your kind, Chosen. Of Gaddhis they have had many since Chosrain's coming, for their rulership does not pass quietly from generation to generation. Yet Chosrain of the Gyre remains. He it was who caused the building of the Sandhold, and because of his power and his length of years, it is commonly said that he holds each Gaddhi in turn as a puppet, ruling through the ruler, that his hand may be concealed. The truth of this I do not know, but I give you witness. With one long arm he indicated the Sandhold. As Starfare's gem advanced down the harbor, the edifice became more clear and dominant against the desert sky. There stands his handiwork in its 5 levels, each far famed as a perfect circle resting to one side within others. The sand wall conceals the first Circinate, which provides a pediment to the second. Then arises the tier of riches, and above it the majesty. There sits the Gaddhi on his auspice. But the 5th and highest part is the spire which you see, and it is named Kemper's Pitch, for within it resides Chosrain of the Gyre in all his arts. From that eminence I doubt not that he wields his will over the whole of Bhrathairain, aye, and over the great desert itself. His tone was a blend of respect and misgiving, and he aroused mixed emotions in Linden. She admired the Sandhold, and distrusted what she heard about Cosrain. A man with the power to bind the sand gorgons also had the power to be an unconstrained tyrant. In addition, the plight of the sand gorgons themselves disquieted her. In her world, dangerous animals were frequently exterminated, and the world was not improved thereby. But Pitchwife was still speaking. He drew her attention back to the harbor. The morning sun burned along the water. "Yet the Bhrathair have flourished mightily. They lack much which is needful for a prosperous life, for it is said that in all Bhrathairn are only 5 springs of fresh water and 2 plots of arable ground. But also they possess much which other peoples covet. Under Cosrain's peace, trade has abounded, and the Bhrathair have become prolific shipwrights, that they may reach out to their distant neighbors. The tales which we have heard of Bhrathairain and the Sandhold convey echoes of mistrust, and yet, behold, this is clearly not a place of mistrust." Linden saw what he meant. As Starfare's gem approached the piers and levees at the foot of the town, she discerned more clearly the scores of ships there, the bustling activity of the docks. In the harbor, some at the piers, some at berths around the sandwall, were a variety of war-ships, huge pentaconters, triremes with iron prows for ramming, galleasses armed with catapults. But their presence seemed to have no effect on the plethora of other vessels which crowded the place. Brigantines, windjammers, sloops, merchantmen of every description teemed at the piers, creating a forest of masts and spars against the busy background of the town. Any distrust which afflicted Bhrathairn had no influence upon the vitality of its commerce. And the air was full of birds. Gulls, crows, and cormorants wheeled and squalled over the masts, among the spars, perching on the roofs of Bhrathairn, feeding on the spillage and detritus of the ships. Hawks and kites circled watchfully over both town and harbor. Bhrathairn must have been thriving indeed if it could feast so many loud scavengers. Linden was glad to see them. Perhaps they were neither clean nor gay, but they were alive, and they lent support to the harbor's reputation as a welcoming port. When the Dromond drew close enough to hear the hubbub of the docks, a skiff came shooting out into the open water. 4 swarthy men stroked the boat swiftly toward the giant ship. A 5th stood in the stern. Before the skiff was within clear hail, this individual began gesticulating purposefully at Starfare's gem. Linden's perplexity must have shown on her face, for Pitchwife replied with a low chuckle, "Doubtless he seeks to guide us to a berth which may accommodate a ship of our draft." She soon saw that her companion was right. When Hononscrave obeyed the Bhrathair's gestures, the skiff swung ahead of the giant ship and pulled back toward the docks. By following, Hononscrave shortly brought Starfare's gem to a deep levee between jutting piers. Dock workers waited there to help the ship to its berth. However, they quickly learned that they could do little for the Dromond. The hawsers which were thrown to the piers were too massive for them to handle effectively. As giants disembarked to secure their vessel, the Bhrathair moved back in astonishment and observed the great stone craft from the head of the levee. Shortly a crowd gathered around them, other dock workers, sailors from nearby ships, merchants and townspeople who had never seen a giant ship. Linden studied them with interest while they watched the Dromond. Most of their exclamations were in tongues she did not know. They were people of every hue and form, and their apparel ranged from habiliments as plain as those which Sunder and Holian had worn, to exotic regalia, woven of silk and taffeta in bright colors, which would have suited a sultan. An occasional sailor, perhaps the captain of a vessel or its owner, was luxuriously caparisoned, but primarily the bravado of raiment belonged to the Bhrathair themselves. They were unquestionably prosperous, and prosperity had given them a taste for ostentation. Then a stirring passed through the crowd as a man breasted his way out onto the pier. He was as swarthy as the men who had rowed the skiff, but his clothing indicated higher rank. He wore a tunic and trousers of a rich black material, which shone like satin. His belt had been woven of a vivid silvery metal, and at his right shoulder was pinned a silver cockade like a badge of office. He strode forward as if to show the throng that a ship the size of Starfare's gem could not daunt him, then stopped below the afterdeck and waited with a glower of impatience for the invitation and the means to come aboard. At Hononscrave's order, a ladder was set for the black-clad personage. With Pitchwife, Linden moved closer to the ladder. The First and Sea Dreamer had joined the master there, and Bryn had brought Covenant up from his cabin. Cale stood behind Linden's left shoulder. Seer and Hergram were nearby. Only Vane and Findale chose to ignore the arrival of the Bhrathair. A moment later, the man climbed through the railing to stand before the assembled company. "I am the harbor captain," he said without preamble. He had a guttural voice, which was exaggerated in Linden's ears by the fact that he was not speaking his native language. "You must have my grant in order to berth or do trade here. Give me first your names and the name of your ship." Hunnensgrave glanced at the First, but she did not step forward. To the harbor captain he said evenly, "This vessel is the Dromond Starfare's gem. I am its master, Grimmond Hunnensgrave." The official made a note on a wax tablet he carried. "And these others?" Hunnensgrave stiffened at the man's tone. "They are giants, and the friends of giants." Then he added, "In times past the giants were deemed allies among the Bhrathair." "In times past," the harbor captain retorted with a direct glare, "the world was not what it is. My duty cares nothing for dead alliances. If you do not deal openly with me, my judgment will be weighed against you." The First's eyes gnashed with ready anger, but her hand gripped an empty scabbard, and she held herself still. Swallowing his vexation with an effort, Hunnensgrave named his companions. The Bhrathair wrote officiously on his tablet. "Very well," he said as he finished. "What is your cargo?" "Cargo?" echoed Hunnensgrave darkly. "We have no cargo." "None?" The harbor captain snapped in sudden indignation. "Have you not come to do trade with us?" The master folded his arms across his massive chest. "No." "Then you are mad. What is your purpose?" "Your eyes will tell you our purpose." The giant's voice grated like boulders rubbing together. "We have suffered severe harm in a great storm. We come seeking stone with which to work repairs and replenishment for our stores." "Pah!" spat the Bhrathair. "You are ignorant, giant, or a fool." He spoke like the heat, as if his temper had been formed by the constant oppression of the desert sun. "We are the Bhrathair, not some peasant folk you may intimidate with your bulk. We live on the verge of the great desert, and our lives are exigent. What comfort we possess we gain from trade. I grant nothing when I am offered nothing in return. If you have no cargo, you must purchase what you desire by some other coin. If you lack such coin, you must depart. That is my word." Hunnensgrave held himself still, but he looked ready for any peril. "And if we do not choose to depart? Should you seek combat from us, you will learn to your cost that 20 giants are not blithely beaten." The harbor captain did not hesitate. His confidence in his office was complete. "If you choose neither payment nor departure, your ship will be destroyed before nightfall. No man or woman here will lift hand against you. You will be free to go ashore, thieve all you desire, and while you do so, 5 galleasses with catapults will batter your ship with such stones and exploding fires that it will fall to rubble where it sits." For a moment, the master of Starfare's gem did not respond. Linden feared that he had no response, that she had made a fatal mistake in choosing to come here. No one moved or spoke. Overhead, a few birds flitted downward to investigate the Dromond, then scaled away again. Quietly, Hunnensgrave said, "7 hand." His voice carried to the anchor-master on the wheel-deck. "Secure the Dromond for assault. Prepare to forage supplies and depart. Gaelrath." The stores-master stood nearby. "Take this harbor captain." At once she stepped forward, clamped one huge fist around the Bhrathair's neck. "He is swift to call down harm upon the needy. Let him share whatever harm we suffer." "Fools!" The official tried to rage, but the indignity of Gaelrath's grasp made him look apoplectic and wild. "There is no wind. You are trapped until the evening breeze." "Then you are likewise snared," replied Hunnensgrave evenly. "For the while we will content ourselves by teaching your harbor to comprehend the wrath of giants. Our friendship was not lightly given in the need of the Bhrathair against the Sandgorgons. You will learn that our enmity may not be lightly borne." Commotion broke out among the onlookers around the levee. Instinctively, Linden swung around to see if they meant to attack the Dromond. In a moment, she perceived that their activity was not a threat. Rather, the throng was being roughly parted by 5 men on horseback. Riding destriers as black as midnight, the 5 forced their way forward. They were clearly soldiers. Over their black shirts and leggings, they wore breastplates and greaves of a silverine metal, and they had quivers and crossbows at their backs, short swords at their sides, shields on their arms. As they broke out of the crowd, they stretched their mounts into a gallop down the pier, then reined sharply to a halt at the Dromond's ladder. 4 of them remained astride their horses. The 5th, who wore an emblem like a black sun in the center of his breastplate, dismounted swiftly and leaped at the ladder. Quickly he gained the afterdeck. Seer, Hergrim, and the giants poised themselves, but the soldier did not challenge them. He cast a glance of appraisal around the deck, then turned on the official, half dangling in Gaelrath's grip, and began to shout at him. The soldier spoke a brackish language which Linden did not understand, the native tongue of the Bhrathair. The harbor captain's replies were somewhat choked by Gaelrath's fist, but he seemed to be defending himself. At the same time, Pitchwife gave Linden's shoulder a gentle nudge. When she looked at him, he winked deliberately. With a start, she remembered the giantish gift of tongues, and remembered to keep it secret. The rest of the giants remained expressionless. After a yell which made the harbor captain appear especially crestfallen, the soldier faced Hananscrave and the first. "Your pardon," he said. "The harbor captain's duty is clear, but he comprehends it narrowly." The venom of his tone was directed at the official, "and understands little else at all. I am Ryer Grist, caitiffin of the Gaddhi's horse. The coming of your ship was seen in the Sandhold, and I was sent to give welcome. Alas, I was delayed in the crowded streets and did not arrive in time to prevent misapprehension." Before Hananscrave could speak, the caitiffin went on. "You may release this duty-proud man. He understands now that you must be given every aid in his grant for the sake of the old friendship of the giants, and also in the name of the Gaddhi's will. I am certain that all your wants will be answered promptly and courteously," he added over his shoulder to the harbor captain. "Will you not free him?" "In a moment," Hananscrave rumbled. "It would please me to hear you speak further concerning the Gaddhi's will toward us." "Assuredly," replied Ryer Grist with a bow. "Rant Absoline, Gaddhi of Bhrathairain, wishes you well. He desires that you be granted the fullest welcome of your need, and he asks those among you who may be spared from the labor of your ship to be his guests in the Sandhold. Neither he nor his Kemper, Cosrain of the Gyre, have known giants, and both are anxious to rectify their lack." "You speak hospitably." Hananscrave's tone was non-committal. "But you will understand that our confidence has been somewhat daunted. Grant a moment for consultation with my friends." "Your vessel is your own," responded the caitiffin easily. He seemed adept at smoothing the path of the Gaddhi's will. "I do not presume to hasten you." "That is well." A hard humor had returned to Hananscrave's eyes. "The giants are not a hasty people." With a bow like an ironic nemesis of courtesy, he moved away toward the wheel-deck. Linden followed Hananscrave with the first, Sea Dreamer, and Pitchwife. Cale accompanied her. Bryn brought Covenant. Ascending to the wheel-deck, they gathered around Shipsheart Thew, where they were safely beyond earshot of Ryer Grist. At once, Hananscrave dropped the role he had taken in front of the Bhrathair, resumed his accustomed deference to the first. In a soft voice he asked her, "What think you?" "I mislike it," she growled. "This welcome is altogether too propitious. A people who must have the Gaddhi's express command ere they will grant aid to the simple fact of sea harm are somewhat unscrupling for my taste." "Yet have we choice in the matter?" inquired Pitchwife. "A welcome so strangely given may also be strangely rescinded. It is manifest that we require this Gaddhi's goodwill. Surely we will forfeit that goodwill should we refuse his proffer." "Aye," the first retorted, "and we will forfeit it also if we set one foot or word amiss in that donjon, the Sandhold. There our freedom will be as frail as the courtesy of Bhrathairain." She and Hananscrave looked at Sea Dreamer, asking him for the advice of the Earth-sight, but he shook his head. He had no guidance to offer them. Then all their attention was focused on Linden. She had not spoken since the arrival of the harbor captain. The hot sunlight seemed to cast a haze like an omen of incapacity over her thoughts. The Sandhold loomed over Bhrathairain, an image in stone of the gyring power which had created Sandgorgon's doom. Intuitions for which she had no name told her that the Gaddhi and his Kemper represented both hazard and opportunity. She had to struggle against a growing inner confusion in order to meet the eyes of the giants. With an effort she asked, "What did that caitiff say to the harbor captain?" Slowly Hnonskrave replied. Its purport was no other than the words he addressed to us, a strong reproof for trespass upon the Gaddhi's will to welcome us. Yet his vehemence itself suggests another intent. In some way this welcome is not merely eager, it is urgent. I suspect that Ryer Grist has been commanded not to fail." Linden looked away. She had been hoping for some clearer revelation. Dully she murmured, "We've already made this decision, when we chose to come here in the first place." Her attention kept slipping away toward the Sandhold. Immense powers lay hidden within those blank walls, and powers were answers. The giants regarded each other again. When the first nodded grimly, Hnonskrave straightened his shoulders and turned to Seven-Hand. "Anchormaster," he said quietly, "I leave Starfare's gem in your hands. Ward it well. Our first requirement is the safety of the giant ship. Our second, stone for Pitchwife's wiving. Our third, replenishment of our stores. And you must contrive means to send warning of any peril. If you judge it needful, you must flee this harbor. Do not scruple to abandon us. We will essay to rejoin you beyond the spikes." Seven-Hand accepted the command. His lean and weathered face showed no hesitance. Risk and decision were congenial to him because they distracted him from his old melancholy. "I will remain with Starfare's gem," Pitchwife said. He looked uncomfortable at the idea. He did not like to leave the first's side. "I must begin my wiving, and at need Seven-Hand will spare me to convey messages to the Sandhold." Again the first nodded. Hnonskrave gave Pitchwife's shoulder a quick slap of comradeship, then faced toward the afterdeck. In a clear voice he said, "Storesmaster, you may release the harbor captain. We will accept the Gaddhi's gracious hospitality." Above the ships, the crows and gulls went on calling as if they were ravenous. 14. The Sandhold. Linden followed Hnonskrave, the first, and Sea Dreamer down from the wheel deck to rejoin the caitiff. She was trying to decide whether or not she should make an effort to prevent Bryn from taking Covenant to the Sandhold. She was instinctively leery of that place, but the haze on her thoughts blurred her thinking, and she did not want to be parted from him. He looked so vulnerable in his slack emptiness that she yearned to stand between him and any danger. Also, she was better able than anyone else to keep watch over his condition. The harbor captain had already escaped over the side of the Drummond, his dignity in disarray. Ryer Grist delivered himself of several graceful assurances concerning the gaudy Rant Absolane's pleasure at the company's acceptance of his welcome, and Hnonskrave responded with his own grave politesse. But Linden did not listen to either of them. She was watching Vane and Findale. They approached the gathering together as if they were intimately familiar with each other. However, Vane's ambiguous blackness formed an acute contrast to Findale's pale flesh, his creamy raiment, and expression of habitual misery. The erosion of his face seemed to have worsened since Linden had last looked at him, and his yellow eyes conveyed a constant wince, as though Vane's presence were a nagging pain to him. Clearly they both intended to accompany her and Covenant to the Sandhold. But if Ryer Grist felt any surprise at the strangeness of these two beings, he did not show it. Including them in his courtesies, he started back down to the pier. The giants made ready to follow him. The first gave Pitchwife a brief, intent farewell, then swung over the side after the caitiff. Hnonskrave and Sea Dreamer went next. Supporting Covenant between them, Bryn and Hergrim paused at the railing, as if to give Linden a chance to speak, but she had nothing to say. The lucidity oozed from her thoughts, like the sweat darkening the hair at her temples. Bryn shrugged slightly. and the Harochai lowered Covenant past the rail into Sea Dreamer's waiting grasp. For a moment longer she hesitated, trying to recover some clarity. Her percipience read something covert in Ryer Grist. His aura tasted of subtle ambition and purposive misdirection. Yet he did not appear evil. His emanations lacked the acid scent of malice. Then why was she so uneasy? She had expected Vane and Findale to follow Covenant at once, but instead they were waiting for her. Vane's orbs revealed nothing, perhaps saw nothing, and Findale did not look at her. He seemed reluctant to confront her penetration. Their silent attendance impelled her into motion. Walking awkwardly to the rail, she set her feet on the rungs of the ladder and let her weight pull her down to the pier. When she joined the company, the other 4 soldiers dismounted, and the Caitiffin offered their destriers to her and her immediate companions. At once Bryn swung up behind one of the saddles. Then Hergrim lifted Covenant to sit between Bryn's arms. Seer and Hergrim each took a mount, leaving one for Linden and Cale. Now she did not let herself hesitate. These beasts were far smaller and less threatening than the coursers of the Clave. Though she had no experience as a horsewoman, she put a foot in the near stirrup, grasped the pommel with both hands, and climbed into the seat. In an instant Cale was sitting behind her. While Ryer Grist mounted his own beast, his cohorts took the reins of their destriers. Hunnenscrave and the first positioned themselves on either side of the Caitiffin. Sea Dreamer moved between the horses which bore Covenant and Linden. Seer and Hergrim followed, with Vane and Findale behind them. In this formation they left the pier and entered the town of Bhrathairain like a cortege. The crew shouted no farewells after them. The risk the company was taking invoked a silent respect from Starfare's gem. At Ryer Grist's command, the throng on the docks parted. A babble of curious voices rose around Linden in tongues she did not know. Foremost among them were the brackish accents of the Bhrathair. Only a few onlookers chose to express their wonder in the common language of the port, the language Linden understood, but those few seemed to convey the general tenor of the talk. They claimed to their neighbors that they had seen sights as unusual as giants before, that the Harochai and Findale were not especially remarkable. But Linden and Covenant, she in her checked flannel shirt and tough pants, he in his old T-shirt and jeans, were considered to be queerly dressed, and Vane as odd a being as any in this part of the world. Linden listened keenly to the exclamations and conversation, but heard nothing more ominous than surprise. For some distance the Caitiffin led the way along the docks, between the piers and an area of busy shops which catered to the immediate needs of the ships, canvas, caulking, timber, ropes, food. But when he turned to ascend along narrow cobbled streets toward the Sandhold, the character of the warerooms and merchantries changed. Dealers in luxury goods and weapons began to predominate. Taverns appeared at every corner. Most of the buildings were of stone, with tiled roofs, and even the smallest businesses seemed to swarm with trade, as if Bhrathairain lay in a glut of wealth. People crowded every entryway and alley, every street, swarthy and begotted Bhrathair commingling with equal numbers of sailors, traders, and buyers from every land and nation in this region of the world. The smells of dense habitation thickened the air, exotic spices and perfumes, forges and metalworks, sweat, haggling, profit, and inadequate sewers. And all the time the heat weighed against the town like a millstone, squeezing odors and noise out of the very cobbles under the horses' hooves. The pressure blunted Linden's senses, restricting their range. But though she caught flashes of every degree of avarice and concupiscence, she still felt no hostility or machination, no evidence of malice. Bhrathairain might try to trick strangers into poverty, but would not attack them. At intervals, Hunnenscrave interrupted his observation of the town to ask questions of the Caitiffin. One in particular caught Linden's attention. With perfect nonchalance, the master inquired if perhaps the welcome accorded Starfare's gem had come from the Gaddhi's Kemper, rather than from Rant Absolane himself. The Caitifin's reply was as easy as Hunnenscrave's question. Assuredly the Gaddhi desires both your acquaintance and your comfort, yet it is true that his duties and his diversions also consume his notice. Thus some matters must perforce be delayed for the sake of others. Anticipating his will, the Gaddhi's Kemper, Casrain of the Gyre, bade me bid you welcome. For such anticipations the Kemper is dearly beloved by his Gaddhi, and indeed by all who hold the Gaddhi in their hearts. I may say," he added with a touch of the same irony which lay behind Honenscrave's courtesy, "that those who do not so hold him are few. Prosperity teaches a great love of sovereigns." Linden stiffened at that statement. To her hearing, it said plainly that Ryer Grist's allegiance lay with Cosrain rather than the Gaddhi. In that case, the purpose behind the caitiffen's invitation might indeed be other than it appeared. But Honenscrave remained carefully bland. "Then Cosrain of the Gyre yet lives among you, after so many centuries of service. In good sooth, that is a thing of wonder. Was it not this same Cosrain who bound the Sandgorgons to their doom?" "As you say," Ryer Grist responded. "The Kemper of the Gaddhi Rant Absolane is that same man." "Why is he so named?" pursued Honenscrave. "He is far famed throughout the earth, yet I have heard no account of his name." "That is easily answered." The caitiffen seemed proof against any probing. "Cosrain is the name he has borne since first he came to Bhrathairain, and his epithet has been accorded him for the nature of his arts. He is a great thaumaturge, and his magics, for the most part, manifest themselves in circles, tending upward as they enclose. Thus Sandgorgon's doom is a circle of winds holding the beasts within its heart, and so also is the Sandhold itself of circular formation, ascending as it rounds. Other arts the Kemper has, but his chief works are ever cast in the mould of the whirlwind and the gyre." After that, the master's questions drifted to less important topics, and Linden's attention wandered back into the crowded streets and scents and heat of Bhrathairain. As the company ascended the winding ways toward the sand-wall, the buildings slowly changed in character. The merchantries became fewer and more sumptuous, catering to a more munificent trade than the general run of sailors and townspeople, and dwellings of all kinds began to replace most of the taverns and shops. At this time of day the sun stood shortly past noon. The streets here were not as busy as those lower down. There was no breeze to carry away the cloying scents, and the dry heat piled onto everything. Whenever a momentary gap appeared among the people, clearing a section of a street, the cobbles shimmered whitely. But soon Linden stopped noticing such things. The sand wall rose up in front of her, as blank and sure as a cliff, and she did not look at anything else. Ryer Grist was leading the company toward the central of the three immense gates which provided egress from Bhrathairain and access to the Sandhold. The gates were stone slabs, bound with great knurls and studs of iron, as if they were designed to defend the Sandhold against the rest of Bhrathairain. But they stood open, and at first Linden could see no evidence that they were guarded. Only when her mount neared the passage between them did she glimpse the dark shapes moving watchfully behind the slitted embrasures on either side of the gates. The caitiffen rode through with Honenscrave and the first beside him. Following them, while her heart labored unsteadily in her chest, Linden found the sand wall to be at least 100 feet thick. Reaching the sunlight beyond the gate, she looked up behind her and saw that this side of the wall was lined with banquettes, but they were deserted, as if Bhrathairain's prosperity had deprived them of their function. That gate brought the company to the smooth, convex surface of another wall. The Sandhold was enclosed within its own perfect circle, and that wall was joined to the defenses of Bhrathairain by an additional arm of the sand wall on each side. These arms formed two roughly triangular open courts, one on either hand, and in the center of each court arose one of Bhrathairain's 5 springs. They had been fashioned into fountains by ornate stonework, so that they looked especially lush and vital against the pale walls. Their waters gathered in pools which were kept immaculately clean, and from there flowed into underground channels, one leading toward Bhrathairain, the other toward the Sandhold. In the arm of the sand wall which enclosed each court, a gate stood open to the outer terrain. These provided the Bhrathair with their only road to their scant fields and 3 other springs. 2 more gates, facing the fountains, gave admittance to the fortifications of the Sandhold. Ryer Grist led the company toward the gate in the eastern court, and the fountain made the atmosphere momentarily humid. Confident that they were in no danger, crows hopped negligently away from the hooves of the horses. As her mount traversed the distance, Linden studied the inner sand wall. Like the defenses of Bhrathairain, it was as uncompromising as the Kemper's arts could make it. But over the gate, its upper edge rose in two distinct sweeps to form immense gargoyles. Shaped like basilisks, they crouched above the entrance with their mouths agape in silent fury. The portals here were similar to those of the town, but the guards were not hidden. A squat, muscular figure stood on either side, holding erect a long, razor-tipped spear. They were caparisoned in the same manner as Ryer Grist and his cohorts, yet Linden perceived with a visceral shock that they were scarcely human. Their faces were bestial, with tiger-like fangs, apish hair, porcine snouts and eyes. Their fingers ended in claws rather than nails. They looked strong enough to contend with giants. She could not be mistaken. They were not natural beings, but rather the offspring of some severe and involuntary miscegenation. As the company approached, they blocked the gate, crossed their spears. Their eyes shone balefully in the sunlight. Speaking together as if they had no independent will, they said, "Name and purpose." Their voices grumbled like the growling of old predators. Ryer Grist halted before them. To the company, he said, "These are Houston of the Gaddhi's guard. Like the harbor captain, they conceive their duties straightly. However," he went on wryly, "they are somewhat less accessible to persuasion. It will be necessary to answer them. I assure you that their intent is caution, not discourtesy." Addressing the Houston, he announced himself formally, then described the purpose of the company. The two guards listened as stolidly as if they were deaf. When he finished, they replied in unison, "You may pass. They must tell their names." The caitiffin shrugged a bemused apology to Hunnenscrave. Warnings knotted in Linden's throat. She was still shaken by her perception of the Houston. They were only tools, fashioned deliberately to be tools, yet the power or person that required such slaves. But the company was too far from Starfare's gem, and Starfare's gem was too vulnerable. If she spoke, she might spring the trap. In this place, she and her companions could only hope for safety and escape by playing the game devised for them by the Gaddhi or his Kemper. Gritting her teeth, she remained silent. Hunnenscrave did not hesitate. His decisions had already been made. He stepped up to the Houston and gave his answer. His voice was calm, but his heavy brows lowered as if he wished to teach the guards more politeness. "You may pass," they replied without expression, and parted their spears. Ryer Grist rode between them into the dim passage of the gate, stopped there to wait. Hunnenscrave followed him. Before the first could pass, the guards blocked the way again. Her jaws chewed iron. One hand flexed in frustration at the place where the hilt of her broadsword should have been. Precisely, dangerously, she said, "I am the first of the search." The Houston stared primitive malice at her. "That is not a name, it is a title." Nevertheless, her tone made Linden's muscles tighten in preparation for trouble or flight. "It will suffice for you." For one heartbeat, the guards closed their eyes as if they were consulting an invisible authority. Then they looked back at the first and raised their spears. Glowering, she stalked between them to Hunnenscrave's side. As Seedreamer stepped forward, the master said with half-unintended roughness, "He is Cable Seedreamer, my brother. He has no voice with which to speak his name." The guards appeared to understand. They did not bar Seedreamer's way. A moment later, the soldier leading Linden's horse approached the gates and spoke his name, then paused for her to do the same. Her pulse was racing with intimations of danger. The Houston dismayed her senses. She felt intuitively certain that the Sandhold would be as hard to leave as a prison, that this was her last chance to flee a secret and premeditated peril. But she had already done too much fleeing. Although she strove to match Hunnenscrave's steadiness, a faint tremor sharpened her voice as she said, "I'm Linden Avery, the Chosen." Over her shoulder, Cale uttered his name dispassionately. The Houston admitted them to the gate. Seer and Hergram were brought forward. They went through the same ritual and were allowed to enter. Then came the soldier with Covenant and Bryn. After the soldier had given his name, Bryn said flatly, "I am Bryn of the Haruchai. With me is Lord Thomas Covenant, giant friend and white gold wielder." His tone defied the Houston to challenge him. Blankly, they lifted their spears. Vane and Findale came last. They approached the gate and halted. Vane held himself as if he neither knew nor cared that he was no longer moving. But Findale gazed at the guards with frank loathing. After a moment he said grimly, "I do not give my name to such as these. They are an abomination, and he who made them is a wreaker of great ill." A shiver of tension went through the air. Reacting as one, the Houston dropped back a step, braced themselves for combat with their spears leveled. At once the caitiff barked, "Hold, you fools! They are the Gaddhi's guests!" His voice echoed darkly along the passage. Linden turned against the support of Cale's arms. Seer and Hergram had already leaped from their mounts, poised themselves behind the Houston. The guards did not attack, but they also did not lower their weapons. Their porcine eyes were locked on Findale and Vane. Balanced on thick, widely splayed legs, they looked mighty enough to drive their spears through solid ironwood. Linden did not fear for Vane or Findale. Both were impenetrable to ordinary harm. But they might trigger a struggle which would damn the entire company. She could see disdain translating itself into ire and action on Findale's eroded mien. But the next instant a silent whisper of power rustled through the passage, touching her ears on a level too subtle for normal hearing. At once the Houston withdrew their threat. Lifting their spears, they stepped out of the way, returned to their posts as if nothing untoward had happened. To no one in particular, Findale remarked sardonically, "This Cosrain has ears." Then he passed into the gloom of the gate, with Vane at his side like a shadow. Linden let a sigh of relief leak through her teeth. It was repeated softly by the first. Promptly, Ryer Grist began apologizing. "Your pardon, I beg you." His words were contrite, but he spoke them too easily to convey much regret. "Again you have fallen foul of a duty which was not directed at you. Should the Gaddhi hear of this, he will be sorely displeased. Will you not put the unwise roughness of these Houston from your hearts, and accompany me?" He made a gesture which was barely visible in the dimness. "Caitiffin." The first's tone was deliberate and hard. "We are giants and love all amity, but we do not shirk combat when it is thrust upon us. Be warned. We have endured much travail, and our appetite for affront has grown somewhat short." Ryer Grist bowed to her. "First of the search, be assured that no affront was intended, and no more will be given. The Sandhold and the Gaddhi's welcome await you. Will you come?" She did not relent. "Perhaps not. What will be your word should we choose to return to our giant ship?" At that, a hint of apprehension entered the caitiff's voice. "Do not do so," he requested. "I tell you plainly that Rant Absolane is little accustomed to such spurning. It is not in the nature of rulers to smile upon any refusal of their goodwill." Out of the gloom the first asked, "Chosen, how do you bespeak this matter?" A tremor still gripped Linden's heart. After the sun's heat, the stone of the sand wall felt preternaturally cold. Carefully she said, "I think I want to meet the man who's responsible for those Houston." "Very well," the first replied to Ryer Grist. "We will accompany you." "I thank you," he responded, with enough underlying sincerity to convince Linden that he had indeed been apprehensive. Turning his mount, he led the company on through the gate. When she reached the end of the passage, Linden blinked the sun out of her eyes and found herself facing the sheer wall of the first Circinate. A space of bare, open sand, perhaps 50 feet wide, lay between the sand wall and the Sandhold. The inner curve of the wall here was also lined with banquettes, but these were not deserted. Houston stood along them at precise intervals. Frequent entryways from the banquettes gave admittance to the interior of the wall, and opposite them the abutments of the first Circinate rose like the outward face of a dungeon from which people did not return. Its parapets were so high that Linden could not see past them to any other part of the Sandhold. Only one entrance was apparent, another massive stone gate, which stood in line with the central gate of the outer sand wall. She expected Ryer Grist to ride in that direction, but instead he dismounted and stood waiting for her and Covenant to do the same. Cale promptly dropped to the sand, helped her down. Hergrim accepted Covenant from Bryn's grasp, lowering the Irlord as Bryn jumped lightly off his horse's back. The Caitiffin soldiers took the 5 mounts away to the left, but Ryer Grist beckoned the company toward the gate. The heat of the sand rose through Linden's shoes. Sweat stuck her shirt to her back. Bhrathairain sprawled under a sempiternal desert sun like a distant image of the sunbane. She felt ungainly and ineffectual as she trudged the yielding surface behind Hononscrave and the First. She had had nothing to eat or drink since dawn, and the wall before her raised strange tenebrous recollections of Revelstone, of Gibbon Raver's hands. The sky overhead was the dusty hue of deserts. She had glanced up at it several times before she realized that it was empty of birds. None of the gulls and cormorants which flocked over Bhrathairain transgressed on the Sandhold. Then an unexpected yearning for Pitchwife panged her. His insuppressible spirit might have buoyed her against her forebodings. Covenant had never looked as vulnerable and lost to her as he did in the sunlight which fell between these walls. Yet the Houston had done her one favor. They had reminded her of ill and anger. She did not permit herself to quail. The gates of the Sandhold were closed, but at a shout from Ryer Grist they opened outward, operated by forces or guards within the walls. Hononscrave and the First entered with the Caitiffin. Clenching her fists, Linden followed. As her eyes adjusted to the dimmer light, Ryer Grist began speaking. "As you have perhaps heard, this is the first Circinate of the Gaddhi's Sandhold." They were in a forecourt or mustering hall large enough for several hundred people. The ceiling was lost in shadow far above the floor, as if this whole space had been formed for the explicit purpose of humbling anyone admitted to the Sandhold. In the light which streaked the air from huge embrasures high above the gates, Linden saw 2 wide stairways opposite each other at the far end of the forecourt. "Here are housed the guards and those like myself who are of the Gaddhi's horse." At least a score of the Houston stood on duty around the walls, but they did not acknowledge either the Caitiffin or the company. "And here also are our kitchens, refectories, laving rooms, training halls. We number 400 guards and 15 horse." Apparently he sought to reassure the company by giving out information freely. "Our mounts themselves are stabled within the sand wall. Such was the Kemper's foresight that we do not yet fill this place, though our numbers grow with every passing year." Linden wanted to ask him why the Gaddhi, or the Gaddhi's Kemper, required such an army, or for that matter why Bhrathairain needed all the warships she had seen in the harbor, but she set those questions aside for another time, and concentrated instead on understanding as much as possible of the Sandhold. While he spoke, Ryer Grist walked toward the stairway on the right. Hononscrave asked him a few seemingly disinterested questions about food stores, water supplies, and the like, and the Caitiffins' replies took the company as far as the stairs. These led in a long sweep to the second Circinate, which proved to be a smaller and more luxuriously appointed version of the first. Here, according to Ryer Grist, lived all the people who comprised the Gaddhi's chatelaine, his attendants, courtiers, advisers, and guests. There were no guards in evidence, and the forecourt into which the stairways opened was bedecked and tapestried like a ballroom. Light came from many windows, as well as from flaming cruises as big as cauldrons. The inner walls held balconies for spectators and musicians. Sculpted stone tables stood ready to bear refreshments. But at the moment the hall was empty, and in spite of its light and accoutrements, it felt strangely cheerless. Again 2 wide stairways arced upward from the far end. Strolling in that direction, the Caitiffin explained that the company would be given chambers here, granted time for rest and sustenance in privacy, once they had been presented to Rant Absoline. Hononscrave continued to ply their guide with easy inquiries and comments, but the First wore a glower as if she shared Linden's apprehension that the Sandhold would be difficult to leave. She carried her shield on her back, like an assertion that she would not cheaply be made captive, but the swing of her arms, the flexing of her fingers, were as imprecise as a cripple's, betraying her bereavement of her broadsword. No other voice intruded on the hollow air. Covenant shambled forward in Bryn's grasp, like a negative image of Sea Dreamer's muteness. The Haruchai bore themselves in poised silence, and Linden was at once too daunted by and too busy studying the Sandhold to speak. With all the frayed attention she could muster, she searched the Gaddhi's dungeon for signs of evil. Then the company ascended from the second Cercinate, and found themselves in the Tier of Riches. That place was aptly named. Unlike the lower levels, it was structured in a warren of rooms the size of galleries, and each room was resplendent with treasure. Here, Ryer Grist explained, the Gaddhi kept the finest works of the artists and artisans of Bhrathairain, the most valuable weavings, artifacts, and jewels gained by the Bhrathair in trade, the most precious gifts given to the Sandhold sovereign by the rulers of other lands. Hall after hall was dedicated to displays of weaponry, rank upon rank of sabres, falchions, long swords, rows of jerids, spears, crossbows, and innumerable other tools for hurling death, intricate engines of war such as siege towers, catapults, battering rams, housed like objects of worship in magnificent chambers. Other rooms contained gemwork of every conceivable description. Dozens of walls were covered with arrases like acts of homage, recognition, or flattery. Several chambers showed finely wrought goblets, plate, and other table service, and each was brightly lit by a chandelier of lambent crystal. As Ryer Grist guided the company through the nearest rooms, Linden was amazed by the extent of the Gaddhi's wealth. If these were the fruits of Cosrain's stewardship, then she was not surprised that no Gaddhi had ever deposed the Kemper. How could any monarch resent the servant who made the Tier of Riches possible? Cosrain's hold upon his position did not arise only from great age and thaumaturgy, it also arose from cunning. The first's eyes gleamed at the display of swords, some of which were large and puissant enough to replace her lost blade, and even Honenscrave was struck silent by all he saw. Sea Dreamer appeared to be dazzled by splendor. Apart from Vane and Findale, only the Haruchai remained untouched. If anything, Bryn and his people became more watchful and ready than ever, tightening their protection around Linden and Covenant as if they felt they were nearing the source of a threat. In the Tier, the company met for the first time men and women who were not soldiers or guards. These were members of the Gaddhi's chatelaine. As a group, they appeared uniquely handsome and desirable. Linden saw not one plain face or figure among them, and they were resplendently dressed in velvet gowns encrusted with gems, doublets, and robes that shone like peacock feathers, gauzy simars which draped their limbs like the attire of seduction. They saluted Ryer Grist in the tongue of the Bhrathair, gazed at the company with diversely startled or brazen curiosity, yet their faces wore brightness and charm as vizards, and Linden noted that although they moved around the Tier like appreciative admirers, they did not give their attention to the displayed wealth. From each of them she felt a vibration of tension, as if they were waiting with concealed trepidation for an event which might prove hazardous, and against which they had no defense except their grace and attire. However, they were adept at concealment. Like the Caitiffin, they betrayed no disquiet which would have been apparent to any senses but hers. But her percipience told her plainly that the Sandhold was a place ruled by fear. One of the men gave her a smile as superficially frank as a leer. Servants moved noiselessly through the rooms, offering goblets of wine and other courtesies. The first could hardly draw herself away from a particular glaive which hung at an angle in its mounts as if it were leaning toward her. With an inward shiver, Linden realized that the Tier of Riches had been designed for more than the Gaddhi's gratification. It also acted as bait. Its very luxuriance was dangerous to people who had reason to be wary. Then a tremor passed through the air, pulling her to a halt. A moment passed before she understood that no one else had felt it. It was not a sound, but rather a presence that altered the ambience of the Tier in a way only she was able to perceive. And it was moving toward the company. As it drew closer, the susurrus of voices rustling from chamber to chamber fell still. Before she could warn her companions, a man entered the gallery. She knew who he was before Ryer Grist's bow and salutation had announced him as the Gaddhi's Kemper. The power which poured from him was as tangible as a pronouncement. He could not have been anyone other than a thaumaturge. The aura he radiated was one of hunger. He was a tall man, stood head and shoulders above her, but his frame was so lean that he appeared emaciated. His skin had the translucence of great age, exposing the blue map-work of his veins, yet his features were not ancient, and he moved as if his limbs were confident of their vitality. In spite of his reputed longevity, he might have been no more than 70 years of age. A slight rheum clouded his eyes, obscuring their color, but not the impact of their gaze. In a flash of intuition, Linden perceived that the hunger shining from him was a hunger for time, that his desire for life and more life surpassed the satiation of centuries. He was dressed in a gold-colored robe which swept the floor as he approached. Suspended by a yellow ribbon, a golden circle, like an ocular, hung from his neck, but it held no lens. A leather strap enclosed each shoulder, as if he were carrying a rucksack. Linden did not see until he turned to answer the caitiffen's greeting that the burden he bore was an infant swaddled in yellow samite. After a brief word with Ryer Grist, the Kemper stepped toward the company. "I am pleased to greet you." His voice revealed a faint quaver of age, but his tone was confident and familiar. "Permit me to say that such guests are rare in Bhrathairain, thus doubly welcome. Therefore have I desired to make your acquaintance ere you are summoned before the auspice to receive the Gaddhi's benison. But we need no introduction. This worthy caitiffen has already spoken my name, and in my turn I know you, Grimond Hunensgrave," he went on promptly, as if to set the company at ease with his knowledge. "You have brought your vessel a great distance, and at some cost, I fear." He gave the first a slight bow. "You are the first of the search, and very welcome among us." To Sea Dreamer he said, "Be at peace. Your muteness will not lessen the pleasure of your presence for either the Gaddhi or his chatelaine." Then he stood before Linden and Covenant. "Thomas Covenant," he said with an avid tinge in his voice, "Linden Avery, how you gladden me. Among such unexpected companions," a flick of one hand referred to the Harochai, Vane, and Findale, "you are the most unexpected of all, and the most pleasurable to behold. If the word of the Gaddhi's Kemper bears any weight, you will not lack comfort or service while you sojourn among us." Distinctly, as if on cue, Covenant said, "Don't touch me." The Kemper raised an age-white eyebrow in surprise. After a quick scrutiny of Covenant, his eyes turned toward Linden, as if to ask her for an explanation. She resisted his intense aura, trying to find a suitable response, but her mind refused to clear. He disturbed her, yet the most unsettling aspect of him was not the man himself, not the insatiety he projected. Rather, it was the child on his back. It hung in its wrappings as if it were fast and innocently asleep, but the way its plump cheek rested against the top of his spine gave her the inexplicable impression that it fed on him like a succubus. This impression was only aggravated by the fact that she could not confirm it. Though the infant was as plainly visible as the Kemper, it did not impinge at all on the other dimension of her senses. If she closed her eyes, she still felt Cosrain's presence like a yearning pressure against her face, but the infant disappeared as if it ceased to exist when she stopped gazing at it. It might have been an hallucination. Her stare was too obvious to escape Cosrain's notice. A look of calculation crossed his mien, then changed to fondness. "Ah, my son," he said. "I bear him so constantly that upon occasion I forget a stranger might wonder at him. Linden Avery, I am uxorious, and my wife is sadly ill. Therefore I care for our child. My duties permit no other recourse than this. But you need have no concern of him. He is a quiet boy and will not trouble us." "Forgive me," Linden said awkwardly, trying to emulate Hunensgrave's detached politeness. "I didn't mean to be rude." She felt acutely threatened by that child, but the Kemper's welcome might become something else entirely if she showed that she knew she was lying. "Give no thought to the matter." His tone was gently condescending. "How can it offend me that you have taken notice of my son? Then he returned his attention to the giants. "My friends, much time has passed since your people have had dealings with the Bhrathair. I doubt not you have remained mighty roamers and adventurers, and your history has surely been rich in interest and edification. I hope you will consent to share with me some of the tales for which the giants have gained such renown. But that must come later, as my service to the Gaddhi permits." Abruptly he raised a long, bony finger, and at the same instant a chime rang in the tier of riches. "At present we are summoned before the auspice. Ryer Grist will conduct you to the Majesty." Without farewell he turned and strode vigorously from the room, bearing his son nestled against his back. Linden was left with a sense of relief, as if a faintly nauseating scent had been withdrawn. A moment passed before she realized how deftly Bhrathairain had prevented her companions from asking him any questions, and he had not voiced any inquiry about Covenant's condition. Was he that incurious, or was he capable of discerning the answer for himself? Ryer Grist beckoned the company in another direction, but Hnonscraeve said firmly, "One moment, Caitifen." His posture showed that he also had doubts about Bhrathairain. "A question, if you will. I ask pardon if I am somewhat forward, yet I cannot but think that the Gaddhi's Kemper is more than a little advanced in years to be the father of such an infant." The Caitifen stiffened. In an instant his countenance became the visage of a soldier rather than of a diplomat. "Giant," he said coldly, "there is no man or woman, chatelaine or guard, in all Bhrathairain who will speak to you concerning the Kemper's son." Then he stalked out of the room, as if he were daring the company not to follow him. Hnonscraeve looked at Linden and the first. Linden felt neither ready nor safe enough to do anything more than shrug, and the first said grimly, "Let us attend this Gaddhi. All other reasons aside, it rends my heart to behold so many brave blades I may not touch." The master's discomfort at the role he played showed itself in the tightness of his shoulders, the weight of his brows, but he led the company after Ryer Grist. They caught up with the Caitifen 2 galleries later. By then he had recovered his courtly politesse, but he offered no apology for his change of manner. Instead, he simply ushered the company onward through the tier of riches. The chime must have included all the chatelaine in its call. The sumptuously clad men and women were now moving in the same direction Ryer Grist took. Their ornaments glittered in accompaniment to their personal comeliness, but they walked in silence, as if they were bracing themselves for what lay ahead. Linden was briefly confused by the complexity of the tier, uncertain of where she was headed, but soon the chambers debouched into a hall that took the thickening stream of people toward a richly gilt and engraved stairway which spiraled upward to pierce the ceiling. Surrounded by the courtiers, she was more sure than ever that she saw shadows of trepidation behind their deliberate gaiety. Apparently attendance upon the Gaddhi represented a crisis for them as well as for the company, but their knurled cheeriness did not reveal the nature of what they feared. The treads climbed dizzily upward. Hunger and the fatigue of her legs sent low tremblings through Linden's thighs. She felt too unsteady to trust herself, but she drew a mental support from Cale's hardness at her shoulder and trudged on behind the giants and Ryer Grist. Then the stairs opened into the Majesty, and she forgot her weariness. The hall into which she stepped seemed almost large and grand enough to fill the entire level. At this end the air was only dimly lit by reflected light, and the gloom made the place appear immense and cavernous. The ceiling was lost in shadow. The houston that lined the long curving wall nearby looked as vague as icons, and the wall itself was deeply carved with huge and tormented shapes, demons in bas-relief, which appeared to be animated by the dimness, tugging at the edges of Linden's sight as if they writhed in a gavotte of pain. The floor was formed of stone slabs cut into perfect circles, but the gaps between the circles were wide, deep, and dark. Any misstep might easily break an ankle. As a result, the company had to advance with care in order to approach the light. The rest of the hall was also designed to be daunting. All the light was concentrated around the auspice. Skylights, flaming vats of oil with polished reflectors, vivid candelabra on tall poles cast their illumination toward the Gaddhi's seat. and the auspice itself was as impressive as art and wealth could make it. Rising from a tiered plinth of stairs, it became a monolith which reached for the ceiling like an outstretched forearm and hand. Its arm was crusted with precious stones and metals, and the hand was an aurora of concentric circles behind the seat. The auspice appeared to be enormous, dominating the hall, but after a moment Linden realized that this was a consequence of the light and the hall's shape. The ceiling descended as it entered the light, enhancing the auspice with an illusion of more size than it truly possessed. Spangled with illumination and jewel-work, the seat drew every eye as a cynosure. Linden had trouble forcing herself to watch where she put her feet, and her apprehension tightened another turn. As she strove to walk forward without stumbling into the gaps which marked the floor all the way to the auspice, she learned to understand the majesty. It was intended to make everyone who came here feel subservient and vulnerable. She resisted instinctively, glowering as if she had come to hurl revolt at the sovereign of Bhrathairain. She followed the giants, took her place among them when Ryer Grist stopped a short distance from the plinth of the auspice. Around them, the chatelaine spread out to form a silent arc before the Gaddhi's seat. Looking at her companions, she saw that the giants were not immune to the power of the majesty, and even the Haruchais seemed to experience some of the awe which had led their ancestors to vow fealty to Kevin Landwaster. Vane's blankness and Findale's unimpressed mien gave her no comfort, but she found a positive reassurance in the uncowed distinctness with which Covenant uttered his empty refrain, "Don't touch me." She feared that she might be cunningly and dangerously touched in this place. A moment later, another chime sounded. Immediately, the light grew brighter, as if even the sun had been called to attend the Gaddhi's arrival. The Houstons snapped into still greater rigidity, raising their spears in salute. For an instant no one appeared. Then several figures came out of the shadow of the auspice, as if they had been rendered material by the intensity of the illumination. A man led the way up onto the plinth. To each of his arms a woman clung, at once deferential and possessive. Behind them came 6 more women, and at the rear of the party walked Bhrathairain of the Gyre, with his son on his back. Every courtier dropped to one knee and bowed deeply. The caitiffin also made a profound obeisance, though he remained standing. In a careful whisper he breathed, "The Gaddhi Rant Absolane. With him are his favoured, the Lady Aleph and the Lady Benj. Also others who have recently been, or perhaps will be, favoured, and the Gaddhi's Kemper, whom you know." Linden stared at the Gaddhi. In spite of the opulence around him, he was plainly arrayed in a short satin tunic, as if he wished to suggest that he was unmoved by his own riches. But he had chosen a tunic which displayed his form proudly, and his movements hinted at narcissism and petulance. He accepted the adoring gazes of his women smugly. Linden saw that his hair and face had been treated with oils and paints to conceal his years behind an aspect of youthful virility. He did not look like a sovereign. The women with him, both the favoured and the others, were all pretty, would have been lovely if their expressions of adoration had not been so mindless, and they were attired as odalisques. Their scant and transparent raiment was a candid appeal to desire. Their perfumes, coifs, movements, spoke of nothing except bedworthiness. They had found their own answer to the trepidation which beset the chatelaine, and meant to pursue it with every allure at their command. Smirking intimately, the Gaddhi left his favoured on the plinth with Bhrathairain, and descended to his seat. There he was an effective figure. The design of the throne made him appear genuinely regal and commanding, but no artifice could conceal the self-satisfaction in his eyes. His gaze was that of a spoiled child, circuitry unjustified by any achievement, any true power. For a long moment he sat looking out over the obeisance of his chatelaine, enjoying the way so many men and women humbled themselves before him. Perhaps the brightness dazzled him. He seemed unaware that Linden and her companions were still on their feet, but gradually he leaned forward to peer through the light, and vexation creased his face, betraying the lines which oil and paint had concealed. "Kemper!" he snapped irritably. "Who are these mad folk who do not take to their knees before Rant Absolane? Gaddhi of Bhrathairain and the great desert. "O Gaddhi," Cosrain's reply was practised and faintly sardonic. "They are the giants and voyagers of whom we spoke just now, though they are ignorant of the greeting which should properly be accorded the Gaddhi Rant Absolane. They have come to accept the welcome which you have so graciously proffered them, and to express their profound thanks, for you have redeemed them from severe distress." As he delivered this speech, his eyes were fixed purposefully on the company. Hansgrave responded promptly. Moving like a man in a charade, he dropped to one knee. "O Gaddhi," he said clearly, "your Kemper speaks good sooth. We have come in glad thanks for your most hospitable and needful welcome. Forgive us that we are ill-schooled in the homage which is your due. We are a rude folk, and have little acquaintance with such regality." At the same time, Ryer Grist made a covert gesture to the rest of the company, urging them to follow Hansgrave's example. The first growled softly in her throat, but she acknowledged the necessity of the mask by lowering herself to one knee. Her shoulders were rigid with the knowledge that the company was surrounded by at least 300 guards. Linden and Sea Dreamer also bowed. Her breathing was cramped with anxiety. She could think of no appeal or power which would induce the Haruchai, Vane, or Findale to make obeisance, and Covenant was altogether deaf to the need for this imitation of respect. But the Gaddhi did not press the issue. Instead he muttered an impatient phrase in the brackish language of the Bhrathair, and at once the chatelaine rose to their feet. The company did the same, the first stiffly, Hansgrave diffidently. Linden felt a moment of relief. The Gaddhi was now looking down at Cosrain. His expression had fallen into a pout. "Kemper, why was I called from the pleasure of my favoured for this foolish assemblage?" He spoke the common tongue of the harbour in an oddly defiant tone, like a rebellious adolescent. But the Kemper's reply was unruffled. "O Gaddhi, it is to your great honour that you have ever been munificent to those whom you deign to welcome. Therefore is your name grateful to all who dwell within the blessing of your domain, and the chatelaine are exalted by the mere thought of attendance upon you. Now it is seemly that these your new guests should come before you to utter their thanks, and it is also seemly," his voice sharpened slightly, "that you should grant them your hearing. They have come in need, with requests in their hearts, which only such a monarch as the Gaddhi of Bhrathairain may hope to satisfy. And the answer which you accord them will carry the fame of your grace across all the wide earth." At this, Rant Absolane settled back in his seat with an air of cunning. His mood was plain to Linden's senses. He was engaged in a contest of wills with his Kemper. Glancing out over the company, he smiled nastily. "It is as my servant," he stressed that word, "the Kemper has said. I delight to give pleasure to my guests. What do you desire of me?" The company hesitated. Hansgrave looked to the first for guidance. Linden tightened her grip on herself. Here, any request might prove dangerous by playing into the hands of either the Gaddhi or his Kemper. But after a momentary pause, the first said, "O Gaddhi, the needs of our giant ship are even now being met at your decree. For this our thanks are unbounded." Her tone held no more gratitude than an iron bar. "But your graciousness inspires me to ask a further boon. You see that my scabbard is empty." With one hand she held the sheath before her. "The Bhrathair are renowned for their weapon work, and I have seen many apt blades in the tier of riches. O Gaddhi, grant me the gift of a broadsword to replace that which I have lost." Rant Absolane's face broke into a grin of satisfaction. He sounded triumphant and petty as he replied, "No." A frown interrupted Cosrain's confidence. He opened his mouth to speak, but the Gaddhi was already saying, "Though you are my guest, I must refuse. You know not what you ask. I am the Gaddhi of Bhrathairain, the servant of my people. That which you have seen belongs not to me, but to the Bhrathair. I hold it but in stewardship. For myself I possess nothing, and thus I have no sword or other riches in my gift." He uttered the words vindictively, but his malice was directed at the Kemper rather than the first, as if he had found unassailable grounds on which he could spite Cosrain. "If you require a sword," he went on, You may purchase it in Bhrathairain." He made an effort to preserve his air of victory by not looking at Cosrain, but he was frightened by his own bravado, and unable to resist. The Kemper met that glance with a shrug of dismissal, which made Rant Absolane wince, but the first did not let the matter end. "Oh, Gaddhi," she said through her teeth, "I have no means to make such a purchase." The Gaddhi reacted in sudden fury. "Then do without." His fists pounded the arms of his seat. "Am I to blame for your penury? Insult me further, and I will send you to the Sandgorgons." Cosrain shot a look toward the caitiffin. Immediately, Ryer Grist stepped forward, made a low bow. "Oh, Gaddhi," he said, "they are strangers, unfamiliar with the selfless nature of your stewardship. Permit me to implore pardon for them. I am certain that no offense was intended." Rant Absolane sagged. He seemed incapable of sustaining any emotion which might contradict the Kemper's will. "Oh, assuredly," he muttered. "I take no offense." Clearly he meant the opposite. "I am above all offense." To himself he began growling words like curses in the tongue of the Bhrathair. "That is well known," said the Kemper evenly, "and it adds much to your honor. Yet it will sadden you to turn guests away with no sign of your welcome in their hands. Perhaps another request lies within their hearts, a supplication which may be granted without aspersion to your stewardship." With a nameless pang, Linden saw Cosrain take hold of his golden ocular, raise it to his left eye. A stiffening, like a ghost of fear, ran through the chatelaine. Rant Absolane squeezed farther back in his throne, but the Kemper's gesture appeared so natural and inevitable that she could not take her eyes away from it, could not defend herself. Then he met her gaze through his ocular, and without warning, all her turmoil became calm. She realized at once that she had no cause for anxiety, no reason to distrust him. His left eye held the answer to everything. Her last, most visceral protests faded into relief as the jiyas of his will came over her, lifted the words he wanted out of her. "O Gaddhi, I ask if there is aught your Kemper can do to heal my comrade, Thomas Covenant." Rant Absolane showed an immediate relief that the eyepiece had not been turned toward him. In an over-loud voice he said, "I am certain Cosrain will do all in his power to aid you." Sweat made streaks through the paint on his face. "O Gaddhi, I serve you gladly." The Kemper's gaze left Linden, but its effect lingered in her, leaving her relaxed despite the raw hunger with which he regarded Covenant. Honenscraven the First stared at her with alarm. Sea-Dreamer's shoulders knotted, but the calm of the Kemper's jiyas remained on her. "Come, Thomas Covenant," said Cosrain sharply. "We will attempt your succor at once." Bryn looked a question at Linden. She nodded. She could do nothing but nod. She was deeply relieved that the Kemper had lifted the burden of Covenant's need from her. The Haruchai frowned slightly. His eyes asked the same question of the giants, but they did not contradict Linden. They were unable to perceive what had happened to her. With a shrug, Bryn walked Covenant toward the Kemper. Cosrain studied the unbeliever avidly. A faint shiver touched his voice as he said, "I thank you, Bryn of the Haruchai. You may leave him safely in my hands." Bryn did not hesitate. "No." His refusal drew a gasp from the chatelaine, instantly stifled. Rant Absolane leaned forward in his seat, bit his lip as if he could not believe his senses. The giants rocked subtly onto the balls of their feet. Explicitly, as if he were supporting Bryn, Covenant said, "Don't touch me." Cosrain held his golden circle to his eye, said in a tone of tacit command, "Bryn of the Haruchai, my arts admit of no spectation. If I am to aid this man, I must have him alone." Bryn met that ocular gaze without blinking. His words were as resolute as granite. "Nevertheless, he is in my care. I will not part from him." The Kemper went pale with fury and amazement. Clearly he was not accustomed to defiance, or to the failure of his jiyas. A vague uneasiness grew in Linden. Distress began to rise against the calm, nagging her toward self-awareness. A shout struggled to form itself in her throat. Cosrain turned back to her, fixed her with his will again. "Lyndon Avery, command this Harochai to give Thomas Covenant into my care." At once the calm returned. It said through her mouth, "Bryn, I command you to give Thomas Covenant into his care." Bryn looked at her. His eyes glinted with memories of Elamesnadine. Flatly he iterated, "I will not." The chatelaine recoiled. Their group frayed as some of them retreated toward the stairs. The Gaddhi's women crouched on the plinth and whimpered for his protection. Cosrain gave them cause for fear. Rage flushed his mien. His fists jerked threats through the air. "Fool!" he spat at Bryn. "If you do not instantly depart, I will command the guards to slay you where you stand." Before the words had left his mouth, the giants, Hergrim and Seer, were moving toward Covenant. But Bryn did not need their aid. Too swiftly for Cosrain to counter, he put himself between Covenant and the Kemper. His reply cut through Cosrain's ire. "Should you give such a command, you will die ere the first spear is raised." Rant Absolane stared in apoplectic horror. The rest of the chatelaine began scuttling from the hall. Bryn did not waver. 3 giants and 2 Harochai came to his support. The 6 of them appeared more absolutely ready for battle than all the Houston. For a moment, Cosrain's face flamed as if he were prepared to take any risk in order to gain possession of Covenant. But then the wisdom or cunning which had guided him to his present power and longevity came back to him. He recanted a step, summoned his self-command. "You miscomprehend me." His voice shook, but grew steadier at every word. "I have not merited your mistrust. This hostility ill becomes you, ill becomes any man or woman who has been granted the Gaddhi's welcome. Yet I accede to it. My desire remains to work you well. For the present I will crave your pardon for my unseemly ire. Mayhap when you have tasted the Gaddhi's goodwill, you will learn also to taste the cleanliness of my intent. If you then wish it, I will offer my aid again." He spoke coolly, but his eyes did not lose their heat. Without waiting for a reply, he sketched a bow toward the auspice, murmured, "With your permission, O Gaddhi." Then he turned on his heel, strode away into the shadow behind the throne. For a moment, Rant Absolane watched the Kemper's discomfited departure with glee, but abruptly he appeared to realize that he was now alone with people who had outfaced Cosrain of the Gyre, that he was protected only by his women and the guards. Squirming down from the auspice, he thrust his way between his favored, and hurried after the Kemper as if he had been routed. His women followed behind him in dismay. The company was left with Ryer Grist and 15 score Houston. The caitiff was visibly shaken, but he strove to regain his diplomacy. "Ah, my friends," he said thickly, "I pray that you will pardon this unsatisfactory welcome. As you have seen, the Gaddhi is of a perverse temper, doubtless vexed by the pressure of his duties, and thus his Kemper is doubly stressed, both by his own labors and by his sovereign. Calm will be restored, and recompense made, I assure you." He fumbled to a halt as if he were stunned by the inadequacy of his words. Then he grasped the first idea which occurred to him. "Will you accompany me to your guesting rooms? Food and rest await you there." At that moment, Lyndon came out of her imposed passivity with a wrench of realization which nearly made her scream. 15. Don't touch me. Thomas Covenant saw everything. He heard everything. From the moment when the Elohim had opened the gift of Kar Caverall, the location of the One Tree, all his senses had functioned normally. Yet he remained as blank as a stone tablet from which every commandment had been effaced. What he saw and heard and felt simply had no meaning to him. In him the link between action and impact, perception and interpretation, had been severed or blocked. Nothing could touch him. The strange self-contradictions of the Elohim had not moved him. The storm which had nearly wrecked Starfare's gem had conveyed nothing to him. The dangers to his own life, and the efforts of people like Bryn, Sea Dreamer, and Linden to preserve him, had passed by him like babblings in an alien tongue. He had seen it all. Perhaps on some level he had understood it, for he lacked even the exigency of incomprehension. Nothing which impinged upon him was defined by the barest possibility of meaning. He breathed when breath was necessary. He swallowed food which was placed in his mouth. At times he blinked to moisten his eyes. But these reflexes also were devoid of import. Occasionally an uneasiness as vague as mist rose up in him, but when he uttered his refrain, it went away. Those 3 words were all that remained of his soul. So he watched Cosrain's attempt to gain possession of him, with a detachment as complete as if he were made of stone. The hungry geas which burned from the Kemper's ocular had no effect. He was not formed of any flesh which could be persuaded, and likewise the way his companions defended him sank into his emptiness and vanished without a trace. When Cosrain, Rant Absolane, and the Chatelaine made their separate ways out of the Majesty, Covenant was left unchanged. Yet he saw everything. He heard everything. His senses functioned normally. He observed the appraising glance which Findale cast at him, as if the appointed were measuring this Elohim-wrought blankness against the Kemper's hunger, and he witnessed the flush of shame and dismay which rushed into Linden's face as Cosrain's will lost its hold over her. Her neck corded at the effort she made to stifle her instinctive outcry. She feared possession more than any other thing, and she had fallen under Cosrain's command as easily as if she lacked all volition. Through her teeth she gasped, "Jesus God!" But her frightened and furious glare was fixed on Ryer Grist, and she did not answer the consternation of her companions. Her taut self-containment said plainly that she did not trust the caitiff. The sight of her in such distress evoked Covenant's miasmic discomfort, but he articulated his 3 words, and they carried all trouble away from him. He heard the raw restraint in the first's tone as she replied to the caitiff, "We will accompany you. Our need for rest and peace is great. Also, we must give thought to what has transpired." Ryer Grist acknowledged the justice of her tone with a grimace, but he made no effort to placate the company. Instead, he led the Gaddhi's guests toward the stairs which descended to the tier of riches. Covenant followed, because Bryn's grasp on his arm compelled him to place one foot in front of the other reflexively, as if he were capable of choosing to commit such an act. Ryer Grist took them down to the second Circinate. In the depths of that level, behind the immense forecourt or ballroom, he guided them along complex and gaily lit passages, among bright halls and chambers, sculleries and kitchens, music-rooms, ateliers and galleries, where the company encountered many of the chatelaine who now contrived to mask their fear. At last he brought the questors to a long corridor, marked at intervals by doors which opened into a series of comfortable bedrooms. One room had been set aside for each member of the company. Across the hall was a larger chamber, richly furnished with settees and cushions. There the companions were invited to a repast displayed on tables intricately formed of bronze and mahogany. But at the doorway of each bedroom stood one of the Hustin, armed with its spear and broadsword, and 2 more waited near the tables of food like attendants or assassins. Ryer Grist himself made no move to leave. This was insignificant to Covenant, like the piquant aromas of the food, the unwashed musk of the guards. It was a fact devoid of content, but it tightened the muscles of Honenscrave's arms, called a glint of ready ire from the first's eyes, compressed Linden's mouth into a white line. After a moment, the chosen addressed Ryer Grist with a scowl. "Is this another sample of the Gaddhi's welcome, guards all over the place?" "Chosen, you miscomprehend." The caitiff had recovered his equilibrium. "The Hustin are creatures of duty, and these have been given the duty of serving you. If you desire them to depart, they will do so, but they will remain within command, so that they may answer to your wants." Linden confronted the 2 guards in the chamber. "Get out of here." Their bestial faces betrayed no reaction, but together they marched out into the hall. She followed them. To all the Houstons she shouted, "Go away! Leave us alone!" Their compliance appeased some of her hostility. When she returned, her weariness was apparent. Again the emotion she aroused made Covenant speak, but his companions had become accustomed to his litany and gave it no heed. "I also will depart," the caitiff said, making a virtue of necessity. "As occasion requires, I will bring you word of the Gaddhi's will or his Kemper's. Should you have any need of me, summon the guard and speak my name. I will welcome any opportunity to serve you." Linden dismissed him with a tired shrug, but the first said, "Hold yet a moment, caitiff." The expression in her eyes caused his mien to tense warily. "We have seen much which we do not comprehend, and thereby we are disquieted. Ease me with one answer." Her tone suggested that he would be wise to comply. "You have spoken of 80 guards, of 15 horse. Battle-reams we have seen aplenty, yet the Sandgorgons are gone to their doom, and the Kemper's arts are surely proof against any insurgents. What need has Rant Absolane for such might of arms?" At that, Ryer Grist permitted himself a slight relaxation, as if the question were a safe one. "First of the search," he replied. "The answer lies in the wealth of Bhrathairain. No small part of that wealth has been gained in payment from other rulers or peoples for the service of our arms and ships. Our puissance earns much revenue and treasure, but it is a precarious holding, for our wealth teaches other lands and monarchs to view us jealously. Therefore our strength serves also to preserve what we have garnered since the formation of Sandgorgon's doom." The first appeared to accept the plausibility of this response. When no one else spoke, the caitiff bowed his farewell and departed. At once Honensgrave closed the door, and the room was filled with terse, hushed voices. The first and Honensgrave expressed their misgivings. Linden described the power of the Kemper's ocular, the unnatural birth of the Houston. Bryn urged that the company return immediately to Starfare's gem, but Honensgrave countered that such an act might cause the Gaddhi to rescind his welcome before the Dromond was sufficiently supplied or repaired. Linden cautioned her companions that they must not trust Ryer Grist. Vane and Findale stood aloof together. With signs and gestures, Seedreamer made Honensgrave understand what he wanted to know, and the master asked Bryn how the Harachai had withstood Cosrain's Gias. Bryn discounted that power in a flat tone. "He spoke to me with his gaze. I heard, but did not choose to listen." For a moment he gave Linden a look as straight as an accusation. She bit her lower lip, as if she were ashamed of her vulnerability. Covenant witnessed it all. It passed by him as if he were insensate. The company decided to remain in the Sandhold as long as they could, so that Pitchwife and Seven-Hand would have as much time as possible to complete their work. Then the giants turned to the food. When Linden had examined it, pronounced it safe, the questors ate. Covenant ate when Bryn put food in his mouth, but behind his emptiness he continued to watch and listen. Dangerous spots of color accentuated Linden's cheeks, and her eyes were full of potential panic, as if she knew that she was being cornered. Covenant had to articulate his warning several times to keep the trouble at bay. After that, the time wore away slowly, eroded in small increments by the tension of the company. But it made no impression on Covenant. He might have forgotten that time existed. The toll of days held no more meaning for him than a string of beads, although perhaps it was a preterite memory of bloodshed, rising like blame from the distance of the land, which caused his vague uneasiness, rising thicker every day, as people he should have been able to save were butchered. Certainly he had no more need for the One Tree. He was safe as he was. His companions alternately rested, waited, stirred restlessly, spoke or argued quietly with each other. Linden could not dissuade Bryn from sending Seer or Hergrim out to explore the Sandhold. The Harachai no longer heeded her, but when the first supported Linden, they acceded, approving her insistence that the company should stay together. Vane was as detached as Covenant, but the long pain did not leave Findale's face, and he studied Covenant as if he foresaw some crucial test for the unbeliever. Later, Ryer Grist returned, bearing an invitation for the company to attend the Chatelaine in banquet. Linden did not respond. The attitude of the Harachai had drained some essential determination out of her. But the first accepted, and the company followed the catephon to a high, bright dining hall, where bedizened ladies and smirking gallants talked and riposted, vied and feasted, to the accompaniment of soft music. The plain attire of the questors contrasted with the self-conscious display around them, but the Chatelaine reacted as though the company were thereby made more sapid and attractive, or as though the Gaddhi's court feared to behave otherwise. Men surrounded Linden with opportunities for dalliance, blind to the possible hysteria in her mien. Women plied the impassive Harachai determinedly. The giants were treated to brittle roulades of wit. Neither the Gaddhi nor his Kemper appeared, but Houston stood against the walls like listening posts, and even Honensgrave's most subtle questions gleaned no useful information. The foods were savory, the wines copious. As the evening progressed, the interchanges of the Chatelaine became more burlesque and corybantic. Sea-Dreamer stared about him with glazed eyes, and the first's visage was a thunderhead. At intervals, Covenant spoke his ritual repudiation. His companions bore the situation as long as they could, then asked Ryer Grist to return them to their quarters. He complied with diplomatic ease. When he had departed, the company confronted the necessity for sleep. Bedrooms had been provided for them all, and each contained only a single bed, but the questors made their own arrangements. Honensgrave and Sea-Dreamer took one room together. The first and Seer shared another. Linden cast one last searching look at Covenant, then went to her rest with Cale to watch over her. Bryn drew Covenant into the next chamber and put him to bed, leaving Hergrim on guard in the hall with Vane and Findale. When Bryn doused the light, Covenant reflexively closed his eyes. The light returned, and he opened his eyes. But it was not the same light. It came from a small gilt cruse in the hand of a woman. She wore filmy draperies as suggestive as mist. Her lush yellow hair spilled about her shoulders. The light spread hints of welcome around her figure. She was the Lady Olive, one of the Gaddhi's favorite. Raising a playful finger to her lips, she spoke softly to Bryn. "You need not summon your companions. Cosrain of the Gyre desires speech with Thomas Covenant. Your accompaniment is welcome. Indeed, all your companions are welcome, should you think it meet to rouse them. The Kemper has repented of his earlier haste. But wherefore should they be deprived of rest? Surely you suffice to ward Thomas Covenant's safety?" Bryn's countenance betrayed no reaction. He measured the risk and the opportunity of this new ploy impassively. While he considered, the Lady Olive stepped to his side. Her movements were too soft and unwily to be dangerous. Tiny silver bells tinkled around her ankles. Then her free hand opened, exposing a small mound of fulvous powder. With a sudden breath, she blew the powder into Bryn's face. One involuntary inhalation of surprise undid him. His knees folded, and he sank in a slow circle to the floor. At once the lady swept toward Covenant, smiling with desire. When she pulled him by the arm, he rose automatically from the bed. "Don't touch me," he said, but she only smiled and drew him toward the door. In the corridor he saw that Hergrim lay on the stone like Bryn. Vane faced Linden's chamber, observing nothing, but Findale watched the Lady Olive and Covenant with an assaying look. The Gaddhi's favored took Covenant away from the bedrooms. As they moved, he heard a door open, heard bare feet running almost silently, as one of the Harochai came in pursuit. Seer or Kale must have sensed the soper of Bryn and Hergrim, and realized that something was wrong. But beyond the last door, the stone of the walls altered, became mirrors. The lady led Covenant between the mirrors. In an instant their images were exactly reflected against them from both sides. Image and flesh met, fused. Before the Harochai could catch them, Covenant and his guide were translated to an altogether different part of the Sandhold. Stepping between two mirrors poised near the walls, they entered a large, round chamber. It was comfortably lit by 3 or 4 braziers, seductively appointed like a disporting place. The fathomless blue rugs asked for the pressure of bare feet. The velvet and satin cushions and couches urged abandon. A patina of incense thickened the air. Tapestries hung from the walls, depicting scenes like echoes of lust. Only the 2 armed Hustin, standing opposite each other against the walls, marred the ambience. But they made no impression on Covenant. They were like the spiraling ironwork stairway which rose from the center of the chamber. He looked at them and thought nothing. "Now at last," said the lady, with a sigh like a shiver of relish, "at last we are alone." She turned to face him. The tip of her tongue moistened her lips. "Thomas Covenant, my heart is mad with desire for you." Her eyes were as vivid as coal could make them. "I have brought you here, not for the Kemper's purpose, but for my own. This night will be beyond all forgetting for you. Every dream of your life I will awaken and fulfill." She studied him for some response. When none came, she hesitated momentarily. A flicker of distaste crossed her face, but then she replaced it with passion and spun away, crying softly, "Behold!" as if every line of her form were an ache of need. She began to dance. Swaying and whirling to the rhythm of her anklets, she performed her body before him with all the art of a proud odalisque. Portraying the self-loss of hunger for him, she danced closer to him, and away, and closer again, and her hands caressed her thighs, her belly, her breasts, as if she were summoning the fire in her flesh. At wily intervals, pieces of her raiment wafted in perfume and gauze to settle like an appeal among the cushions. Her skin had the texture of silk. The nipples of her breasts were painted and hardened like announcements of desire. The muscles within her thighs were smooth and flowing invitations. But when she flung her arms around Covenant, pressed her body to his, kissed his mouth, his lips remained slack. He did not need to utter his refrain. He saw her as if she did not exist. His lack of reply startled her, and the surprise allowed a pure fear to show in her eyes. "Do you not desire me?" She bit her lips, groping for some recourse. "You must desire me." She tried to conceal her desperation with brazenness, but every new attempt to arouse him only exposed her dread of failure more plainly. She did everything which experience or training could suggest. She stopped at no prostration or appeal which might conceivably have attracted a man. But she could not penetrate his Elohim-wrought emptiness. He was as impervious as if their purpose had been to defend rather than harm him. Abruptly she wailed in panic. Her fingers made small creeping movements against her face, like spiders. Her loveliness had betrayed her. "Ah, Kemper," she moaned, "have mercy! He is no man! How could a man refuse what I have done?" The effort of articulation pulled Covenant's countenance together for a moment. "Don't touch me." At that, humiliation gave her the strength of anger. "Fool!" she retorted. "You destroy me, and it will avail you nothing. The Kemper will reduce me to beggary among the public houses of Bhrathairain for this failure, but he will not therefore spare you. You he will rend limb from limb to gain his ends. Were you man enough to answer me, then at least would you have lived. And I would have given you pleasure." She struck out at him blindly, lashing her hand across his bearded cheek. "Pleasure!" "Enough, Olive." The Kemper's voice froze her from where she stood. He was watching her and Covenant from the stairs, had already come halfway down them. "It is not for you to harm him." From that elevation he appeared as tall as a giant, yet his arms looked frail with leanness and age. The child, cradled at his back, did not stir. "Return to the Gaddhi." His tone held no anger, but it cast glints of malice into the room. "I have done with you. From this time forth you will prosper or wane, according to his whim. Please him if you can." His words condemned her, but this doom was less than the one she had feared, and she did not quail. With a last gauging look at Covenant, she drew herself erect and moved to the stairs, leaving her apparel behind with a disdain which bordered on dignity. When she was gone, Cosrain told one of the guards to bring Covenant. Then he returned upward. The Hustak closed a clawed hand around Covenant's upper arm. A prescient tremor forced him to repeat his litany several times before he found ease. The stairs rose like the gyre of Sandgorgon's doom, bearing him high into the seclusion of Kemper's pitch. When they ended, he was in the lucubrium, where Cosrain practiced his arts. Long tables held theurgical apparatus of every kind. Periapts and vials of arcane powders lined the walls. Contrivances of mirrors made candles appear incandescent. Cosrain moved among them, preparing implements. His hands clenched and unclosed repeatedly to vent his eagerness. His rheum-clouded eyes flickered from place to place, but at his back his putative son slept. His golden robe rustled along the floor like a scurry of small animals. When he spoke, his voice was calm, faintly tinged with a weariness which hinted at the burden of his years. "In truth, I did not expect her to succeed." He addressed Covenant as if he knew that the unbeliever could not reply. "Better for you if she had, but you are clearly beyond her. Yet for her failure, I should perhaps have punished her as men have ever punished women. She is a tasty wench withal, and knowledgeable, but that is no longer in me." His tone suggested a sigh. "In time past it was otherwise. Then the Gaddhi drew his favored from those who had first sated me. But latterly that pleasure comes to me solely through observation of the depraved ruttings of others in the chamber below. Therefore, almost I hoped that you would succumb, for the unction it would have given me." A chair, covered with bindings and apparatus, stood to one side of the lucubrium. While Cosrain spoke, the Hustak guided Covenant to the chair, seated him there. The Kemper set his implements on the nearest table, then began immobilizing Covenant's arms and legs with straps. "But that is a juiceless pleasure," he went on, after a brief pause, "and does not content me. Age does not content me. Therefore you are here." He lashed Covenant's chest securely to the back of the chair. With a neck strap he ensured that the unbeliever would sit upright. Covenant could still have moved his head from side to side if he had been capable of conceiving a desire to do so, but Cosrain appeared confident that Covenant had lost all such desires. A faint sense of trouble floated up out of the emptiness, but Covenant dispelled it with his refrain. Next, Cosrain began to attach his implements to the apparatus of the chair. These resembled lenses of great variety and complexity. The apparatus held them ready near Covenant's face. "You have seen," the Kemper continued as he worked, "that I possess an ocular of gold, purest gold, a rare and puissant metal in such hands as mine. With such aids my arts work great wonders, of which Sandgorgon's doom is not the greatest. But my arts are also pure, as a circle is pure, and in a flawed world purity cannot endure. Thus within each of my works I must perforce place one small flaw, else there would be no work at all." He stepped back for a moment to survey his preparations. Then he leaned his face close to Covenant's, as if he wished the unbeliever to understand him. Even within the work of my longevity there lies a flaw, and through that flaw my life leaks from me drop by drop. Knowing perfection, possessing perfect implements, I have of necessity wrought imperfection upon myself. Thomas Covenant, I am going to die." Once again he withdrew, muttering half to himself, "That is intolerable." He was gone for several moments. When he returned, he set a stool before the chair and sat on it. His eyes were level with Covenant's. With one skeletal finger he tapped Covenant's half-hand. "But you possess white gold." Behind their room his orbs seemed to have no color. "It is an imperfect metal, an unnatural alliance of metals, and in all the earth it exists nowhere but in the ring you bear. My arts have spoken to me of such a pariapt, but never did I dream that the white gold itself would fall to me. The white gold! Thomas Covenant, you reck little what you wield. Its imperfection is the very paradox of which the earth is made, and with it a master may form perfect works and fear nothing. Therefore," with one hand he moved a lens so that it covered Covenant's eyes, distorting everything, "I mean to have that ring. As you know, or have known, I may not frankly sever it from you. It will be valueless to me unless you choose to give it, and in your present strait you are incapable of choice. Thus I must first pierce this veil which blinds your will. Then, while you remain within my grasp, I must wrest the choice I require from you." A smile uncovered the old cruelty of his teeth. "Indeed, it would have been better for you if you had succumbed to the Lady Olive." Covenant began his warning, but before he could complete it, Cosrain lifted his ocular, focused his left eye through it and the lens. As that gaze struck Covenant's, his life exploded in pain. Spikes drove into his joints, knives laid bare all his muscles, daggers dug down the length of every nerve. Tortures tore at his head as if the skin of his skull were being flayed away. Involuntary spasms made him writhe like a madman in his bonds. He saw Cosrain's eye boring into him, heard the seizing of his own respiration, felt violence hacking every portion of his flesh to pieces. All his senses functioned normally, but the pain meant nothing. It fell into his emptiness and vanished, a sensation without content or consequence. Even the writhings of his body did not inspire him to turn his head away. Abruptly the attack ended. The Kemper sat back, began whistling softly, tunelessly, through his teeth, while he considered his next approach. After a moment he made his decision. He added 2 more lenses to the distortion of Covenant's vision. Then he applied his eye to the ocular again. Instantly fire swept into Covenant, as if every drop of his blood and tissue of his flesh were oil and tinder. It howled through him like the wailing of a banshee. It burst his heart, blazed in his lungs, cindered all his vitals. The marrow of his bones burned and ran like scoria. Savagery flamed into his void, as if no power in all the world could prevent it from setting fire to the hidden relics of his soul. All his senses functioned normally. He should have been driven irremediably mad in that agony, but the void was more fathomless than any fire. From this, too, the Elohim had defended him. With a snarl of frustration, Cosrain looked away again. For a moment he seemed at a loss, but then new determination straightened his back. Briskly he removed one of the lenses he had already used, replaced it with several others. Now Covenant could see nothing except an eye-watering smear. In the center of the blur appeared Cosrain's golden ocular, as the Kemper once again bent his will inward. For 1 heartbeat or 2 nothing happened. Then the smear expanded, and the lucubrium began to turn. Slowly at first, then with vertiginous speed, the chamber spun. As it wheeled, the walls dissolved. The chair rose, though Cosrain's compelling orb did not waver. Covenant went gyring into night. But it was a night unlike any he had known before. It was empty of every star, every implication. Its world-spanning blackness was only a reflection of the inward void into which he fell. Chosroen was driving him into himself. He dropped like a stone, spinning faster and faster as the plunge lengthened. He passed through a fire which seared him, traversed tortures of knives, until he fell beyond them. Still he sped down the gullet of the whirling, the nausea of his old vertigo. It impelled him as if it meant to hurl him against the blank wall of his doom. Yet he saw everything, heard everything. Chosroen's eye remained before him, impaling the smear of the lenses. In the distance, the Kemper's voice said sharply, "Slay him." But the command was directed elsewhere, did not touch Covenant. Then, up from the bottom of the gyre, arose images which Covenant feared to recognize. Chosroen's gaze coerced them from the pit. They flew and yowled about Covenant's head as he fell. The destruction of the staff of law, blood pouring in streams to feed the bane fire, Memla and Linden falling under the Namoram's grim because he could not save them, his friends trapped and doomed in the Sandhold, the quest defeated, the land lying helpless under the sunbane, all the earth at Lord Fowl's mercy, because he could not save them. The Elohim had deprived him of everything which might have made a difference. They had rendered him helpless to touch or aid the people and the land he loved. Wrapped in his leprosy, isolated by his venom, he had become nothing more than a victim absolutely. The perceptions which poured into him from Chosroen's orb seemed to tell the whole truth about him. The gyre swept him downward like an avalanche. It flung him like a spear, a bringer of death, into the pith of the void. Then he might have broken. The wall defending him might have been pierced, leaving him as vulnerable as the land to Chosroen's eye. But at that moment he heard a series of thuds, the sounds of combat, blows exchanged, gasp and grunt of impact. Two powerful figures were fighting nearby. Automatically, reflexively, he turned his head to see what was happening. With that movement, he broke Chosroen's hold. Freed from the distortion of the lenses, his vision reeled back into the lucubrium. He sat in the chair where the Kemper had bound him. The tables and equipments of the chamber were unchanged, but the guard lay on the floor, coughing up the last of its life. Over the Husta stood Hergrim. He was poised to spring. Flatly he said, "Kemper, if you have harmed him, you will answer for it with blood." Covenant saw everything. He heard everything. Emptily he said, "Don't touch me." 16. The Gaddhi's Punishment. For a long time, Linden Avery could not sleep. The stone of the Sandhold surrounded her, limiting her percipience. The very walls seemed to glare back at her, as if they strove to protect a secret cunning. And at the edges of her range moved the Hustin like motes of ill. The miscreated guards were everywhere, jailers for the chatelaine as well as for the company. She had watched the courtiers at their banquet, and had discerned that their gaiety was a performance upon which they believed their safety depended. But there could be no safety in the dungeon which the Kemper had created for himself and his petulant Gaddhi. Her troubled mind longed for the surcease of unconsciousness, but underneath the wariness and alarm which the Sandhold inspired lay a deeper and more acute distress. The memory of the Kemper's Gias squirmed in the pit of her heart. Chosroen had simply looked at her through his ocular, and instantly she had become his tool, a mere adjunct of his intent. She had not struggled, had not even understood the need to struggle. His will had possessed her as easily as if she had been waiting for it all her life. The Harochai had been able to resist, but she had been helpless. Her percipient openness had left her no defense. She was unable to completely close the doors the land had opened in her. As a result, she had betrayed Thomas Covenant. He was bound to her by yearnings more intimate than anything she had ever allowed herself to feel for any man, and she had sold him as if he had no value to her. No, not sold. She had been offered nothing in return. She had simply given him away. Only Bryn's determination had saved him. That hurt surpassed the peril of the Sandhold. It was the cusp of all her failures. She felt like a rock which had been struck too hard or too often. She remained superficially intact, but within her fault lines spread at every blow. She no longer knew how to trust herself. In her bedchamber after the banquet, she mimicked sleep because Cale was with her, but his presence also served to keep her awake. When she turned her face to the wall, she felt his hard aura like a pressure against her spine, denying what little courage she had left. He, too, did not trust her. Yet the day had been long and arduous, and at last weariness overcame her tension. She sank into dreams of stone, the irrefragable gut-rock of Revelstone. In the hold of the clave, she had tried to force herself bodily into the granite to escape Gibbon Raver, but the stone had refused her. According to covenant, the former inhabitants of the land had found life and beauty in stone, but this rock had been deaf to every appeal. She still heard the raver saying, "The principal doom of the land is upon your shoulders. Are you not evil?" And she had cried out in answer, had been crying ever since in self-abomination, "No, never." Then the voice said something else. It said, "Chosen, arise. The Urlord has been taken." Sweating nightmares, she flung away from the wall. Cale placed a hand on her shoulder. The wail which Gibbon had spawned sprang into her throat, but the door stood open, admitting light to the bedchamber. Cale's mien held no ill glee. Instinctively she bit down her unuttered cry. Her voice bled as she gasped, "Taken?" The word conveyed nothing except inchoate tremors of alarm. "The Urlord has been taken," Cale repeated inflexibly. "The Lady Aleph came for him in the Kemper's name. She has taken him." She stared at him, groped through the confusion of her dreams. "Why?" Shadows accentuated Cale's shrug. She said, "Cosrain of the Gyre desires speech with Thomas Covenant." Taken him! A knife-tip of apprehension trailed down her spine. "Is Bryn with him?" The Harochai did not falter. "No." At that her eyes widened. "You mean you let—" She was on her feet. Her hands grabbed at his shoulders. "Are you crazy? Why didn't you call me?" She was fractionally taller than he, but his flat gaze outsized her. He did not need words to repudiate her. "Oh, God damn it!" She tried to thrust him away, but the effort only shoved her backward. Spinning, she flung toward the door. Over her shoulder she snapped, "You should have called me." But she already knew his answer. In the corridor she found the giants. Honenscrave and Sea Dreamer were straightening their sarks, dressing hurriedly, but the first stood ready, with her shield on her arm, as if she had slept that way. Seer was also there. Vane and Findale had not moved, but Bryn and Hergrim were nowhere to be seen. The first answered Linden's hot visage sternly. "It appears that we have miscounted the Kemper's cunning. The tale I have from Seer. While we slept, the Lady Aleph approached Hergrim, where he stood with Vane and this Elohim. Speaking words of courtesy and blandishment, she drew nigh and into his face cast a powder which caused him slumber. Neither Vane nor Findale, a keen edge ran through her tone, saw fit to take action in this matter, and she turned from them as if their unconcern were a thing to be trusted. She then approached Bryn and the giant friend. Bryn also fell prey to her powder of slumber, and she bore Covenant away. Sensing the unwonted somnolence of his comrades, Seer left me. In this passage he saw the Lady Aleph with Covenant retreating. She pointed down the corridor. He went in pursuit, yet ere he could gain them, they vanished. Linden gaped at the first. "The slumber of Bryn and Hergrim was brief," the Swordmane concluded. "They have gone in search of the giant friend, or of the Kemper. It is my thought that we must follow." The labor of Linden's heart cramped her breathing. What could Cosrain possibly want from Covenant that he was willing to risk so much coercion and stealth to gain it? What else but the white ring? A surge of hysteria rose up in her. She fought for self-command. Fear galvanized her. She turned on Seer, demanded, "How could they have vanished?" "I know not." His countenance remained impassive. At a certain place beyond these doors, He searched momentarily for a word. An acuteness came upon them. Then they were before me no longer. The means of their vanishment I could not discover. Damn it to hell! With a wrench, Linden dismissed that unanswerable how. To the first she gritted, "Kemper's pitch." Aye. In spite of her empty scabbard, the sword-mane was whetted for action. Kemper's pitch. With a jerk of her head, she sent Honensgrave and Seedreamer down the corridor. They broke into a trot as Seer joined them. At once the first followed. Then Linden and Cale ran after them, too concerned for Covenant to think about the consequences of what they were doing. At the first corner she glanced back, saw Vane and Findale following without apparent haste or effort. Almost at once the company encountered the guards that had been stationed outside their rooms earlier. The faces of the Houston registered brutish surprise, uncertainty. Some of them stepped forward, but when the giants swept defiantly past them, the Houston did not react. Mordantly, Linden thought that Cosrain's attention must be concentrated elsewhere. Like the Harachai, the giants had obviously learned more about the layout of the second Circinate than she had been able to absorb. They threaded their way unerringly through the halls and passages, corridors and chambers. In a short time they reached the forecourt near the stairways to the Tier of Riches. Upward they went, without hesitation. The tier was as brightly lit as ever, but at this time of night it was deserted. Honensgrave promptly chose an intricate route through the galleries. When he arrived in the resting-place of the longsword at which the first had gazed with such desire, he stopped. Looking intently at her, he asked in a soft voice, "Will you not harm yourself?" "Tempt me not." Her features were cold. "Should we appear before the Gaddhi or his Kemper bearing a gift which was denied us, we will forfeit all choice but that of battle. Let us not rashly put our feet to that path." Linden felt dark shapes rising from the second Circinate. "Guards," she panted. "Somebody told them what to do." The first gave Honensgrave a nod of command. He swung away toward the stairs to the Majesty. Linden ran dizzily after the giants up the spiraling ascent. Her breathing was hard and sharp. The dry air cut at her lungs. She feared the Houston in the Majesty. If they, too, had been given orders, what could the company do against so many of them? As she sprang out of the stairwell onto the treacherous floor of the Auspice Hall, she saw that her fears were justified. Scores of squat, powerful Houston formed an arc across the company's way. They bristled with spears. In the faint light reflecting from the vicinity of the Auspice, they looked as intractable as old darkness. The pursuing guards had reached the bottom of the stairs. "Stone and sea," hissed the first through her teeth. "Here is a gay pass." Seedreamer took an impulsive step forward. "Hold, giant," she ordered softly. "Would you have us slain like cattle?" In the same tone she addressed Linden over her shoulder. "Chosen, if any thought comes to you, be not shy to utter it. I mislike this peril." Linden did not respond. The posture of the guards described the nature of Cosrain's intentions against Covenant eloquently, and Covenant was as defenseless as an infant. The Elohim had reft him of everything which might have protected him. She chewed silent curses in an effort to hold back panic. The Houston advanced on the company. The next moment a high shout echoed across the Majesty. "Halt!" The guards stopped. The ones on the stairs climbed a few more steps, then obeyed. Someone began to thrust forward among the Houston. Linden saw a vehement head bobbing past their ears, accompanied by a thick flurry of yellow hair. The guards parted involuntarily. Soon a woman stood before the company. She was naked, as if she had just come from the Gaddhi's bed. "The Lady Olive." She cast a look at the questors, daring them to take notice of her nudity. Then she turned to the guards. Her voice imitated anger, but beneath the surface it quivered with temerity. "Why do you accost the guests of the Gaddhi?" The porcine eyes of the Houston shifted uncomfortably toward her, back to the company. Their thoughts worked tortuously. After a pause, several of them answered, "These are not permitted to pass." "Not?" she demanded sharply. "I command you to admit them." Again the Houston were silent while they wrestled with the imprecision of their orders. Others repeated, "These are not permitted to pass." The lady cocked her arms on her hips. Her tone softened dangerously. "Guards, do you know me?" Houston blinked at her. A few licked their lips as if they were torn between hunger and confusion. At last a handful replied, "Lady Olive, favored of the Gaddhi." "Forsooth," she snapped sarcastically, "I am the Lady Aleph, favored of the Gaddhi Rant Absolane. Has Chosrain granted you to refuse the commands of the Gaddhi, or his favored?" The guards were silent. Her question was too complex for them. Slowly, clearly, she said, "I command you, in the name of Rant Absolane, Gaddhi of Bhrathairain and the Great Desert, to permit his guests passage." Linden held her breath, while the Houstons struggled to sort out their priorities. Apparently, this situation had not been covered by their instructions, and no new orders came to their aid. Confronted by the Lady Aleph's insistence, they did not know what else to do. With a rustling movement like a sigh, they parted, opening a path toward the auspice. At once the favored faced the company. Her eyes shone with a hazardous revenge. "Now make haste," she said quickly, "while Chosrain is consumed by his intent against your Thomas covenant. I have no cause to wish your companion well, but I will teach the Kemper that he is unwise to scorn those who labor in his service. Mayhap his pawns will some day gain the courage to defy him." An instant later she stamped her foot, sending out a tinkle of silver. "Go, I say. At any moment he may recollect himself and countermand me." The first did not hesitate. Striding from circle to circle, she moved swiftly among the Houston. Seer joined her. Hononsgrave and Sea Dreamer followed, warding her back. Linden wanted to take a moment to question the lady, but she had no time. Cale caught her arm, swung her after the giants. Behind the company, the guards turned, reformed their ranks. Moving stiffly over the stone slabs, they followed Vane and Findale toward the auspice. When the giants entered the brighter illumination around the throne, Bryn suddenly appeared out of the shadows. He did not pause to explain how he had come to be there. Flatly, he said, "Hergrim has discovered the Urlord. Come." Turning, he sped back into the darkness behind the Gaddhi's seat. Linden glanced at the Houston. They were moving grimly, resolutely, but made no effort to catch up with the interlopers. Perhaps they had now been commanded to block any retreat. She could not worry about retreat. Covenant was in the Kemper's hands. She ran after the first and Seer into the shadow of the auspice. Here, too, the wall was deeply carved with tormented shapes like a writhe of ghouls. Even in clear light, the doorway would have been difficult to find, for it was cunningly hidden among the bas-reliefs. But Bryn had learned the way. He went directly to the door. It swung inward under the pressure of his hand, admitting the company to a narrow stair which gyred upward through the stone. Bryn led, with Hononsgrave, Sea Dreamer, and then Seer at his back. Linden followed the first. Urgency pulled at her heart, denying the shortness of her breath, the scant strength of her legs. She wanted to cry out Covenant's name. The stair seemed impossibly long, but at last it reached a door that opened into a large, round chamber. The place was furnished and appointed like a seduction room. Braziers shed light over its intense blue rugs, its lush cushions and couches. The tapestries bedecking the walls depicted a variety of lurid scenes. Almost instantly, the incense in the air began to fill Linden's lungs with giddiness. Ahead of her, the giants and Harochai came to a halt. A Husta stood there, with its spear leveled at the questors, guarding the ironwork stair which rose from the center of the chamber. This Husta had no doubt of its duty. One cheek was discolored with bruises, and Linden saw other signs that the guard had been in a fight. If Hergrim had indeed found Covenant, he must have passed through this chamber to do so. But the Husta was impervious to its pains. It confronted the company fearlessly. Bryn bounded forward. He feinted at the guard, then dodged the spear and leaped for the railing of the stair. The Husta tracked him with the point of its spear to strike him in the back, but Sea Dreamer was already moving. With momentum, weight, and oaken strength, he delivered a blow which stretched the guard out among the cushions like a sated lover. As a precaution, Hononsgrave jumped after the Husta, caught hold of its spear, and snapped the shaft. The rest of the company rushed after Bryn. The stairs took them even higher into the seclusion of Kemper's Pitch. Gripping the rail, Linden hauled herself from tread to tread, forced her leaden legs to carry her. The incense and the spiraling affected her like nightmare. She did not know how much farther she could ascend. When she reached the next level, she might be too weak to do anything except struggle for breath. But her will held, carried her panting and dizzy into the lucubrium of the Gaddhi's Kemper. Her eyes searched the place frenetically. This was clearly Cosrain's laboratory, where he wrought his arts. But she could not bring anything she saw into focus. Long tables covered with equipment, crowded shelves, strange contrivances seemed to reel around her. Then her vision cleared. Beyond the spot where the giants and Bryn had stopped lay a guard. It was dead, sprawled in the congealing pool of its own rank blood. Hergrim stood over it like a defiance. Deliberately, he nodded toward one side of the lucubrium. Cosrain was there. In his own domain, surrounded by his possessions and powers, he appeared unnaturally tall. His lean arms were folded like wrath over his chest, but he remained as still as Hergrim, as if he and the Harochai were poised in an impasse. His golden ocular dangled from its ribbon around his neck. His sun slept like a tumor on his back. He was standing in front of a chair, which bristled with bindings and apparatus. Within the bindings sat Covenant. He was looking at his companions, but his eyes were empty, as if he had no soul. With her panting clenched between her teeth, Linden slipped past the giants, hastened forward. For an instant she glared at Cosrain, let him see the rage naked in her face. Then she turned her back on him and approached Covenant. Her hands shook as she tried to undo the bonds. They were too tight for her. When Bryn joined her, she left that task to him, and instead concentrated on examining Covenant. She found no damage. His flesh was unmarked. Behind the slackness of his mouth and the confusion of his beard, nothing had changed. She probed into his body, inspected his bones and organs with her percipience, but internally also he had suffered no harm. His ring still hung like a fetter on the last finger of his half-hand. Relief stunned her. For a moment she became light-headed with incomprehension, had to steady herself on Bryn's shoulder as he released the Urlord. Had Hergrim stopped Cosrain in time, or had the Kemper simply failed? Had the silence of the Elohim surpassed even his arts? Had it in fact defended Covenant from hurt? "As you see," Cosrain said, "he is uninjured." A slight tremble of age and ire afflicted his voice. "Despite your thought of me, I have sought only his succor. Had this Harochai not foiled me with his presence and needless bloodshed, your Thomas Covenant would have been restored to you, whole and well. But no trustworthiness can withstand your suspicion. Your doubt fulfills itself, for it prevents me from accomplishing that which would teach you the honesty of my intent." Linden spun on him. Her relief recoiled into fury. "You bastard! If you're so goddamn trustworthy, why did you do all this?" "Chosen." Indignation shone through the rheum of his eyes. "Do any means exist by which I could have persuaded you to concede Thomas Covenant to me alone?" With all the strength of his personality, he projected an image of offended virtue. But Linden was not daunted. The discrepancy between his stance and his hunger was palpable to her. She was angry enough to tell him what she saw, expose the range of her sight, but she had no time. Heavy feet rang on the iron stairs. Behind the reek of death in the air, she felt Houston surging upward. As Bryn drew Covenant from the chair, she turned to warn her companions. They did not need the warning. The giants and Harochai had already poised themselves in defensive positions around the room. But the first individual who appeared from the stairwell was not one of the Houston. It was Rant Absolane. The Lady Aleph was at his back. She had taken the time to cover herself with a translucent robe. Behind them came the guards. When she saw the fallen Husta, the Lady Aleph's face betrayed an instant of consternation. She had not expected this. Reading her, Linden guessed that the favored had roused the Gaddhi in an effort to further frustrate Cosrain's plans. But the dead guard changed everything. Before the lady mastered her expression, it gave away her realization that she had made a mistake. With a sting of apprehension, Linden saw what the mistake was. The Gaddhi did not glance at Cosrain. He did not notice his guests. His attention was locked to the dead guard. He moved forward a step, 2 steps, stumbled to his knees in the dark blood. It splattered thickly, staining his linen. His hands fluttered at the Husta's face. Then he tried to turn the guard over onto its back, but it was too heavy for him. His hands came away covered with blood. He stared at them, gazed blindly up at the crowd around him. His mouth trembled. "My guard!" He sounded like a bereaved child. "Who has slain my guard?" For a moment the lucubrium was intense with silence. Then Hergrim stepped forward. Linden felt peril thronging in the air. She tried to call him back, but she was too late. Hergrim acknowledged his responsibility to spare his companions from the Gaddhi's wrath. Houston continued to arrive. The giants and Harochai held themselves ready, but they were weaponless and outnumbered. Slowly, Rant Absalane's expression focused on Hergrim. He arose from his knees, dripping gouts of blood. For a moment he stared at Hergrim as if he were appalled by the depth of the Harochai's crime. Then he said, "Kemper." His voice was a snarl of passion in the back of his throat. Grief and outrage gave him the stature he had lacked earlier. "Punish him!" Cassrain moved among the guards and questers, went to stand near Rant Absalane. "O Gaddhi, blame him not." The Kemper's self-command made him sound telic rather than contrite. "The fault is mine. I have made many misjudgments." At that the Gaddhi broke like an overstretched rope. "I want him punished." With both fists he hammered at Cassrain's chest, pounding smears of blood into the yellow robe. The Kemper recoiled a step, and Rant Absalane turned to hurl his passion at Hergrim. "That guard is mine, mine!" Then he faced Cassrain again. "In all Bhrathairain I possess nothing. I am the Gaddhi, and the Gaddhi is only a servant." Rage and self-pity writhed in him. "The Sandhold is not mine. The riches are not mine. The chatelaine attends me only at your whim." He stooped to the dead Husta and scooped up handsful of the congealing fluid, flung them at Cassrain, at Hergrim. A gobbet trickled and fell from Cassrain's chin, but he ignored it. "Even my favored come to me from you, after you have used them." Rant Absalane's fists jerked blows through the air. "But the guard is mine. They alone obey me without looking first to learn your will." With a shout he concluded, "I want him punished." Rigid as madness, he faced the Kemper. After a moment, Cassrain said, "O Gaddhi, your will is my will." His tone was suffused with regret. As he stepped slowly, ruefully, toward Hergrim, the tension concealed within his robe conveyed a threat. "Hergrim," Linden began, then her throat locked on the warning. She did not know what the threat was. Her companions braced themselves to leap to Hergrim's aid, but they too could not define the threat. The Kemper stopped before Hergrim, studied him briefly. Then Cassrain lifted his ocular to his left eye. Linden tried to relax. The Harochai had already proven themselves impervious to the Kemper's jiyas. Hergrim's flat orbs showed no fear. Gazing through his eyepiece, Cassrain reached out with careful unmenace and touched his index finger to the center of Hergrim's forehead. Hergrim's only reaction was a slight widening of his eyes. The Kemper dropped both hands, sagged as if in weariness or sorrow. Without a word, he turned away. The guards parted for him as he went to the chair where Covenant had been bound. There he seated himself, though he could not lean back because of the child he carried. With his fingers he hid his face as if he were mourning. But to Linden, the emotion he concealed felt like glee. She was unsure of her perception. The Kemper was adept at disguising the truth about himself. But Rant Absalane's reaction was unmistakable. He was grinning in fierce triumph. His mouth moved as if he wanted to say something that would crush the company, demonstrate his own superiority, but no words came to him. Yet his passion for the guards sustained him. He might indeed have been a monarch as he moved away. Commanding the Houston to follow him, he took the Lady Olive by the hand and left the lucubrium. As she started downward, the lady cast one swift look like a pang of regret toward Linden. Then she was gone, and the guards were thumping down the iron stairs behind her. Two of them bore their dead fellow away. None of the questers shifted while the Houston filed from the chamber. Vane's bland, ambiguous smile was a reverse image of Findale's alert pain. The first stood with her arms folded over her chest, glaring like a hawk. Hnonskrave and Sea Dreamer remained poised nearby. Bryn had placed Covenant at Linden's side, where the 4 Harochai formed a cordon around the people they had sworn to protect. Linden held herself rigid, pretending severity, but her sense of peril did not abate. The guards were leaving. Hergrim had suffered no discernible harm. In a moment, Cosrain would be alone with the questers. He would be in their hands. Surely he could not defend himself against so many of them. Then why did she feel that the survival of the company had become so precarious? Bryn gazed at her intently. His hard eyes strove to convey a message without words. Intuitively she understood him. The last Hustat was on the stairs. The time had almost come. Her knees were trembling. She flexed them slightly, sought to balance herself on the balls of her feet. The Kemper had not moved. From within the covert of his hands, he said in a tone of rue, or cleverly mimicked rue, "You may return to your rooms. Doubtless the Gaddhi will later summon you. I must caution you to obey him. Yet I wish you could credit that I regret all which has transpired here." The moment had come. Linden framed the words in her mind. Time and again she had dreamed of slaying Gibbon Raver. She had even berated Covenant for his restraint in Revelstone. She had said, "Some infections have to be cut out." She had believed that. What was power for, if not to extirpate evil? Why else had she become who she was? But now the decision was upon her, and she could not speak. Her heart leaped with fury at everything Cosrain had done, and still she could not speak. She was a doctor, not a killer. She could not give Bryn the permission he wanted. His mien wore an inflectionless contempt as he turned his back on her. Mutely he referred his desires to the leadership of the first. The Swordmane did not respond. If she were aware of her opportunity, she elected to ignore it. Without a word to the Kemper or her companions, she strode to the stairs. Linden gave a dumb groan of relief or regret, she did not know which. A faint frown creased Bryn's forehead, but he did not hesitate. When Hnonskrave had followed the first, Bryn and Hergrim took Covenant downward. At once, Kale and Seer steered Linden toward the stairs. Sea Dreamer placed himself like a bulwark behind the Harochai. Leaving Vane and Findale to follow at their own pace, the company descended from Kemper's Pitch. Clenched in a silence like a fist, they returned to their quarters in the second Cercinate. Along the way they encountered no guards. Even the Majesty was empty of Hustin. The first entered the larger chamber across the hall from the bedrooms. While Linden and the others joined the Swordmane, Seer remained in the passage to ward the door. Bryn carefully placed Covenant on one of the settees. Then he confronted the first and Linden together. His impassive voice conveyed a timbre of accusation to Linden's hearing. "Why did we not slay the Kemper? There lay our path to safety." The first regarded him as if she were chewing her tongue for self-command. A hard moment passed between them before she replied, "The Huston number 400, the horse 15 score. We cannot win our way with bloodshed." Linden felt like a cripple. Once again she had been too paralyzed to act. Contradictions rendered her useless. She could not even spare herself the burden of supporting Bryn. "They don't mean anything. I don't know about the horse. But the guards haven't got any minds of their own. They're helpless without Cosrain to tell them what to do." Hnonskrave looked at her in surprise. "But the Gaddhi said—" "He's mistaken." The cries she had been stifling tore at the edges of her voice. "Cosrain keeps him like a pet." "Then is it also your word," asked the first darkly, "that we should have slain this Kemper?" Linden failed to meet the first's stare. She wanted to shout yes and no. Did she not have enough blood on her hands? "We are giants," the Swordmane said to Linden's muteness. "We do not murder." Then she turned her back on the matter. But she was a trained fighter. The rictus of her shoulders said as clearly as an expostulation that the effort of restraint in the face of so much peril and mendacity was tearing her apart. A blur filled Linden's sight. Every judgment found her wanting. Even Covenant's emptiness was an accusation for which she had no answer. What had Cosrain done to Hergrim? The light and dark of the world were invisible within the Sandhold, but eventually servants came to the chamber, announcing sunrise with trays of food. Linden's thoughts were dulled by fatigue and strain, yet she roused herself to inspect the viands. She expected treachery in everything. However, a moment's examination showed her that the food was clean. Deliberately, she and her companions ate their fill, trying to prepare themselves for the unknown. With worn and red-rimmed eyes, she studied Hergrim. From the brown skin of his face to the vital marrow of his bones, he showed no evidence of harm, no sign that he had ever been touched, but the unforgiving austerity of his visage prevented her from asking him any questions. The Harachai did not trust her. In refusing to call for Cosrain's death, she had rejected what might prove the only chance to save Hergrim. Some time later, Ryer Grist arrived. He was accompanied by another man, a soldier with an atrabilious mien, whom the catephon introduced as his aide. He greeted the questors as if he had heard nothing concerning the night's activities. Then he said easily, "My friends, the Gaddhi chooses to pleasure himself this morning with a walk upon the sand wall. He asks for your attendance. The sun shines with wondrous clarity, granting a view of the great desert which may interest you. Will you come?" He appeared calm and confident, but Linden read in the tightness around his eyes that the peril had not been averted. The bitterness of the first's thoughts was plain upon her countenance. Have we choice in the matter? But Linden had nothing to say. She had lost the power of decision. Her fears beat about her head like dark wings, making everything impossible. They're going to kill Hergrim. Yet the company truly had no choice. They could not fight all the Gaddhi's guards and horse, and if they did not mean to fight, they had no recourse but to continue acting out their role as Rant Absalane's guests. Linden's gaze wandered the blind stone of the floor, avoiding the eyes which searched her, until the first said to Ryer Grist, "We are ready." Then, in stiff distress, she followed her companions out of the room. The catephon led them down to the Sandhold's massive gates. In the forecourt of the first Circinate, perhaps as many as 40 soldiers were training their mounts, prancing and curvetting the destriers around the immense dim hall. The horses were all dark or black, and their shod hooves struck sparks into the shadows like the crepitation of a still distant prescience. Ryer Grist hailed the leader of the riders in a tone of familiar command. He was sure of himself among them, but he took the company on across the hall without pausing. When they reached the band of open ground which girdled the dungeon, the desert sun hit them a tangible blow of brightness and heat. Linden had to turn away to clear her sight. Blinking, she looked up at the dusty-tinged sky between the ramparts, seeking some relief for her senses from the massy oppression of the Sandhold, but she found no relief. There were no birds, and the banquettes within the upper curve of the wall were marked at specific intervals with Hustin. Cale took her arm, drew her after her companions eastward into the shadow of the wall. Her eyes were grateful for the dimness, but it did not ease the way the arid air scraped at her lungs. The sand shifted under her feet at every step, leaching the strength from her legs. When the company passed the eastern gate of the sandwall, she felt an impossible yearning to turn and run. Talking politely about the design and construction of the wall, Ryer Grist led the company around the first Circinate toward a wide stair built into the side of the sandwall. He was telling the first and Honensgrave that there were 2 such stairs, one opposite the other, beyond the Sandhold, and that there were also other ways to reach the wall from the dungeon through underground passages. His tone was bland, but his spirit was not. A shiver, like a touch of fever, ran through Linden as he started up the stairs. Nevertheless, she followed as if she had surrendered her independent volition to the exigency which impelled the first. The stairs were broad enough for 8 or 10 people at once, but they were steep, and the effort of climbing them in that heat drew a flush across Linden's face, stuck her shirt to her back with sweat. By the time she reached the top, She was breathing as if the dry air were full of needles. Within its parapets, the ridge of the sand wall was as wide as a road, and smooth enough for horses or wains to travel easily. From this vantage, Linden was level with the rim of the first Cercinate, and could see each immense circle of the Sandhold rising dramatically to culminate in the dire shaft of Kemper's Pitch. On the other side of the wall lay the great desert. As Ryer Grist had said, the atmosphere was clear and sharp to the horizons. Linden felt that her gaze spanned a score of leagues to the east and south. In the south, a few virga cast purple shadows across the middle distance, but they did not affect the etched acuity of the sunlight. Under that light, the desert was a wilderness of sand, as white as salt and bleached bones, and drier than all the world's thirst. It caught the sun, sent it back diffused and multiplied. The sands were like a sea immobilized by the lack of any tide heavy enough to move it. Dunes serried and challenged each other toward the sky, as if at one time the ground itself had been lashed to life by the fury of a cataclysm. But that orogeny had been so long ago that only the skeleton of the terrain and the shape of the dunes remembered it. No other life remained to the great desert now, except the life of wind, intense desiccating blasts out of the deep south, which could lift the sand like spume and recarve the face of the land at whim. And this day there was no wind. The air felt like a reflection of the sand, and everything Linden saw in all directions was dead. But to the southwest there was wind. As the company walked along the top of the sand wall, she became aware that in the distance, beyond the virga and the discernible dunes, violence was brewing. No, not brewing. It had already attained full rage. A prodigious storm galed around itself against the horizon, as if it had a cyclone for a heart. Its clouds were as black as thunder, and at intervals it sent out lurid glarings like shrieks. Until the giants stopped to look at the storm, she did not realize what it was. Sand-Gorgon's doom. Abruptly she was touched by a tremor of augury, as if even at this range the storm had the power to reach out and rend. The Gaddhi and his women stood on the southwest curve of the sand wall, where they had a crystal view of the doom. Nearly a score of Hustin guarded the vicinity. They were directly under the purview of Kemper's Pitch. Rant Absolane hailed the questers as they approached. A secret excitement sharpened his welcome. He spoke the common tongue with a heartiness that rang false. On behalf of the company, Ryer Grist gave appropriate replies. Before he could make obeisance, the Gaddhi summoned him closer, drawing the company among the guards. Quickly Linden scanned the gathering and discovered that Bhrathairain was not present. Free of his Kemper, Rant Absolane was determined to play the part of a warm host. "Welcome, welcome," he said fulsomely. He wore a long ecru robe, designed to make him appear stately. His favored stood near him, attired like the priestesses of a love god. Other young women were there also, but they had not been granted the honor of sharing the Gaddhi's style of dress. They were decked out in raiment exquisitely inappropriate to the sun and the heat. But the Gaddhi paid no attention to their obvious beauty. He concentrated on his guests. In one hand he held an ebony chain from which dangled a large medallion shaped to represent a black sun. He used it to emphasize the munificence of his gestures as he performed. "Behold the great desert!" He faced the waste as if it were his to display. "Is it not a sight? Under such a sun the true tint is revealed, a hue stretching as far as the Bhrathair have ever journeyed, though the tale is told that in the far south the desert becomes a wonderland of every color the eye may conceive." His arm flipped the medallion in arcs about him. "No people but the Bhrathair have ever wrested bare life from such a grand and ungiving land. But we have done more. The Sandhold you have seen. Our wealth exceeds that of monarchs who rule lush domains. But now, for the first time," his voice tightened in expectation, "you behold Sand-Gorgon's doom. Not elsewhere in all the earth is such theurgy manifested." In spite of herself, Linden looked where the Gaddhi directed her gaze. The hot sand made the bones of her forehead ache as if the danger were just beginning. But that distant violence held her. And no other people have so triumphed over such fell foes. Her companions seemed transfixed by the roiling thunder. Even the Harachai stared at it, as if they sought to estimate themselves against it. "The Sand-Gorgons!" Rant Absalane's excitement mounted. "You do not know them, but I tell you this, granted time and freedom, one such creature might tear the Sandhold stone from stone. One! They are more fearsome than madness or nightmare, yet there they are bound. Their lives they spend railing against the gyre of their doom, while we thrive. Only at rare events does one of them gain release, and then but briefly." The tension in his voice grew keener, whetted by every word. Linden wanted to turn away from the doom, drag her companions back from the parapet, but she had no name for what dismayed her. "For centuries the Bhrathair lived only because the Sand-Gorgons did not slay them all. But now I am the Gaddhi of Bhrathairain and all the great desert, and they are mine." He ended his speech with a gesture of florid pride, and suddenly the ebony chain slipped from his fingers. Sailing black across the sunlight and the pale sand, the chain and medallion arced over the parapet and fell near the base of the sand wall. Sand puffed at the impact, settled again. The dark sun of the medallion lay like a stain on the clean earth. The Gaddhi's women gasped, surged to the edge to look downward. The giants peered over the parapet. Rant Absalane did not move. He hugged his arms around his chest to contain a secret emotion. Reacting like a good courtier, Ryer Grist said quickly, "Fear nothing, O Gaddhi. It will shortly be restored to you. I will send my aide to retrieve it." The soldier with him started back toward the stairs, clearly intending to reach one of the outer gates and return along the base of the sand wall to pick up the medallion. But the Gaddhi did not look at the Ketaphan. "I want it now," he snapped with petulant authority. "Fetch rope." At once 2 guards left the top of the wall, descended to the banquette, then entered the wall through the nearest opening. Tautly, Linden searched for some clue to the peril. It thickened in the air at every moment. But the Gaddhi's attitude was not explicit enough to betray his intent. Ryer Grist's careful poise showed that he was playing his part in a charade. But she had already been convinced of that. Of the women, only the 2 favored exposed any knowledge of the secret. The Lady Benja's mien was hard with concealment, and the Lady Aleph flicked covert glances of warning toward the company. Then the Hustin returned, bearing a heavy coil of rope. Without delay, they lashed one end to the parapet and threw the other, sneaking down the outer face of the sand wall. It was just long enough to reach the sand. For a moment, no one moved. The Gaddhi was still. Hanensgrave and Sea Dreamer were balanced beside the first. Vane appeared characteristically immune to the danger crouching on the wall, but Findale's eyes shifted as if he saw too much. The Harachai had taken the best defensive positions available among the guards. For no apparent reason, Covenant said, "Don't touch me." Abruptly, Rant Absalane swung toward the company. Heat intensified his gaze. "You!" His voice stretched and cracked under the strain. His right arm jerked outward, stabbing his rigid index finger straight at Hergrim. "I require my emblem." The gathering clenched. Some of the women bit their lips. The Lady Aleph's hands opened, closed, opened again. Hergrim's face betrayed no reaction, but the eyes of all the Harachai scanned the group, watching everything. Linden struggled to speak. The pressure knotted her chest, but she winced out, "Hergrim, you don't have to do that." The first's fingers were claws at her sides. "The Harachai are our comrades. We will not permit it." The Gaddhi snapped something in the brackish tongue of the Bhrathair. Instantly the Hustin brought their spears to bear. In such close quarters even the swiftness of the Harachai could not have protected their comrades from injury or death. "It is my right!" Rant Absalane spat up at the first. "I am the Gaddhi of Bhrathairain. The punishment of offense is my duty and my right." "No," Linden sensed razor-sharp iron less than a foot from the center of her back, but in her fear for Hergrim, she ignored it. It was Cosrain's fault. Hergrim was just trying to save Covenant's life. She aimed her urgency at the Harochai. "You don't have to do this." The dispassion of Hergrim's visage was complete. His detachment, as he measured the guards, defined the company's peril more eloquently than any outcry. For a moment he and Bryn shared a look. Then he turned to Linden. "Chosen, we desire to meet this punishment, that we may see it ended." His tone expressed nothing except an entire belief in his own competence, the same self-trust which had led the Blood Guard to defy death and time in the service of the Lords. The sight clogged Linden's throat. Before she could swallow her dismay, her culpability, try to argue with him, Hergrim leaped up onto the parapet. 3 strides took him to the rope. Without a word to his companions, he gripped the line and dropped over the edge. The first's eyes glazed at the extremity of her restraint, but 3 spears were leveled at her, and Honenscrave and Sea Dreamer were similarly caught. Bryn nodded fractionally. Too swiftly for the reflexes of the guards, Seer slipped through the crowd, sprang to the parapet. In an instant he had followed Hergrim down the rope. Rant Absalane barked a curse and hastened forward to watch the Harochai descend. For a moment his fists beat anger against the stone, but then he recollected himself, and his indignation faded. The spears did not let Linden or her companions move. The Gaddhi issued another command. It drew a flare of fury from the swordmain's eyes, drove Honenscrave and Sea Dreamer to the fringes of their self-control. In response, a guard unmoored the rope. It fell heavily onto the shoulders of Hergrim and Seer. Rant Absalane threw a fierce grin at the company, then turned his attention back to the Harochai on the ground. "Now, Slayer," he cried in a shrill shout, "I require you to speak." Linden did not know what he meant, but her nerves yammered at the cruelty he emanated. With a wrench, she ducked under the spear at her back, surged toward the parapet. As her head passed the edge, her vision reeled into focus on Hergrim and Seer. They stood in the sand, with the ropes sprawled around them. The Gaddhi's medallion lay between their feet. They were looking upward. "Run!" she cried. "The gates! Get to the gates!" She heard a muffled blow behind her. A spear-point pricked the back of her neck, pinning her against the stone. Covenant was repeating his litany as if he could not get anyone to listen to him. "Speak, Slayer!" the Gaddhi insisted, as avid as lust. Hergrim's impassivity did not flicker. "No." "You refuse? Defy me? Crime upon crime! I am the Gaddhi of Bhrathairain. Refusal is treachery." Hergrim gazed his disdain upward and said nothing. But the Gaddhi was prepared for this also. He barked another brackish command. Several of his women shrieked. Forcing her head to the side, Linden saw a guard dangling a woman over the edge of the parapet by one ankle. The Lady Olive, who had tried to help the company earlier. She squirmed in the air, battering her fear against the sand wall, but Rant Absalane took no notice of her. Her robe fell about her head, muffling her face and cries. Her silver anklets glinted incongruously in the white sunshine. "If you do not speak the name," the Gaddhi yelled down at Hergrim, "this lady will fall to her death. And then, if you do not speak the name," he lashed a glance at Linden, "she whom you title the Chosen will be slain. I repay blood with blood." Linden prayed that Hergrim would refuse. He gazed up at her, at Rant Absalane and the lady, and his face revealed nothing. But then Seer nodded to him. He turned away. Placing his back to the sand wall, as if he had known all along what would happen, he faced the great desert and Sandgorgon's doom, straightened his shoulders in readiness. Linden wanted to rage, "No!" but suddenly her strength was gone. Hergrim understood his plight, and still chose to accept it. There was nothing she could do. Deliberately, he stepped on the Gaddhi's emblem, crushing it with his foot. Then, across the clenched hush of the crowd and the wide silence of the desert, he articulated one word: "Nam." The Gaddhi let out a cry of triumph. The next moment the spear was withdrawn from Linden's neck. All the spears were withdrawn. The Husta lifted the Lady Olive back to the safety of the sand wall, set her on her feet. At once she fled the gathering. Smiling a secretive victory, the Lady Benge watched her go. Turning from the parapet, Linden found that the guards had stepped back from her companions. All of them, except Covenant, Vane, and Findale, were glaring ire and protest at Cosrain of the Gyre. In her concentration on Hergrim, Linden had not felt or heard the Kemper arrive, but he stood now at the edge of the assembly and addressed the company. "I desire you to observe that I have played no part in this chicane. I must serve my Gaddhi as he commands." His rheumy gaze ignored Rant Absalane. "But I do not participate in such acts." Linden nearly hurled herself at him. "What have you done?" "I have done nothing," he replied stiffly. "You are witness." But then his shoulders sagged as if the infant on his back wearied him. "Yet in my way I have earned your blame. What now transpires would not without me." Stepping to the parapet, he sketched a gesture toward the distant blackness. He sounded old as he said, "The power of any art depends upon its flaw. Perfection cannot endure in an imperfect world. Thus, when I bound the Sandgorgons to their doom, I was compelled to place a flaw within my theurgy." He regarded the storm as if he found it draining and lovely. He could not conceal that he admired what he had done. "The flaw I chose," he soughed, "is this, that any Sandgorgon will be released if its name is spoken. It will be free while it discovers the one who spoke its name. Then it must slay the speaker and return to its doom." Slay? Linden could not think. Slay? Slowly Cosrain faced the company again. "Therefore I must share blame. For it was I who wrought Sandgorgon's doom, and it was I who placed the name your companion has spoken in his mind." At that, giddy realizations wheeled through Linden. She saw the Kemper's mendacity mapped before her in white sunlight. She turned as if she were reeling, lurched back to the parapet. "Run!" she cried. "Hergrim!" But her voice made no sound. Because she had chosen to let Cosrain live. It was intolerable. With a gasp, she opened her throat. "The gates!" Her shout was frail and hoarse, parched into effectlessness by the desert. "Run! We'll help you fight!" Hergrim and Seer did not move. "They will not," the Kemper said, mimicking sadness. "They know their plight. They will not bring a Sandgorgon among you, nor among the innocents of the Sandhold. And," he went on, trying to disguise his pride, "there is not time. The Sandgorgons answer their release swiftly. Distance has no meaning to such power. Behold!" His voice sharpened. "Though the doom lies more than a score of leagues hence, already the answer draws nigh." On the other side of the company, the Gaddhi began to giggle, and out from under the Virga came a plume of sand among the dunes, arrowing toward the Sandhold. It varied as the terrain varied, raising a long serpentine cloud, but its direction was unmistakable. It was aimed at the spot where Seer and Hergrim stood against the sand wall. Even from that distance, Linden felt the radiations of raw and hostile power. She pressed her uselessness against the parapet. Her companions stood, aching, behind her, but she did not turn to look at them, could not. Rant Absalane studied the approaching Sandgorgon and trembled in an ague of eagerness. The sun leaned down on the Sandhold like a reproach. Then the beast itself appeared, bleached to an albino whiteness by ages of sun. It was difficult to see against the pale desert, but it ran forward with staggering speed and became clear. It was larger than the Harochai awaiting it, but it hardly had size enough to contain so much might. For an instant Linden was struck by the strangeness of its gait. Its knees were back-bent like a bird's, and its feet were wide pads, giving it the ability to traverse sand with immense celerity and force. Then the sand gorgon was almost upon Hergrim and Seer, and she perceived other details. It had arms, but no hands. Its forearms ended in flat, flexible stumps like prehensile battering rams, arms formed to contend with sand, to break stone. And it had no face. Its head was featureless, except for the faint ridges of its skull beneath its hide, and two covered slits like gills on either side. It appeared as violent and absolute as a force of nature. Watching it, Linden was no longer conscious of breathing. Her heart might have stopped. Even Covenant, with all his wild magic, could not have equaled this feral beast. Together, Hergrim and Seer stepped out from the sand wall, then separated, so that the sand gorgon could not attack them both at once. The creature shifted its impetus slightly. In a flash of white hide and fury, it charged straight at Hergrim. At the last instant, he spun out of its way. Unable to stop, the sand gorgon crashed headlong into the wall. Linden felt the impact as if the entire Sandhold had shifted. Cracks leaped through the stone. Chunks recoiled outward and thudded to the ground. Simultaneously, Seer and Hergrim sprang for the creature's back. Striking with all their skill and strength, they hammered at its neck. It took the blows as if they were handsful of sand. Spinning sharply, it slashed at them with its arms. Seer ducked, evaded the strike, but one arm caught Hergrim across the chest, flung him away like a doll. None of them made a sound. Only their blows, their movements on the sand, articulated the combat. Surging forward, Seer butted the beast's chin with such force that the sand gorgon rebounded a step. Immediately he followed, raining blows, but they had no effect. The beast caught its balance. Its back-bent knees flexed, preparing to spring. Seer met that thrust with a perfectly timed hit at the creature's throat. Again the sand gorgon staggered, but this time one of its arms came down on the Harachai's shoulder. Dumbly, Linden's senses registered the breaking of bones. Seer nearly fell. Too swiftly for any defense, the sand gorgon raised one footpad and stamped at Seer's leg. He sprawled helplessly, with splinters protruding from the wreckage of his thigh and knee. Blood spattered the sand around him. Sea Dreamer was at the edge of the parapet, straining to leap downward as if he believed he would survive the fall. Hunnanscrave and the first fought to restrain him. The Gaddhi's giggling bubbled like the glee of a demon. Cale's fingers gripped Linden's arm as if he were holding her responsible. As Seer fell, Hergrim returned to the combat. Running as hard as he could over the yielding surface, he leaped into the air, launched a flying kick at the sand gorgon's head. The beast retreated a step to absorb the blow, then turned, tried to sweep Hergrim into its embrace. He dodged. Wheeling behind the sand gorgon, he sprang onto its back. Instantly he clasped his legs to its torso, locked his arms around its neck, and squeezed. Straining every muscle, he clamped his forearm into the beast's throat, fought to throttle the creature. It flailed its arms, unable to reach him. Rant Absolane stopped giggling. Disbelief radiated from him like a cry. Linden forced herself against the corner of the parapet, clung to that pain. A soundless shout of encouragement stretched her mouth. But behind the beast's ferocity lay a wild cunning. Suddenly it stopped trying to strike at Hergrim. Its knees bent, as if it were crouching to the ground. Savagely, it hurled itself backward at the sand wall. There was nothing Hergrim could do. He was caught between the sand gorgon and the hard stone. Tremors like hints of earthquake shuddered through the wall. The beast stepped out of Hergrim's grasp, and he slumped to the ground. His chest had been crushed. For a moment he continued to breathe in a wheeze of blood and pain, torturing his ruptured lungs, his pierced heart. As white and featureless as fate, the sand gorgon regarded him, as if wondering where to place the next blow. Then a spasm brought dark red fluid gushing from his mouth. Linden saw the thews of his life snap. He lay still. The sand gorgon briefly confronted the wall, as if wishing for the freedom to attack it. But the beast's release had ended. Turning away, it moved at a coerced run back toward its doom. Shortly it disappeared into the sand trail it raised behind it. Linden's eyes bled tears. She felt that something inside her had perished. Her companions were stunned into silence, but she did not look at them. Her heart limped to the rhythm of Hergrim's name. iterating that sound as though there must have been something she could have done. When she blinked her sight clear, she saw that Rant Absalane had started to move away, taking his women and guards with him. His chortling faded into the sunlight and the dry, white heat. Cosrain was nowhere on the sand wall. 17. Charade's End. For a time that seemed as unanswerable as paralysis, Linden remained still. Cosrain's absence, the fact that he had not stayed to watch the contest of the Sand Gorgon, felt more terrible to her than the Gaddhi's mirth. She knew that there were needs to be met, decisions to be made, but she was unable to recognize them. Hergrim's name ran along her pulse, numbing her to everything else. She nearly cried out when Covenant said, like an augur, "Don't touch me." Cale had released her, but the marks his fingers had left on her upper arm throbbed, echoing her heartbeat. He had dug his sternness into her flesh and graved it on her bones. Then the first moved. She confronted Ryer Grist. The suffusion of her gaze made her appear purblind. She spoke in a raw whisper, as if she could not contain her passion in any other way. "Bring us rope." The Cataphon's face wore a look of nausea. He appeared to feel a genuine dismay at Hergrim's fate. Perhaps he had never seen a Sand Gorgon at work before, or perhaps he understood that he might some day displease his masters and have a name of terror placed in his mind as punishment. There was sweat on his brows, and in his voice, as he muttered a command to one of the Houston. The guard obeyed slowly. He snapped at it like a sudden cry, and it hastened away. In a short time it came back, carrying a second coil of heavy rope. At once Honenscrave and Seedreamer took the line. With the practiced celerity of sailors, they secured it to the parapet, cast it outward. Though it seemed small in their hands, it was strong enough to support a giant. First the master, then Seedreamer slid down to the bloodied sand, and to Seer. Cale's touch impelled Linden forward. Numbly she moved to the rope. She had no idea what she was doing. Wrapping her arms and legs around the line, she let her weight pull her after Honenscrave and Seedreamer. When she reached the ground, her feet fumbled in the sand. Hergrim's body slumped against the wall, accusing her. She could hardly force her futile legs to carry her toward Seer. Cale followed her downward. Then came Bryn with Covenant slung over his shoulder. In a rush of iron grace, the first swarmed down the rope. Vane gazed over the parapet as if he were considering the situation. Then he too descended the line. At the same time, Findale melted out of the base of the sand wall and reformed himself among the questers. Linden paid no heed to them. Stumbling to her knees at Seer's side, she hunched over him and tried not to see the extremity of his pain. He said nothing. His visage held no expression, but perspiration ran from his forehead like droplets of agony. Perceptions seemed to fly at her face. Assailed by arid heat and vision, her eyes felt like ashes in their sockets. His shoulder was not too badly damaged. Only the clavicle was broken, a clean break. But his leg, Jesus Christ! Shards of bone mangled the flesh of his thigh and knee. He was losing blood copiously through the many wounds. She could not believe that he would ever walk again. Even if she had had access to a good hospital, X-rays, trained help, she might not have been able to save his leg. But those things belonged to the world she had lost, the only world she understood. She possessed nothing except the vulnerability which made her feel every fraction of his pain, as if it were mapped explicitly in her own flesh. Groaning inwardly, she closed her eyes, sparing herself the sight of his hurt, his valor. He appalled her, and needed her. He needed her, and she had nothing to offer him except her acute and outraged percipience. How could she deny him? She had denied Bryn, and this was the result. She felt that she was in danger of losing everything as she murmured into the clenched silence of her companions, "I need a tourniquet, and a splint." She heard a ripping noise. Bryn or Cale placed a long strip of cloth in her hands. At the same time the first shouted up at Ryer Grist, "We require a spear." Working by touch, Linden knotted the cloth around Sears's thigh above the damage. She pulled the tough material as tight as she could. Then she shifted back to his shoulder because that injury was so much less heinous, and called for Cale to help her. Her hands guided his to the points of pressure and stress she required. While she monitored Sears's collarbone with her fingers, Cale moved and thrust according to her instructions. Together they manipulated the clavicle into a position where it could heal safely. She felt the giants watching her intently, grimly, but she lacked the courage to open her eyes. She had to lock her jaw to keep from weeping in shared pain. Her nerves were being flayed by Sears's hurt, yet his need consumed every other consideration. With Cale and then Bryn beside her, she confronted his thigh again. As her hands explored the wreckage, she feared that the mute screams in his leg would become her screams, relieving her of all resolve. She squeezed her eyelids shut until the pressure made her head throb, but she was professionally familiar with shattered bones. The ruin of Sears's knee was explicable to her. She knew what needed to be done. "I'm going to hurt you." She could not silence the ache of her empathy. "Forgive me." Guided by her percipience, she told Bryn and Cale what to do, then helped them do it. Bryn anchored Sears's upper leg. Cale grasped Sears's ankle. At Linden's word, Cale pulled, opening the knee. Then he twisted it to realign the splinters of bone. Sears's breathing gasped through his teeth. Hard pieces of bone ground against each other. Sharp fragments tore new wounds around the joint. Linden felt everything in her own vitals and wanted to shriek, but she did not. She guided Cale's manipulations, pressed recalcitrant splinters back into place, staunched the oozing of blood. Her senses explored the ravaged territory of the wound, gauging what needed to be done next. Then she had done everything she could. Chips of bone still blocked the joint, and the menisci had been badly torn. But she could not reach those things, or the torn blood vessels, the mutilated nerves, without surgery. Given Sears's native toughness and a sharp knife, surgery was theoretically possible. But it could not be done here on the unclean sand. She let Cale release Sears's ankle and demanded a splint. One of the giants placed 2 smooth shafts of wood into her hands. Involuntarily she looked at them and saw that they were sections of a spear, and Sea Dreamer had already unbraided a long piece of rope, thereby obtaining strands with which to bind the wood. For a moment longer Linden held herself together. With Cale's help she applied the splint. Then she removed the tourniquet. But after that her visceral distress became too strong for suppression. Stiffly she crawled away from Sears's pain. Sitting with her back against the sand wall, she clasped her arms around her knees, hid her face, and tried to rock herself back under control. Her exacerbated nerves wailed at her like lost children, and she did not know how to bear it. Mistweave's plight had not hurt her like this, but she had not been to blame for it, though the fault for Covenant's condition had been hers then, as it was now. And then she had not been so committed to what she was doing, to the quest and her own role in it, to the precise abandonment and exposure which Gibbon Raver had told her would destroy both her and the world. Sears's pain showed her just how much of herself she had lost. Yet, as she bled for him, she realized that she did not wish that loss undone. She was still a doctor, still dedicated to the one thing which had preserved her from the inbred darkness of her heritage, and now at least she was not fleeing, not denying. The pain was only pain, after all, and it slowly ebbed from her joints. Better this than paralysis, or the unresolved hunger that was worse than paralysis. So when the first knelt before her, placed gentle hands on her shoulders, she met the giant's gaze. One of the first's hands accidentally brushed the bruises which Cale had left on her arm. Shuddering, she opened herself to the first's concern. For a moment, her fearsome vulnerability and the first's arduous restraint acknowledged each other. Then the swordmane stood, drawing Linden to her feet. Gruffly, like a refusal of tears, the first said to the company, "We must go." Bryn and Cale nodded. They looked at Sea Dreamer, and he answered by stooping to see her, lifting the injured Haruchai carefully in his arms. They were all ready to begin the walk to the gate. Linden stared at them. Thickly, she asked, "What about Hergrim?" Bryn gazed at her as if he did not understand her question. "We can't just leave him here." Hergrim had spent his life to save the company. His body slumped against the wall like a sacrifice to the great desert. His blood formed a dark stain around him. Bryn's flat eyes did not waver. He failed. The force of his absolute gaze stung her. His judgment was too severe, it was inhuman. Because she did not know any other way to repudiate it, she strode over the sand to strike at Bryn's detached countenance with all the weight of her arm. He caught the blow deftly, gripped her wrist for a moment with the same stone strength which had ground Cale's fingers into her flesh. Then he thrust down her hand, released her. Taking Covenant by the arm, he turned away from her. Abruptly, Honenscrave bent to pick up the ornament which Rant Absolane had dropped. The black sun of the medallion had been broken in half by Hergrim's foot. Honenscrave's eyes were rimmed with rue and anger as he handed the pieces to the first. She took them and crumbled them in one fist. The chain she snapped in 2 places. Then she hurled all the fragments out into the great desert, turned and started eastward around the curve of the sand wall. Sea Dreamer and Honenscrave followed her. Bryn and Covenant followed them. After a moment, Linden, too, thrust herself into motion. Her wrist and upper arm ached. She was beginning to make new promises to herself. With Cale behind her, and Vane and Findale behind Cale, she joined her companions, leaving Hergrim bereft of the dignity of care or burial by the simple fact that he had proven himself mortal. The outer face of the wall was long, and the sun beat down as if it rode the immobile tide of the dunes to pound against the company. The sand made every stride strenuous, but Linden had recoiled from Seer's pain into decision. Hergrim was dead. Seer needed her. She would have to perform a miracle of surgery to preserve the use of his leg, and Covenant moved a few paces ahead of her, muttering his ritual at blind intervals, as if the only thing he could remember was leprosy. She had endured enough. At last the sand wall stopped curving. It became straight as its outer arm reached to join the wall which girdled Bhrathairain and the harbor. In the middle of that section stood the gate the company sought. It admitted them to the open courtyard, where one of Bhrathairain's fountains glistened in the sunlight. There the questors halted. To the right stood the gate which opened on the town. To the left, the entrance toward the Sandhold. The way back to Starfare's gem seemed unguarded, but Ryer Grist and his aide were waiting at the inner gate. Here again there were birds, here and everywhere around Bhrathairain, but not in the proximity of the Sandhold. Perhaps the dungeon had never fed them, or perhaps they shied from the Kemper's arts. Unexpectedly the appointed spoke. His yellow eyes were hooded, concealing his desires. "Will you not now return to your Dromond? This place contains naught but peril for you." Linden and the giants stared at him. His words appeared to strike a chord in the first. She turned to Linden, asking Findale's question mutely. "Do you think they'll let us leave?" Linden rasped. She trusted the Elohim as much as she did Kasrain. "Did you see the guards inside the wall when we came in? Grist is probably just waiting to give the order." The first's eyes narrowed in acknowledgment, but still her desire to do something, anything, which might relieve her sense of helplessness, was plain. Linden gripped herself more tightly. "There's a lot I need to do for Seer's leg. If I don't get the bone chips out of that joint, it'll never move again. But that can wait a while. Right now I need hot water and bandages. He's still bleeding, and this heat makes infection spread fast." Her vision was precise and certain. She saw mortification already gnawing the edges of Seer's wounds. "That can't wait. If I don't help him soon, he'll lose the whole leg." The Haruchai watched her as if they were fundamentally uncertain of her. but she clung to the promises she had made, forced herself to ignore their doubt. If we go on pretending we're the Gaddhi's guests, Grist can't very well refuse to give us what we need. For a moment, the company was silent. Linden heard nothing except the cool plashing of the fountain. Then Bryn said flatly, "The Elohim speaks truly." At that, the first stiffened. "Aye," she growled, "the Elohim speaks truly. And Hergrim expended his life for us, though you deem it failure. I am prepared to hazard somewhat in the name of Seer's hurt." Without waiting for a response, she swung toward the Caitiffin, calling as she moved, "Ho, Ryer Grist! Our companion is sorely injured. We must have medicaments." "Instantly," he replied. He could not conceal the relief in his tone. He spoke rapidly to his aide, sent the man running toward the Sandhold. Then he said to the first, "All you require will await you in your chambers." Honnensgrave and Seedreamer followed the first, and Linden went with them, giving Bryn and Cale no choice but to do the same. Vane and Findale brought up the rear. The two guards stepped aside. Either they were now able to identify the Gaddhi's guests, or they had been given new orders. Together the company passed through the sand wall, hastened as best they could over the sand toward the entrance to the Sandhold. Linden clinched herself against the moment when she might break, and forced herself to match the first's pace. Within the high forecourt of the first Circinate, the old gloom lurked, momentarily concealing everything beyond the direct light from the gates. Before her eyes adjusted, Linden received a confusing impression of guards and people, and of another presence which surprised her. For a fleeting moment she was aware of the people. They were servants, but not the comely and graceful servitors who had waited on the chatelaine the day before. Rather, they were the menials of the Sandhold, men and women who were too aged or unbecoming to please the eye of the Gaddhi or of the Kemper, and the wealth of Bhrathairain clearly did not extend to them. Dressed in the tattered habiliments of their impoverishment, they were on their hands and knees, cleaning up after the horses which had been exercised here earlier. Linden wondered how many of them had once been courtiers or favored. But then her senses cleared, and she forgot the servants as her heart bounded toward Pitchwife. Several Houstons stood around him, holding him where he was, but not threatening him. Apparently they had been instructed to make him wait here for his friends. At the sight of the first and her companions, relief stretched his misshapen features, but Linden read the nature of his tidings in the hunching of his shoulders and the unwonted darkness of his gaze. The sudden softening of the first's features revealed how keenly she had been yearning for her husband. Pitchwife started toward her, as if he could not wait to embrace her. His mien brought back the company's peril to Linden. Deliberately she keyed her voice to a pitch and timbre which compelled the attention of the giants. "Don't say anything. Cosrain hears everything the guards hear." Indirectly she watched the Caitiffin. His face flushed, as if he were suppressing apoplexy. In the privacy of her mind, she permitted herself a severe grin. She wanted the Kemper to know that she knew at least this much about him. With one hand, Cale brushed her arm like a reminder of the marks he had left in her flesh, but she ignored him. She knew the risk she had taken. Pitchwife's face clenched as he bit back his native volubility. The first tensed in recognition of Linden's ploy, shot a glance at Honnensgrave. The master dropped a shutter of blandness over his visage as he resumed his role as spokesman for the company, but the knotting of his jaw made his beard jut like belligerence. Smoothly he introduced Pitchwife and Ryer Grist to each other. Then he urged the Caitiffin to make haste for the sake of Seer's leg. Ryer Grist appeared glad to comply, unintentionally eager for haste, as if he felt a personal need to finish this duty, so that he would be free to consult with his master, ask for new instructions. Without delay, he led the company up out of the first Circinate, through the back ways of the second, to the guesting rooms. Then he stood as if his kneecaps were quivering, while he waited for the company to let him go. In the sitting-room across from the bedchambers, the questors found Ryer Grist's aid and an assortment of medical supplies, a large brass urn of boiling water, various dippers and cutting implements, bolts of clean linen for bandages, an array of balms and unguents in small stoneware pots. While Linden inspected what he had brought, The aide asked her if she required the services of one of the Sandhold's chirurgeons. She refused, would have refused even if she had wanted such help. She and her companions needed a chance to talk freely, unheard by any spying ears. When she nodded to the giants, Hrungnascraeve dismissed the caitiff and his aide. Linden took a grim satisfaction from the promptitude of their departure. Cale placed himself on guard outside the door, which Bryn left open as a precaution against the kind of subterfuge the Lady Olive had practiced earlier. Seedreamer had laid Seer gently down among a pile of cushions. While Linden bent to the task of Seer's knee, Pitchwife and the first confronted each other. "Stone and sea," he began, "I am gladdened by the sight of you, though it wrings my heart to discover you in such straits. What has become of Hergrim? How has such harm befallen Seer? Surely this tale—" The first interrupted him softly. The edges of her tone frayed as if she would have wept if she had been alone with him. "What word do you bring from Starfare's gem?" All the feigned politesse was gone from Hrungnascrave's face. His eyes lanced at Pitchwife, but Seedreamer had turned away from them. He knelt opposite Linden to assist her if he could. His old scar was vivid with apprehension. Carefully, Linden bathed Seer's mangled leg. Her hands were deft and certain, but another part of her mind was focused on Pitchwife and the first. The malformed giant winced, but he shouldered the burden of his tidings. His voice wheezed faintly in his cramped chest. "An attempt has been made upon the giant ship." Hrungnascraeve hissed a sharp breath. Seedreamer knotted his hands in a pillow, but it was too insubstantial to steady him. With an effort, the first held herself as still as the Harochai. "After your departure," his tale made Pitchwife awkward, "the harbor captain complied with Ryer Grist's commands. Stores were opened to us, food, water, and stone in abundance. Ere sundown our holds were replenished, and with my pitch I had wived the side of Starfare's gem, restoring it to seaworthiness, though much labor awaits me to repair the other damages." He had to struggle against his instinctive desire to describe his work in detail, but he coerced himself to relate the pith of his tidings, nothing more. No harm or suggestion of harm was offered to us, and even the harbor captain swallowed some measure of his affronted pride. But it is well for us that Seven-Hand Anchor-Master holds caution in such esteem. At day's end, watches were set at all points, both within and upon the Dromonde. In my folly I felt secure, for the moon rose nigh to fullness above Bhrathairain, and I conceived that no hurt could accost us unseen. But moonlight also cast a sheen upon the waters, concealing their depths, and while the moon crested above us, the watch which Seven-Hand had set within Starfare's gem heard unwonted sounds through the hull. Removing Seer's splint, Linden finished cleaning his wounds. Then she turned her penetration to the medicaments Ryer Grist's aid had provided. Clearly the Bhrathair had a wide-ranging medical knowledge, the fruit of their violent history. She found cleansing salves, febrifuges, narcotic bombs, drugs which promised effectiveness against a variety of battle hurts. They appear to have been produced from the various sands and soils of the great desert itself. She chose an unguent for antisepsis and a balm for numbness, and began applying them to Seer's leg. But she did not miss a word of Pitchwife's tale. "At once," he said. Seven-Hand asked for divers. Galerath and Mistweave replied. Quietly entering the waters, they swam to the place the watch indicated, and there, with their hands, they discovered a large object clinging among the barnacles. Together they wrested it from the hull, bearing it with them to the surface. But Seven-Hand instantly commanded them to discard it. Therefore they cast it to the pier, where it became an exploding fire which wrought great damage, though not to Starfare's gem. In grim irony he continued, "To my mind it is somewhat odd that no man or woman from all Bhrathairain came to consider the cause of that blast." Then he shrugged. Nonetheless, Seven-Hand's caution was not appeased. At his word, Galerath's store's master and others explored all the outward faces of the giant ship with their hands, seeking further perils. None were found. "In the dawn," he concluded, "I came in search of you. Without hindrance I was admitted to the first Cercinate, but there I was given to understand," he grimaced wryly, "that I must await you." His eyes softened as he regarded the first. "The wait was long to me." Hnonsgrave could not contain himself. He stepped forward, required the first to look at him. "We must return to Starfare's gem." He was urgent for his ship. "We must flee this harbor. It is intolerable that my Dromone should fall prey to these Bhrathair, and I here helpless." The first replied darkly, "Yes." But she retained her command over him. "Yet the chosen is not done. Grim and Hnonsgrave, relate to Pitchwife what has transpired among us here." For a moment the master's visage knotted as if her order were cruel, but it was not. It gave him a way to contain his apprehension. He scowled like a fist, and his beard bristled with ire, but he obeyed. In words like the pieces of the Gaddhi's medallion, he told Pitchwife what had happened. Linden listened to him, as she had to Pitchwife, and clasped her promises within her. While Sea Dreamer supported Seer's leg, she spread medicaments over his thigh and knee. Then she cut the linen into strips for bandages. Her hands did not hesitate. When she had wrapped his leg from mid-thigh to calf in firm layers of cloth, she reset the splints. After that, she had Sea Dreamer lift Seer into a sitting position while she strapped his shoulder to stabilize it. The Haruchai's eyes were glazed with pain, but his mien remained as stolid as ever. When she was done with his shoulder, she lifted a flagon of diluted wine to his mouth and did not lower it until he had replaced a good measure of the fluid he had lost. And all the time Hnonsgrave's words reached her ears starkly, adumbrating Hergrim's death, until she seemed to relive it while she tended Seer. The stubborn extravagance or gallantry of the Haruchai left her overtaught and certain. When the master finished, she was ready. Pitchwife was groping to take in everything he had heard. "This Gaddhi," he murmured in fragments, "as you have described him, is he capable of enacting such a chicane?" Linden rose to her feet. Though his question had not been directed at her, she answered, "No." He looked at her, strove for comprehension. "Then—" "It was Bhrathairain from the beginning." She bit out the words. "He controls everything, even when Rant Absolane doesn't realize it. He must have told the Gaddhi exactly what to do, to get Hergrim killed. And he doesn't want us to know it," she went on. "He wants us to be afraid of Rant Absolane instead of him. He failed with Covenant once. He is trying to get another chance. Maybe he thinks we'll ask him to save us from the Gaddhi." "We must flee this place," Hnonsgrave insisted. Linden did not look at him. She faced the first. "I've got a better idea. Let's go to Rant Absolane, ask his permission to leave." The first gauged Linden with her iron gaze. "Will he grant us that?" Linden shrugged. "It's worth a try." She was prepared for that eventuality as well. With an inward leap, the first made her decision. Pitchwife's presence and the prospect of action seemed to restore her to herself. Striding out into the corridor, she shouted to the guards that waited within earshot, "Summon the caitiff Ryer Grist. We must speak with him." Linden could not relax the overtension of her nerves. The bruises Cale had left on her upper arm throbbed like a demand. When she met the first's gaze again, they understood each other. The caitiff returned shortly. Behind the desert tan of his face lay a suggestion of pallor, as if he had not had time to consult with his master, or perhaps had been refused a hearing. His manner had ragged edges, betraying glimpses of strain, but the first had recovered her certainty, and she met him with steady composure. "Ryer Grist," she said, as if he had nothing to fear from her, "we desire an audience with the Gaddhi." At that his cheeks blanched unmistakably. Words tumbled out of him. "My friends, let me dissuade you. Assuredly the loss of one comrade and the injury of another are sore to you, but you are unwise to hazard further offense to the Gaddhi. He is sovereign here, and jealous. You must not task him for what he has done. Having obtained the punishment he sought, he is now perhaps inclined to be magnanimous, but if you dare his ill favor, he will take umbrage swiftly, to your cost." He began to repeat himself, then jerked to a halt. Clearly Bhrathairain had not prepared him for this dilemma. Sweat spread around his eyes as he forced himself to meet the first's scrutiny. She was unruffled. Caitifen, we have taken decision among ourselves to respect the Gaddhi's right of punishment." Linden felt the lie under the flat surface of the words, but she saw that Ryer Grist did not. "We are grieved for our companions, but we will not presume to judge your sovereign." The first permitted herself a subtle inflection of contempt. "Be assured that we will offer the Gaddhi no offense. We desire merely to ask a frank boon of him, one easily within his grant and plainly honorable to him." For a moment the Caitifen's eyes shifted back and forth, searching for a way to inquire what that boon was. But then he grasped that she did not mean to tell him. As he wiped a discomfited hand across his forehead, he looked like a man for whom a lifetime of ambition had begun to crumble. Yet he remained tough enough to act. Striving to contain his uncertainty, he answered, "It is rare for the Gaddhi to grant audience at such a time, but for his guests he may perhaps make exception. Will you accompany me?" When the first nodded, he turned as if he wanted to flee, and left the chamber. Quickly she looked at her companions. None of them hesitated. Seedreamer lifted Seer from the cushions. Bryn took hold of Covenant's arm. Honenscrave moved forward tightly, holding his emotions in both fists. Vane remained as blank as ever, and Findale seemed to be entranced by his own distress, but neither of them lingered behind the company. Linden led them after Ryer Grist. She followed him closely, with Cale, and then the others, behind her. She wanted to ensure that the Caitifen had as little opportunity as possible to prepare surprises. She could not prevent the brackish shout he directed at the first Hoostin he met, sending 2 of them at a run ahead of him. But she saw no cunning in the set of his back, heard no duplicity in the tone of his voice. When he informed her over his shoulder that he had told the guards to bear the company's request to Rant Absolane, she was able to believe him. Whatever hopes he had left did not require him to betray the quest now. He led the company directly upward through the tier of riches to the Majesty. As Linden ascended into the audience hall, she found everything arranged as it had been during the company's initial presentation to the Gaddhi. Scores of guards were stationed around the wall, and all the light was focused toward the high auspice. Only the chatelaine were missing. Their absence made her realize that she had not seen any of them since the previous day. She grew tighter. Were they simply staying out of harm's way, or had they been commanded into seclusion so that they would not interfere with Cosrain's machinations? The Caitifen spoke to one of the Hoostin, and received an answer which relieved him. He faced the company with a smile. "The Gaddhi elects to grant you audience." Linden and the first shared a moment of preparation. Then they followed Ryer Grist across the circles of the floor toward the auspice. In the zone of light, they stopped beside him. The auspice lifted its magnificence into the illumination, as if it were more truly the suzerain of Bhrathairain than Rant Absolane himself. The Gaddhi was not there, but after only a moment's delay he emerged from the shadows behind his seat. He was alone, unaccompanied by either his women or the Kemper, and he was nervous. Linden sensed the trembling of his knees as he ascended the throne. Ryer Grist dropped to one knee. Linden and the giants mimicked his obeisance. Her tension made her want to shout at Bryn and Cale, at Vane and Findale, to do the same, but she kept herself still. As Rant Absolane climbed through the brightness to take his seat, she studied him. He had put off his formal robe and now wore a light tunic, which appeared to be a form of bed attire. But underneath his raiment his inner state was clouded. It was clear that he had been drinking heavily. The wine obscured his emanations. When he took his seat, she and the first arose without waiting for his permission. The other giants and Ryer Grist also stood. Seedreamer held Seer into the light, like an accusation. Rant Absolane peered out at the company, but did not speak. His tongue worked the inside of his mouth as if he were dry with thirst. A patina of wine blurred his vision, made him squint until aches squeezed his temples. The first gave him a moment of silence, like an act of forbearance toward his weakness. Then she took a step forward, bowed formally, and began to speak. "O Gaddhi, you honor us with this hearing. We are your guests and desire to ask a boon of you." The edge of her voice was masked in velvet. "Word has come to us that our vessel is now replenished and repaired according to your grace. O Gaddhi, the quest which drives us across the seas is urgent and consuming. We ask your grant to depart, that we may pursue our purpose, bearing the honor of your name with us as we go." She spoke in a reassuring tone, but her words brought down consternation on Rant Absalane. He shrank against the auspice. His hands gripped the arms of the seat, for an answer it did not provide. While he wrestled for a response, his lips mumbled, "No, no." Linden felt a touch of pity for him, but it was not enough to ease the pressure which stretched her to her resolve. At last he rasped against the desert in his throat, "Depart?" His voice cracked helplessly. "I cannot permit it. You have suffered in Bhrathairain." Somehow he found the strength to insist defensively, "Through no fault of mine. Blood was shed. I am required to exact justice." But then he became timorous again, painfully aware of his isolation. "But you must not bear such tidings of me to the world. You are guests, and the Gaddhi is not harsh to his guests. I will make restitution." His eyes winced as his brain scrambled in search of inspiration. "Do you desire a sword? Take what you wish in the name of my goodwill, and be content. You may not depart." His gaze beseeched the first not to press him further. But she did not relent. Her voice hardened. "O Gaddhi, I have heard it spoken that the Hustin are yours, answering to your will absolutely." She surprised him, but he did not perceive the nature of her attack. The thought of the Hustin restored to him a measure of confidence. "That is true. The guard is mine." "It is untrue." The first slipped her intent like a dirk through his defenses. "If you command them to permit our departure, they will refuse." The Gaddhi sprang to his feet. "You lie!" She overrode his protest. "Bhrathairain of the Gyre commands them. He made them, and they are his." Sharply she drove the deepest wedge she could find between Rant Absalane and the Kemper. "They answer you only at his whim." "Lies!" he shouted at her. "Lies!" Magenta anger or fear suffused his visage. "They are mine." At once Linden responded. "Then try it. Tell them to let us go. Give us permission to leave. You're the Gaddhi. What have you got to lose?" At her demand, all the color drained from his face, leaving him as pallid as panic in the focus of the light. His mouth gaped, but no words came. His mind appeared to flee inward, relieving him of self-consciousness or choice. Dumbly he turned, descended from the auspice, came down to the level of the company. He trembled as he moved, as frail as if the moments were years, and all the stone of the Sandhold had turned against him. Staring vaguely before him, he shuffled toward Linden, brought his fear to her. He swallowed several times. His gaze slowly clarified. In a hoarse whisper like an internal wound, he said, "I dare not." She had no reply. He was telling the truth, the whole truth of his life. For a moment longer he faced her, appealing to her with his dread. Then he turned away as if he understood that she had refused him. Stumbling over the gaps in the floor, he made his vulnerable way into the shadow of the auspice, and was gone. The first looked at Linden. "That does it." Linden felt that she was near her breaking point. "Let's get the hell out of here." With a deft movement, the first unbound her helm from her belt, settled it upon her head. Her shield she unslung from her back. Lashing her left forearm into the straps of the shield, she strode toward the stairs. Ryer Grist started after her, spouting expostulations, but Hunnensgrave caught hold of him. A precise blow stretched the caitiff senseless on the floor. None of the guards reacted. They gripped their spears at rest and stood where they were, waiting for some voice they recognized to tell them what to do. Linden hurried after the first, but she did not let herself run. The time for running had not yet come. Her senses were alert and sharp, etching out perceptions. Her companions were behind her in formation, poised for violence, but here nothing threatened them. Below them, the tier of riches remained empty. Beyond that, her percipience did not reach. In silence marked only by the sounds of their feet, the questers spiraled down to the tier. There the first did not hesitate. With a warrior's stride she passed among the galleries until she reached the one which displayed the blade she coveted. "Heard my ears aright?" she murmured in stern irony as she lifted the long sword from its mounts, hefted it to ascertain its balance. "Did the Gaddhi not grant me this glaive?" The falchion's edges were as keen as the light in her eyes. Her mouth tasted names for this blade. Chortling to himself, Pitchwife went with Honensgrave to find other weapons. They rejoined the company at the stairs to the second Circinate. Pitchwife bore a spiked cudgel as gnarled and massive as his own arms, and over one shoulder Honensgrave carried a huge iron-bound timber, which must have been part of some large siege engine. The thrust of his beard threatened peril to anyone who dared oppose him. At the sight, Bryn's gaze brightened, and a look like a smile passed over Seer's pain-disdaining visage. Together the companions started downward, but when they reached the second Circinate, Linden halted them. Her tension was scaling toward hysteria. Down there! All her senses rang like hammered metal. Opposition too dense to be enumerated crowded the forecourt of the first Circinate. "He's waiting for us." Cosrain's presence was as unmistakable as his hunger. "That is well." The first stroked her new sword. Her certainty was iron and beauty in her countenance. "His life in Bhrathairain will no longer be what it was. If he is required to declare his tyranny, many things will be altered, not least among them the prosperity of this land." Her voice was acutely eager. The company arrayed itself for battle. Knotting her fear in her throat, Linden took covenant from Bryn, freeing the Haruchai to fight. The first and Honensgrave, Pitchwife, and the two Haruchai positioned themselves around Sea Dreamer, Seer, Covenant, and Linden. Ignoring the demon-dim spawn and Findale, who needed no protection, the company walked defiantly down the stairs to the first Circinate. There Cosrain of the Gyre awaited them, with 4 or 5 score Hustin and at least that many unmounted soldiers. He stood with his back to the gates. The gates were closed. The only illumination came from the sunlight striking in shafts through the unattainable windows. "Hold!" The Kemper's shout was clear and commanding. "Return to your chambers. The Gaddhi denies your departure." Fired by the mad peril of her promises, Linden retorted, "He'd let us go if he dared." The company did not stop. Cosrain barked an order. The guards leveled their spears. In a sharp hiss of metal, the soldiers drew their swords. Stride by stride, the forces converged. The company looked as insignificant as a handful of sand thrown against the sea. Without Covenant's power, they had no chance, unless they could do what Bryn had wanted to do earlier, unless they could get to Cosrain and kill him. Then the first called like a Tantara, "Stone and sea," and Honensgrave attacked. Heaving his timber broadside against the Hustin, he broke their ranks halfway to Cosrain's position. At once he sprang into the confusion, began felling guards on every side with his great fists. The first and Pitchwife went with him, past him. Pitchwife had neither the first's grace nor the master's strength, but his arms were as sturdy as oaks, and with his cudgel he bashed assailants away from the first's back, while she slashed her way forward. She went for Cosrain as if she meant to reap blood right to the wellspring of his heart. She was the first, and he had manipulated and slain her comrades while she had been weaponless. Her sword flashed like lightning among the sun shafts, first iron and then red, as she flailed bloodshed about her. The spears of the guards were awkward for such infighting. No soldier could reach the giants with an ordinary sword. The 3 seafarers fought through the throng toward Cosrain and were impossibly successful. Sea Dreamer, carrying Seer, herded Covenant and Linden forward. On either side, Bryn and Cale seemed to blur as they fought. Whirling and striking in all directions, they dealt out blows and swift death. For long moments of inchoate attack and precise rebuff, the company moved down the length of the forecourt. But the task remained impossible. The questers were grievously outnumbered, and more Hustin arrived constantly. Dodging the thrust of a spear, Sea Dreamer stumbled against Linden. She slipped in a swath of blood and fell. Warm fluid smeared her clothes, her arms. Covenant stopped moving. His empty eyes witnessed the movements around him, but he did not react to the clangor of combat, the cries of the wounded. Scrambling to her feet, Linden looked back at Vane and Findale for help. Soldiers hacked wildly at the Elohim, but their blades passed through him without effect. Before their astonished eyes, he melted away into the floor. Vane stood motionless, offering his aimless smile to his attackers. Spear-tips and swords shredded his raiment, but left his flesh unmarked. Blows rang against him and broke into splinters of pain for those who struck. He appeared capable of mastering all the Houston alone, if he but chose to act. An assault rushed at Covenant, was barely beaten back. "Vane," Linden raged, "do something!" He had saved her life more than once. They all needed his help now. But the demon-dim spawn remained deaf to her. Then she saw the wide, golden hoop, which came shimmering through the air. Hollinsgrave roared a warning. Too late. The hoop settled toward Covenant's head before anyone could save him. Desperately, Seedreamer released one arm from Seer, tried to slap the lambent circle away, but it was formed of mist and light, and his hand passed through it, leaving no mark. As the hoop dropped around Covenant, his knees folded. Another was already in the air. It came from Bhrathairain, toward Seedreamer. Suddenly Linden realized that the guards and soldiers had fallen back, forming a thick cordon around the company. In a fury of frustration, the first gave up her attack. With Pitchwife and Hollinsgrave, she retreated to defend her comrades. Linden rushed to Covenant's side, swept his head into her arms, thrust her vision into him. Her stained hands smudged red into his shirt. He was asleep. A slight frown marred his forehead, like the implications of nightmare. Seedreamer sprang away from the shimmering gold, but the Houston were ready, holding their spears to impale him if he fled. Bryn and the first charged the cordon. Spears splintered and broke. Houston fell, but there was not enough time. Though the mute giant struggled to evade it, the hoop encircled his head, wafted downward to cover Seer. Seedreamer fell. The unconscious Haruchai sprawled across the floor. Bhrathairain waved his ocular, barking incantations. A third circle of gold light lifted from the metal, expanding as it floated forward. Pitchwife beat at it with his club, but his blows meant nothing to such theurgy. With Covenant in her arms, Linden could not move. Gently the hoop settled over her and carried her down into darkness. 18. Surrender. She awoke in dank dark, tugged step after step toward consciousness by the dull, rhythmic repetition of a grunt of strain, a clash of metal. Her upper arms ached like the folly of all promises. She could see nothing. She was in a place as benighted as a sepulchre, but as her mind limped into wakefulness, her senses slowly began to function, giving names to what they perceived. She did not want to be roused. She had failed at everything. Even her deliberate efforts to make Bhrathairain unsure of himself, to aggravate the implicit distrust between the Gaddhi and his Kemper, had come to ruin. It was enough. Within her lay death and peace, and she yearned for them because her life was as futile as everything she had ever striven to deny. But the stubborn grunt and clash would not let her go. That even iteration rose from somewhere beyond her, repudiating her desire for sleep, demanding that she take it into account. Gradually, she began to listen to the messages of her nerves. She was hanging upright. All her weight was suspended from her upper arms. Her biceps were clasped in tight iron circlets. When she found her footing, straightened her legs, the pressure of the fetters eased, and spears of renewed circulation thrust pain down her arms to her swollen hands. The movement made her aware of her ankles. They, too, were locked in iron, but those bonds were attached to chains and could be shifted slightly. The fetters held her against a wall of stone. She was in a lightless, rectangular chamber. Finished rock surrounded her, then faded into an immense, impending weight. She was underground, somewhere beneath the Sandhold. The walls and the air were chill. She had never expected anything in Bhrathairain to be so chill. The faint, sick smell of dead blood touched her nostrils, the blood of Houston and soldiers soaked into her clothes. The sounds went on, grunt of effort, clash of resistance. Within the dark, another darkness stood before her. The nerves of her cheeks recognized Vane. The demon-dim spawn was perhaps 10 feet from her. He was harder than any granite, more rigid than any annealed metal. The purpose he obeyed seemed more sure of itself than the very bones of the earth, but he had proven himself inaccessible to appeal. If she cried out, the walls would be more likely to answer her than he. After all, he was no more to be trusted than Findale, who had fled rather than give the company aid. The sounds of effort went on, articulating themselves across the blackness. Every exertion produced a dull ringing like the noise of a chain leaping taut. With an inchoate throb of ire or anguish, Linden turned away from Vane and identified Honensgrave. The master stood upright no great distance from her. The chamber was not particularly large. His aura was a knurling of anger and resolve. At slow, rhythmic intervals, he bunched his great muscles, hurled all his strength and weight against his chains. But their clashing gave no hint of fatigue or failure. She felt raw pain growing where the fetters held his wrists. His breathing rasped as if the dank air hurt his chest. From another part of the wall, the first said hoarsely, "Honensgrave, in the name of pity." But the Bhrathair had tried to sink Starfare's gem, and he did not stop. The first's tone revealed no serious physical harm. Linden's senses began to move more swiftly. Her ears picked out the various respirations in the chamber. Her nerves explored the space. Somewhere between the first and Honensgrave she located Pitchwife. The specific wheeze with which his crippled chest took and released air told her that he was unconscious. The pain he emitted showed that he had been dealt a heavy blow, but she felt no evidence of bleeding from him. Beside her she found Cale. He held himself still, breathed quietly, but his Haruchai flesh was unmistakable. He seemed no less judgmental and unyielding than the stone to which he was chained. Bryn was bound against another wall opposite the first. His abstract rigidity suggested to Linden that he had made the same attempt Honensgrave was making, and had judged it to be folly. Yet his native extravagance responded to what the master was doing. Seedreamer stood near Bryn, yearning out into the dark toward his brother. His muteness was as poignant as a wail. Deep within himself he was a knot of earth-sight and despair. For a moment his intensity deafened Linden to Seer, but then she became aware of the injured Haruchai. He also was chained to the wall across from the first, Pitchwife and Honensgrave. His posture and respiration were as implacable as Bryn's or Cale's, but she caught the taste of pain-sweat from him. The emanations of his shoulder were sharp. His bonds held him in a position which accentuated his broken clavicle, but that hurt paled beside the shrill protest of his crushed knee. Instinctive empathy struck at her legs, taking them out from under her. She could not stand upright again, bear her own weight, until the misery in her upper arms brought her back to herself. Seer was so hurt, and held the damage in such disdain. All her training and her long labor cried out against what had happened to him. Groaning, she wrestled with the memory of Cosrain's defalcation, tried to think of something she might have done to alter the outcome. But there was nothing except submission. Give Covenant to the Kemper. Help Cosrain work his will on Covenant's irreducible vulnerability. Betray every impulse which bound her to the unbeliever. No, that she could not have done. Not even to save Seer from agony, Hergrim from death. Thomas Covenant was more to her than Covenant. In the unannealed midnight of the dungeon, he was nowhere to be found. Her senses clawed the dark in all directions, searching manically, but she discovered no glimmer of pulse or tremor of breath which might have been the unbeliever. Vane was there. Cale was beside her. The first, Hanansgrave in his exertions, Seer bleeding. She identified them all. Opposite her, beyond Vane, she thought she perceived the flat iron of a door. But of Covenant there was no sign, nothing. Oh, dear God! Her moan must have been audible. Some of her companions turned toward her. "Lyndon Avery," the first said tightly. "Chosen, are you harmed?" The blackness became giddy and desperate, beating about her head. The smell of blood was everywhere. Only the hard accusation of the bonds kept her from slumping to the floor. She had brought the company to this. Covenant's name bled through her lips, and the dark took it away. "Chosen," the first insisted. Lyndon's soul cried for an end, for any blankness or violence which would put a stop to it. But in return came echoes of the way her mother had begged for death, mocking her. Iron and stone scorned her desire for flight, for surcease, and she had to answer the concern of her friends. Somehow, she said, "He's not here. I lost him." The first released a taut sigh. Covenant gone. The end of the quest. Yet she had been tempered to meet extremities, and her tone acknowledged no defeat. Nonetheless, it was a good ploy. Our hope lay in setting the Gaddhi and his Kemper at each other. We could not have done otherwise. But Lyndon had no heart for such cold comfort. "Cosrain has him." The chill of the air sharpened her gall. "We played right into his hands. He's got everything he wants." "Has he?" The first sounded like a woman who could stand upright under any doom. Near her, Hanansgrave strained against his fetters with unceasing ferocity. "Then why do we yet live?" Lyndon started to retort. "Maybe he just wants to play with us." But then the true import of the first's words penetrated her. Maybe Cosrain did want to wreak cruelty on the questers in punishment or sport, and maybe he still needed them for something. He had already had one chance at the white gold and had not succeeded. Maybe now he intended to use the company against Covenant in some way. If that were true, she might get one more chance, one last opportunity to make herself and her promises mean something. Then passion burned like a fever through her chilled skin. The dark made a distant roaring in her ears, and her pulse labored as if it had been goaded. Sweet Christ, give me one more chance. But the first was speaking again. The need in her voice caught and held Lyndon's attention. "Chosen, you have eyes which I lack. What has befallen Pitchwife, my husband? I hear his breath at my side, yet he gives no response." Lyndon felt the first's suppressed emotion, as if it were a link between them. "He's unconscious." She had become as lucid as perfect ice. "Somebody hit him pretty hard, but I think he's going to be all right. I don't hear any sign of concussion or coma. Nothing broken. He should come out of it soon." The ferocity of Hanansgrave's exertions covered the first's initial relief, but then she lifted up her voice to say clearly, "Chosen, I thank you." The intervening dark could not prevent Lyndon from tasting the first's silent tears. Lyndon gripped her cold, sharp lucidity and waited to make use of it. Later, Pitchwife roused himself. Groaning and muttering, he slowly mastered his dismay. The first answered his questions simply, making no effort to muffle the ache in her voice. But after a few moments, Lyndon stopped listening to them. From somewhere in the distance, she seemed to hear the sounds of feet. Gradually she became sure of them. 3 or 4 sets of feet. Houston? And someone else? The iron clatter of the door silenced the company. Light sprang into the cell from a brightly lit corridor, revealing that the door was several high steps above the level of the floor. 2 guards bearing torches thudded heavily down the stairs. Behind them came Rant Absolane. Lyndon identified the Gaddhi with her nerves. Blinded by the sudden illumination, she could not see him. Ducking her head, she blinked and squinted to drive the blur from her vision. In the light on the floor between her and Vane lay Thomas Covenant. All his muscles were limp, but his arms were flat against his sides, and his legs were straight, betraying that he had been consciously arrayed in that position. His eyes stared sightlessly at the ceiling, as if he were no more than the husk of a living man. Only the faint rise and fall of his chest showed that he was not dead. Smudges of blackened blood marked his shirt like the handprints of Linden's culpability. The cell seemed to become abruptly colder. For a moment, like the onset of hysteria, Linden could not grasp what she was seeing. Here was Covenant, plainly visible, yet he was completely invisible to the other dimension of her senses. When she squeezed her eyes shut in wonder and fear, he appeared to vanish. Her percipients found no evidence of him at all, yet he was there, materializing for her the instant she reopened her eyes. With an inward quaver, she remembered where she had sensed such a phenomenon before. The Kemper's son. Covenant had become like the infant Cosrain bore constantly on his back. Then she noticed the golden band clasped around Covenant's neck. She was unable to read it, did not understand it. But at once she was intuitively certain that it explained what had happened to him. It was Cosrain's hold on him, and it blocked her senses as if it had been specifically designed for that purpose, to prevent her from reaching into him. Oh, Cosrain, you bastard! But she had no time to think. The guards had set their torches on either side of the door, and Rant Absalane advanced between them to confront the quest. With a fierce effort, Linden forced her attention away from Covenant. When she looked at the Gaddhi, she saw that he was feverishly drunk. Purple splashes sought at his raiment. His orbs were raw with inebriation and dread. He was staring at Hanensgrave. The giant's relentless fury for escape appalled him. Slowly, rhythmically, Hanensgrave knotted his muscles, hurled himself against the chains, and did not stop. From manacle to elbow, his arms were lined with thin trails of blood. Quickly, Linden took advantage of Rant Absalane's transfixion to scan her companions. In spite of his impassivity, Seer's pallor revealed the extent of his pain. His bandages were soaked with the red of a reopened wound. Pitchwife's injury was less serious, but it left a livid swelling on his right temple. Then Linden found herself gaping at the first. She had lost both shield and helm, but in her scabbard hung her new falchion. Its grip was just beyond the reach of her chained hands. It must have been restored to her to taunt her helplessness, or to mock Rant Absalane. Did Cosrain mean to task the Gaddhi for that ill-considered gift? But the first bore herself as if she were impervious to such malice. While Rant Absalane stared his alarm at Hanensgrave, she said distinctly, "O Gaddhi, it is not wise to speak in the presence of these Hustin. Their ears are Cosrain's ears, and he will learn the purpose of your coming." Her words pierced his stupefied apprehension. He looked away, staggered for balance, then shouted a dismissal in the Bhrathair tongue. The two guards obeyed, leaving the door open as they departed. Hanensgrave fixed his gaze on that egress as he fought to break his fetters. As soon as the guards were gone, Rant Absalane fumbled forward as if the light were dim. For a moment he tried to peer up at the first, but her height threatened his stability. He swung toward Linden, advanced on her until he was so close that she could not avoid breathing the miasma of his besottedness. Squinting into her face, he hissed urgently, secretively, "Free me from this Kemper." Linden fought down her revulsion and pity, held her voice level. "Get rid of him yourself. He's your Kemper. All you have to do is exile him." He winced. His hands plucked at her shoulders as if he wanted to plead with her, or needed her help to keep from falling. "No," he whispered. "It is impossible. I am only the Gaddhi. He is Cosrain of the Gyre. The power is his. The guards are his. And the Sandgorgons—" He was shivering. "All Bhrathairain knows—" He faltered, then resumed. "Prosperity and wealth are his to give, not mine. My people care nothing for me." He became momentarily lugubrious, but then his purpose returned to him. "Slay him for me." When she did not reply at once, he panted, "You must." An odd pang for his folly and weakness touched her heart, but she did not let herself waver. "Free us," she said as severely as she could. "We'll find a way to get rid of him." "Free?" He gaped at her. "I dare not. He will know. If you fail—" His eyes were full of beggary. "You must free yourselves and slay him. Then I will be safe." His lips twisted on the verge of sobs. "I must be safe." At that moment, with her companions watching her, Linden heard footsteps in the corridor, and knew that she had a chance to drive another nail into his coffin. Perhaps it would have been the final nail. She did not doubt who was coming, but she had mercy on him. Probably he could never have been other than he was. Raising her voice, she said distinctly, "We're your prisoners. It's cruel to mock us like this." Then Chosroen stood in the doorway. From that elevation he appeared commanding and indefeasible, certain of his mastery. His voice caressed the air like the soft stroke of a whip, playful and threatening. "She speaks truly, O Gaddhi. You demean yourself here. They have slain your guards, giving offense to you and all Bhrathairain. Do not cheapen the honor of your countenance with them. Depart, I bid you." Rant Absalane staggered. His face stretched as if he were about to wail, but behind his drunkenness some instinct for self-preservation still functioned. With an exaggerated lurch, he turned toward the Kemper. Slurring his words, he said, "I desired to vent my wrath. It is my right." Then he shambled to the stairs and worked his way up them, leaving the cell without a glance at either Chosroen or the questors. In that way he preserved the illusion which was his sole hope for survival. Linden watched him go, and clinched herself. Toward Chosroen of the Gyre she felt no mercy at all. The Kemper bowed unkindly to his Gaddhi, then stepped into the cell, closed the iron door. As he came down the stairs, the intensity of his visage was focused on Linden, and the yellowness of his robe and his teeth seemed to concentrate toward her like a presage of his Gias. She made a resolute effort of self-command, looked to verify what she had seen earlier. It was true. Like Covenant, the Kemper's infant was visible to her superficial sight, but not to her deeper perceptions. "My friends," Chosroen said, addressing all the company, but gazing only at Linden, "I will not delay. I am eager." Rheum glazed his eyes like cataracts. "Aye, eager." He stepped over Covenant to stand before her. "You have foiled me as you were able, but now you are ended." Spittle reflected a glow of light at one corner of his mouth. "Now I will have the white gold." She stared back at him, direly. Her companions stood still, studying her and the Kemper, all except Hunandscrave, who did not interrupt his exertions even for Chosroen of the Gyre. "I do not maze you." His tongue quickly licked his lips. "Well, it may not be denied that to some degree I have slighted your true measure, but no more." He retreated slightly to her left. "Linden Avery, you will grant the white gold to me." Clenching herself rigid, awaiting her opportunity, Linden rasped mordantly, "You're crazy." He cocked an eyebrow like a gesture of scorn. "Am I, indeed? Hearken and consider. I desire this Thomas Covenant to submit his ring into my hand. Such submission must be a matter of choice, and there is a veil in his mind which inures him to all choice. Therefore this veil must be pierced, that I may wrest the choice I desire from him." Abruptly he stabbed a bony finger at Linden. "You will pierce it for me." At that her heart leaped, but she strove to conceal her tension, did not let her angry glare waver. Articulating each word precisely, she uttered an obscene refusal. His eyes softened like an anticipation of lust. Quietly he asked, "Do you deny me?" She remained silent, as if she did not deign to reply. Only the regular gasp and clatter of Hunandscrave's efforts defined the stillness. She almost hoped that Chosroen would use his ocular on her. She felt certain that she would be unable to enter Covenant at all if she were in the grip of the Kemper's Gias. But he appeared to understand the folly of coercing her with theurgy. Without warning, he whirled, lashed a vicious kick at Seer's bloody knee. The unexpected blow wrung pain through Seer's teeth. For a moment his ambience faded as if he were about to faint. The first sprang against her manacles. Sea Dreamer tried to swipe at Chosroen, but could not reach him. The Kemper faced Linden again. His voice was softer than before. "Do you deny me?" Tremors built toward shuddering in her. She let them rise, let herself ache, so that she might convince him. "If I let you persuade me like that, Bryn and Cale will kill me." Deep within herself she begged him to believe her. Another such blow would break her. How could she go on spending Seer's agony to prevent the Kemper from guessing her intent? "They will not live to lift finger against you," barked Cosrain in sudden anger, but a moment later he recollected himself. "Yet no matter," he went on with renewed gentleness. "I have other suasions." As he spoke he moved past Vane until he was standing near Covenant's feet. Only the demon Dimspawn was able to ignore him. He held the company in a grasp of horror. He relished their abomination. Slowly he raised his right arm. As he did so, Covenant rose from the floor, jerking erect, as if he had been pulled upright by the band around his throat. Cosrain moved his hand in a circular gesture from the end of his thin wrist. Covenant turned. His eyes saw nothing. Controlled by the golden neckpiece, he was as blank as his aura. His shirt was stained with death. He went on turning until Cosrain motioned for him to stop. The sight nearly snapped Linden's resolve. That Covenant should be so malleable in the Kemper's hands. Whatever harms he had committed, he did not deserve this indignity. And he had made restitution. No man could have striven harder to make restitution. In Kirkry he had redeemed the unhomed dead. He had once defeated Lord Fowl, and he had done everything conceivable for Linden herself. There was no justice in his plight. It was evil. Evil. Tears coursed hotly down her cheeks like the acid of her mortality. With the flick of his wrist, Cosrain sent Covenant toward her. Fighting her manacles, she tried to fend him away, but he forced himself past her hands, thrust forward to plant a cold, dead kiss on her groaning mouth. Then he retreated a step. With his half hand he struck her a blow that made her whole face burn. The Kemper recalled him. He obeyed, as lifeless as a marionette. Cosrain was still gazing at Linden. Malice bared his old teeth. In a voice of hunger he said, "Do you see that my command upon him is complete?" She nodded. She could not help herself. Soon Cosrain would be able to instruct her as easily as he used Covenant. "Then witness." The Kemper made complex gestures, and Covenant raised his hands, turned his fingers inward like claws. They dug into the flesh around his eyes. "If you do not satisfy me," Cosrain's voice jumped avidly, "I will command him to blind himself." That was enough. She could not bear any more. Long quivers of fury ran through all her muscles. She was ready now. Before she could acquiesce, a prodigious effort tore a howl from Honensgrave's chest. With impossible strength, he ripped the chain binding his left arm from its bracket, and the chain cracked outward like a flail. Driven by all the force of his immense exertion, it struck Cosrain in the throat. The blow pitched the Kemper backward. He fell heavily on the steps, tumbled to the floor. There he lay still. So much iron and strength must have shattered every bone in his neck. Linden's vision leaped toward him, saw that he was dead. The fact stunned her. For an instant she hardly realized that he was not bleeding. The first let out a savage cry, "Stone and sea, Honensgrave! Bravely done!" But a moment later Cosrain twitched. His limbs shifted. Slowly, stiffly, he climbed to his hands and knees, then to his feet. An instant ago he had had no pulse. Now his heart beat with renewed vigor. Strength flowed back into him. He turned to face the company. He was grinning like a promise of murder. Linden gaped at him, horrified. The first swore weakly. The infant on his back was smiling sweetly in its sleep. He looked at Honensgrave. The giant sagged against the wall in near exhaustion, but his intent glare warned plainly that with one hand free, he would soon be free altogether. "My friend," the Kemper said tightly, "your death will be one to surpass your most heinous fears." Honensgrave responded with a gasping snarl, but Cosrain remained beyond reach of the master's chain. Slowly the Kemper shifted his attention away from Honensgrave. Facing Linden, he repeated, "If you do not satisfy me." Only the tautness of his voice betrayed that anything had happened to him. "I will command him to blind himself." Covenant had not moved. He still stood with his fingers poised to gouge out his eyes. Linden cast one last long look at his terrible defenselessness. Then she let herself sag. How could she fight a man who was able to rise from the dead? "You'll have to take that band off his neck. It blocks me." Cale surged against his chains. "Chosen!" the first cried in protest. Pitchwife gaped dismay at her. Linden ignored them. She was watching Cosrain. Grinning fiercely, he approached Covenant. With one hand he touched the yellow band. It came away in his grasp. At once, Covenant slumped back into his familiar emptiness. His eyes were void. For no reason, he said, "Don't touch me." Before Linden could reach out to him in yearning or rage, try to keep her promises, the floor near Vane's feet began to swirl and melt. With surprising celerity, Findale flowed out of the granite into human form. Immediately he confronted Linden. "Are you a fool?" The habitual misery of his features shouted at her. "This is ruin." She had never heard such anguish from any Elohim. "Do you not comprehend that the earth is at peril? Therefore did I urge you to your ship while the way was open, that these straits might be evaded. Sun Sage, hear me!" When she did not respond, his apprehension mounted. "I am the appointed. The doom of the earth is upon my head. I beg of you, do not do this thing." But she was not listening to him. Cosrain stood grinning behind Covenant, as if he knew he had nothing to fear from Findale. His hands held the golden band, the threat which had compelled her, yet she ignored the Kemper also. She paid no heed to the consternation of her companions. She had been preparing herself for this since the moment when the first had said, "Why do we yet live?" She had striven for it with every fibre of her will, fought for this chance to create her own answer, the removal of that neckband, the opportunity to make good on at least one promise. All of her was focused on Covenant. While her companions sought to distract her, dissuade her, she opened her senses to him. In a rush, like an outpouring of ecstasy or loss, rage or grief, she surrendered herself to his emptiness. Now she took no account of the passion with which she entered him, and she offered no resistance as she was swept into the long gulf. She saw that her former failures had been caused by her attempts to bend him to her own will, her own use, but now she wanted nothing for herself, withheld nothing. Abandoning herself entirely, she fell like a dying star into the blankness behind which the Elohim had hidden his soul. Yet she did not forget Cosrain. He was watching avidly, poised for the reawakening of Covenant's will. At that moment, Covenant would be absolutely vulnerable, for surely he would not regain full possession of his consciousness and his power instantly, and until he did, he would have no defense against the Kemper's Geas. Linden felt no mercy toward Cosrain, contained nothing at all which might have resembled mercy toward him. As she fell and fell like death into Covenant's emptiness, she shouted voiceless instructions which echoed through the uninhabitation of his mind. Now no visions came out of his depths to appall her. She had surrendered so completely that nothing remained to cause her dismay. Instead, she felt the layers of her independent self being stripped away. Severity and training and medical school were gone, leaving her 15 and loss-ridden, unable at that time to conceive of any answer to her mother's death. Grief and guilt and her mother were gone, so that she seemed to contain nothing except the cold, unexpungible horror and accusation of her father's suicide. Then even suicide was gone, and she stood under a clean sun in fields and flowers, full of a child's capacity for happiness, joy, love. She could have fallen that way forever. The sunlight spread its wings about her, and the wind ruffled her hair like a hand of affection. She shouted in pleasure, and her shout was answered. A boy came toward her across the fields. He was older than she. He seemed much older, though he was still only a boy, and the Covenant he would become was nothing more than an implication in the lines of his face, the fire of his eyes. He approached her with a shy half-smile. His hands were open and whole and accessible. Caught in a whirl of instinctive exultation, she ran toward him with her arms wide, yearning for the embrace which would transform her. But when she touched him, the gap was bridged. and his emptiness flooded into her. At once she could see everything, hear everything. All her senses functioned normally. Her companions had fallen silent. They were staring at her in despair. Cassrain stood near Covenant, with his ocular held ready, his hands trembling, as if they could no longer suppress their caducity. But behind what she saw and heard, she wailed like a foretaste of her coming life. She was a child in a field of flowers, and the older boy she adored had left her. The love had gone out of the sunlight, leaving the day bereft as if all joy were dead. Yet she saw him, saw the boy in the man Thomas Covenant, as life and will spread back into his limbs. She saw him take hold of himself, lift his head. All her senses functioned normally. She could do nothing but wail as he turned toward Cassrain, exposed himself to the Kemper's jeers. He was still too far away from himself to make any defense. But before the Kemper was able to use his ocular, the instructions she had left in Covenant reached him. He looked straight at Cassrain and obeyed her. Distinctly, he articulated one clear word: Nom.